Whoa! Good catch, eh?
Ask right now.
I think we were right. Oh, we're up to 6.
Also,
Give us a little breakdown for what's in store today for you.
Little breakdown here. Today is, what's today, Wednesday, day 3. A little bit of rain, a lot of rain last night. Supposed to get more rain today, so what we've done is we started red group earlier to try to beat that a little bit to get them to break the track in. So all is well. We've got our plan for the track. Are we live, by the way? Okay, sweet. We've got our plans for each group split. I believe that we can use the start straight for starts, which is really cool. There's a smaller 50 track over there that's pretty flat and it's packed in well, so we can do some drills there. And then there's a hillside track here as well up top that we can use too. So it's gonna be good. There's only a couple spots on the main track that are really like deep, you know. But other than that, I'd say it's just kind of slick on top where it was hard packed. But the track is good. The track's good. It's as good as it can be. Hopefully the rain holds off. But even if it does rain, we've got a plan. So I'm not nervous at all. I'm not worried about it. We got to be able to adapt to anything, right? So yeah, I'm excited. It's another day. Also new merch.
I'm gonna get a bike back.
Rider in development. Yeah, this merch is sick. Come to camp. We always have new merch here. Very, very cool. So yeah, I'm like not overthinking per se. I just want to make sure that we do the right thing. You know, I don't want to commit to a decision and then it be the wrong one. But I'm confident. Yeah, because the rain was supposed to come, we figured we'd get the groups on the track before that, so they would get their at least their practice moto before the rain. So yeah, we just moved it ahead 20 minutes each group. So yeah. People love the rain in the chat.
Yeah, say it's sick day ahead. Great conditions.
It is good conditions to learn in. In Corona Oaks in California, it rained a lot. It was pouring rain and it was cold. And we made the most of it. 125 action. Jamie, this is what I'm thinking.
That's what I came to hear.
The 2 P-dubs.
Yeah.
I think we substitute Jeff for you and Green, and then you hang with the P-dubs for the majority of the day. Because there's an area, there's that 50 track over there that we can take a group at. There's also like a little hill they can work on. Yeah. All that flat area, I think they'd have fun. If that's what you want to do.
Dude, whatever you want me to do.
Okay.
What I want to do is go back home, have a coffee, relax, and just tell me where I'm taking it though.
Yeah. Past the bathrooms, up in that flat area is a perfect spot.
Is there a track or no?
No, but there's a couple jumps you can make a track out of it. I can get Cullen's. The other track, I would say yes, but the track over there is the one where we're going to be using, the little one.
Oh,
for red and, yeah, each group will go there once. Obviously when Green's there, they can just join in there.
So Kate said there's a flat spot by the 50 track up there.
Yep.
I think we'll use that for sure. He's gonna put gear on and check out the hillside to see what the hills are looking like. Because the hills might be promising. Just
So one group will go over there, and then we can split them up into two. One group, or like group one, can work on the flat area, and then group two can work on the track.
Yeah. How big is the area? Is it pretty big?
Yeah.
Like where you can do multiple figure eights even?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the
You do
green,
like 3 splits, like per group.
Yeah,
Like,
3
have
splits,
everybody
yeah.
do, like your own figure eight.
2 of the green group kids came up to me and were very nervous.
So for the green group, the nervous kids, if we can get permission to ride grass somewhere, we can do figure eights in the grass, or just like oval and do like one hand drills or like stand up drills, stuff like that.
Just give me somewhere safe to take the PW kids.
Straight this way. I'll show you. I think that if he stayed with all the PWs and all those kids all day long, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they won't be able to be out here.
No, and like Cade was saying, which is valid, the more we ride this, it's just going to get dug deeper, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
Like right now, these first bikes on the track, it's fine because it was just on the surface. And now like, the tires are ripping it up. Now the rain that's coming now, it's going to make it worse. So
You just want me to like, today's jumping, so I'm not going to teach
no,
the
today's
PW.
drill day.
Okay, today's drill day?
So you can do any drills like
Yeah, well the PWs aren't really going to have that many extensive drills, but I'll do figure eight, I'll do turn, I'll do stand up, I'll
you
do
can just do like high speed drills too, like set up a little cone at the corner and tell them to like
4, you know.
But they could like that's like something. But yeah, just have them ride, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Their frontal lobe doesn't even design to be the building.
Right. I don't know how to process the information.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
Oh shit.
What?
So I'm putting out shoes inside the passenger door of the van.
This keeps changing. Like it just said a second ago that it was gonna stop raining. Now it says it's gonna rain again. So
No, I don't look at that. I look at the radar.
Yeah.
There is a massive storm coming in, and Friday's going to be like 3 times as bad. That's why I put that. We should start coming up with a Friday plan now, because I don't think we're touching anything on Friday. Like it's over an inch of rain.
That means we should pack up on Thursday.
yeah, otherwise,
I'm just letting you know. Friday's an inch of rain, so
and that's where it's like do closing ceremonies on Thursday this week just because of that. Because if we tear down on Thursday, we'll have nothing to be underneath for Friday during closing ceremonies. I think the rain's supposed to start right in the morning on Friday.
oh, it's supposed to start like 4 a.m., 3 a.m. Like we're going to come in the rain on Friday. So, like I said, you guys are in charge. I would just recommend, like today, I agree. I'll take the PWs. I might even take them over there.
Yeah.
And
honestly, PWs won't even rip up the grass, so it shouldn't really matter where they ride.
so I'll take care of them all day. That won't be a problem. But then green group, like I said, they're going to be. There's one or two that can handle this. The rest of them aren't going to be able to.
The rest of them can go with you. But the green group, when they rotate over there, they should still come. All the green groups should go over there. They'll be able to do that. No, they will. They will.
All right, I trust you.
Yeah, there's still grass in there too. So you have to,
Someone like start they're picking a plan for Friday what to do.
Yeah.
I don't think they're getting motos in, and if they are, it's going to be. This looks like this now. Maybe it dries out tomorrow, but
yeah, it'll dry out tomorrow, but yeah, like with the forecast on Friday, it's not gonna make any difference if it's dry on Thursday or not.
Yeah.
As soon as the rain comes, it's gonna be.
well, remember they're dirt bikes. They're meant to be dirty. We're going to have some fun. I think we should have some like we should have. I have an idea, and I don't know if you guys want to go for it or not.
So
Give something away. I don't care what you give, a hat, whatever. I'll even buy the hat, or I'll buy a sweatshirt, whatever. And then let's have on Friday to be funny. Everybody in their gear, who can run and get the longest slide? Remember Hiram Plessinger did the thing? I think we should do something like that. And anybody who wants to get involved in it, I personally will buy the sweatshirt for them to change into.
Yeah, let's go get an interview. How's the track?
It's slippery on this. It's a little harder on this.
Is this the same bike as last year? Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually running good now. Oh, fuck. They put it on my 250. The one on my 250. But yeah, it's actually running good now.
Oh, man. All right. The track doesn't look bad, but I'm a spectator right now. Am I right? It looks slick. It's slick.
It's really slick, yeah. I've never really rode like it's only like muddy, sandy tracks I've really
Yeah.
rode.
Yeah. So it's deeper.
But Michigan's like awful.
Yeah.
Huh?
I told him.
Yeah, you put it on the 250. He put it on the 250.
Go get the fork guard. Pops wants the fork guard. All right. Pro tip: ride with your fork guard. If that tubing, the lower on the fork gets scratched and marred up, over with. You need a new one. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not going to be a fun time for anybody's dad, anybody's wallet. Also, if you keep blowing fork seals, your lower could be messed up. As we almost had Terry Lorson almost just fall down heavily. Oh, we got a rider down. Oh, thank you, Terry. So this is Red Group on the track first today. Again, we started them a little earlier to try to beat some of the rain so they would get time on the track. As the track breaks in, it'll get a little bit less slick. It's getting deeper. However, if it keeps raining, then it's going to get a little bit more challenging. So it's a catch-22, but listen, we ride dirt bikes. We're going to get better in challenging conditions, and that's what this is. So I'm not worried. I know we have a plan. I'm honestly kind of excited for the challenge.
So what does the rain change in terms of conditions for riding?
When it's hard packed to begin with, it's going to become a lot more slick. When it's like a fresh chill, it's going to get deeper. So the track will get more slick. It'll be a lot more inconsistent with traction mainly. It's your bike's going to feel like it wants to dance all over the place like this. When you get on the throttle, it's going to feel more reactive. You're going to feel everything a lot more. If you make a little mistake with the throttle too much or chop it all the way, you're going to notice that like this, because the traction is so minimal. But with that said, with all the rain we got last night and the rain that's coming down now, it's really not that bad. It could always be worse. Everyone's being positive. We got guys on the track, and we're gonna let it bark. I'm gonna go flag off Red Group and let Blue Group out. How is it? Slick?
So bad. So bad.
I feel like you got dirtier from in here. We got a little meeting of the minds here now. How's the track? 1 to 10.
Yeah, freaking sucks.
We gotta relocate. We gotta relocate. I gotta pull up Red Group. Yeah. Yeah. Hey guys, wheels on the ground. Wheels on the ground, first 2 laps. It's very, very, very slick. Go slow. Slow, 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 slow. Okay? Go ahead.
The only thing umbrella keeps you from.
Wait, what?
You know what the umbrella keeps you from?
What?
Being a man.
Wow. That's Blue. We saw him each. Yeah. You can go out with them too if you want. It's fine. If you want to get more time out there, you can.
Yeah.
We started them each group earlier, so that way before it really would start raining, you could get more track time in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's gonna be good, okay for the group splits. Okay, it's gonna be good. Over there will be good. We'll have a group up top, and we'll have a group.
Just doing like one-handed drills, like
Yeah. Like I want to honestly try to use the start straight for starts with red and blue.
I would like to learn starts, yeah.
Yeah. I think even if it's really muddy, it'll be worth it.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're out here. We're doing the thing. Let's go talk to. Let's see what we're doing here. Let's go delegate Jeff. Jeff, I had an idea.
Yeah.
So the 50s obviously aren't going to be able to go out there. It's going to be a hard time. So we're going to send Jamie with them all day long. You're going to go to green to help green out. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Green is 50s, right?
Green's like the beginner group, yeah. But the 50s, the group that.
Oh, okay.
So green's going to have.
Splitting green.
Yeah, the guys who aren't comfortable doing this or on the starts are going to go with Jamie all day long up in the flat areas and just with them. Everyone who isn't is going to stay with you, and then obviously you'll be like the. I don't want to call you an assistant coach, but you get what I'm saying. You'll have it'll be like Alessandro and you, or me and you, or Mitchell and you.
Gotcha.
You won't be on your own.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'll be with Jamie or who? Or
You'll be no. So you'll rotate around.
I'll rotate with them. Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Sweet.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
That's the difference between the assistant coach and the head coach. They just rotate around.
Cool. Sounds good.
Blue group's making it around. We have a situation.
One straggler. Toggle's off.
Matt said because I have an umbrella, I'm not a man anymore.
I think that's because you drink it.
Just what?
I think it's because of the insurance.
Took me a minute to get that. Guys, I drink Ensure. Is there a problem with that? Let's go to the live chat. Let's see what we got on Instagram. Someone said no way Ty's wearing Crocs out there. No, I'm not. I got Nike SBs on, dude. Also, your lens is cooked. Hang on. Your lens is cooked. Can I do this?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm not wearing Crocs.
There's going to be a lot of that today. Not Crocs, just very many SBs.
Yeah.
They're about to be cooked at.
White SBs. Oh, she's got white shoes on too. Let's bring it over here.
Same. We're all gone yet.
What's up with this?
Put on my list for next camp to get rain boots.
You've got white shoes on too. What's up with?
I know, like, wasn't very smart.
No. What do you think of camp so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. This is our first time ever riding in the rain. So the boys are a little nervous.
It's okay. I get nervous too.
Yeah. I like it.
I get nervous too. I know mine are nice and white, but now they're cooked. So yeah. Yeah. Well, I must have MX Lambo. I must know who you are.
Do what?
I do. Someone commented they thought I was wearing Crocs.
Oh.
No.
I saw that.
Imagine if I was wearing Crocs and socks right now. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Blue's getting after it. Blue's getting after it. Yep. Did a little 180, but. All right. I'm stoked. I'm really happy with everybody. Challenging out here. But
I got 10 minutes before 10. Let's just game plan before we do the little riders meeting.
Repeat.
10 minutes before 10, when everybody meets under the tent, let's have like all the team meet under the trailer, just so we can have a good game plan of where we're going and what we're doing.
9:50 team meeting, fellas.
Correct.
There's one slight flaw with that.
Looks like that's going fast.
All right, we can ride it down. Ride it down.
That's all right. I need a new pair of gym shoes anyway, so this is a good excuse.
You know what's sad though is I actually like those sneakers he had. Now they're ruined.
No, they've been ruined. These are track shoes.
I like them.
You're not a motocross rider if you don't wear white shoes as track shoes. I knew they were gonna get trashed, but I was like, you know what? Pulling up with white shoes like I'm James Stewart. Yeah, I'll always run white and white. Have to.
Right?
Well, now you're brown and white.
Looks like you shit your sock.
That's a nice shirt. I haven't seen that one.
I'm a rider in development.
Where's the new one from?
It's new, I guess.
Is it really?
Yeah, Renee said I need to be a model, so let me know how I'm doing.
I'm gonna go buy one of those.
I need to go to the trailer and stop that.
Flagger.
No.
I will for Friday because we're probably getting new motos. Put everybody on a hill.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Whoever slides the
For
most,
Friday, I feel
I'll
like
even change it up. A 40-41 will buy them anything they want in the trailer, any piece of clothing.
I feel like
What are we doing?
it'd be smarter if we pack up on Thursday because we're not gonna have any time to do. We're gonna be downpouring all day.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough packing over the rain.
I think the person.
Then we have nowhere to be on Friday.
Yeah, I think
Set out in the rain.
Right, so we have to leave it up for Friday.
Yeah,
Have
so-
to. Good choice.
I'm just saying to make it fun for everybody. That would be kind of cool. I will sponsor.
Jeff, you a mud rider?
Nice shoes.
I actually love the mud.
I do
Yeah.
too.
What bike changes do you make for the mud, if any?
Stiffen it up. It's gonna be way heavy. But no, not too many changes. Paddle tire. Is that what you guys are discussing right now? Yeah.
Jeff might have to do a couple demonstrations.
Do that.
It's that corner.
No, not yet, Matt. 9:20.
Huh?
9:20.
Oh, did they start at 9?
Yeah. Taking what? Yeah, I almost did that. Green group's gonna go over there.
Up there? Yeah.
Aim for Alejandro. Do you copy?
What did you say? Do you like riding in the mud? I don't mind it. I just hate how hard it is on all my stuff.
That's mainly what it is. Yeah.
I hate it. Spend what was my 250? Too much money on a night like solid 250, and then it just gets. It's not even the motor like, necessarily. It's the fact that the thing needs to be framed afterwards. I mean, I had 25 hours on a 250, and I greased it before, and it was well taken care of. Always took good care of it. Take it apart at 25, 30 hours, and the thing needs a full-blown frame job.
But it's fun though.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when you got big old long legs on you.
Oh.
Stick them out like skis.
Some of us aren't that blessed.
That jump is super slick.
That jump is super slick, and it seems like this corner right here, everybody's flipping.
Wow. All right, let's go over here. What's crazy about this is how muddy the parking lot is. I'm surprised by that. I mean, it's just that hard packed, like clay kind of mix, but as you can tell, it's just like the top, like inch or 2 inches of it. I'm surprised by that. Cade got his van stuck. Cade Air got his freaking van stuck. I told him.
He's got his van stuck.
Yeah.
That truck's been stuck.
I told him. I told him if he had a Dodge, if he had a Ram, he wouldn't have gotten stuck. But I mean, come on, Cade.
That's why I was hyped when Joe said, "You want to hop in the van?" I was like, "Yeah, dude, my car definitely gets stuck."
Oh no, we need to do a little drift action with that thing.
Definitely good.
I'm trying to see if there are any comments. I don't think there is.
Well, good news.
Good news.
The riders are having fun.
The riders are always
A couple of them, they said it was actually not bad, but as you can tell, it's just getting worse. Like the track's getting chewed up more.
So we'll have a group up there. Yep. We'll have a group doing starts, and we'll have a group.
Oh, you're gonna do starts regardless?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can run some starts. Green group will just have to do starts elsewhere.
Which actually works out perfect. Well, I guess maybe not. But if red group starts there,
yeah, red group starting.
Starts first, and then it's gonna get pretty torn up. What I would do, if I were you, is I would have red group stay on one side of the doghouse, and then is there a doghouse out here?
Yeah.
And then when you get blue group, have them do the other side. So like part of it can stay somewhat fresh.
Yeah.
So it's
That's all deep, but yeah.
Ish. Like starts here. Otherwise, red group goes to be freaking torn apart.
You think he's gonna care if we go behind the gate and wreck it?
I mean, probably not. Hopefully not. Okay, we'll have a group up there. Cade and Alessandro are checking out the hillside. So if that is a go, then we'll be in good shape.
We're gonna be in good shape.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much it's actually going to rain.
True. That'll be the deciding factor. I think we send it with our section work, and then if it rains more and it gets just really bad, that's when we go to the game plan of going under the tent and just doing as much film study as possible. And a Q&A for the coaches. So it keeps changing, but like Jamie said, the radar.
It's gonna rain tomorrow too.
Ah, is it? Yeah, that just changed, but not a lot.
Huh? You need that mini umbrella. How's the forecast looking?
I don't know, man. I don't even know if I trust it anymore.
Yeah.
It just changed.
No.
It changes like every 20 minutes. To be fair, it's nowhere near as bad as I thought. No. I thought it was just gonna be downpouring all day.
I thought so too.
And the track really doesn't look that bad. Could have a great track tomorrow.
Yeah. That's why I think we're gonna try to stay off the main track as much as possible. Yeah. Free ride, just kind of leave it alone. And,
there's dry dirt underneath. You can see like sometimes we'll hit a berm and dust will come up. Yeah. Like there is dry dirt underneath because of how hard it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did kind of just open it up. So not much though. The hard parts are still.
that's the thing. I feel like the depth of this dirt doesn't go that far.
Yeah.
Even though we're riding on it, we're just messing with the surface, and like there's still that hard base. That's
The only parts that are worse are these little spots you kind of tilled up, and then we opened it up a little bit. Yeah. Like all the jump landings are still concrete.
talked to a couple riders today. Seemed happy.
Yeah, so most of them, I'd say.
Keep the positivity going.
Yeah.
I think a couple of them weren't too stoked, but
You'll get that no matter what.
you're gonna have that. Yeah. Probably all the ones that had to wash their own bike.
It's really. The blue group and red group will be okay. What they're trying to do is they're trying to cut in a turn track for them. It's real. Like it's
Where?
right next to the kids track.
Over there?
Cruise up there real quick.
Over there?
So when you cruise up there,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go right here.
I'll go over there with you, Jamie.
Grass. I'm gonna set some cones up. Do we have any cones?
Yeah,
we can
in
use
front of the
for
trailer.
PWs?
I'll go over there with you too.
All right, got my drink here. Oh, I got the cones right here.
I actually think that's a job. Big project. And yeah, like showed up on the project the last. What's going
What's up,
on?
brother? How are you?
The last person that was.
All right. So this is going to be our second rotation / Jamie's station / 50 station. And yeah, Jamie, so I'll show you where like the second rotation will be.
Okay, I found a spot for these PWs that they won't get killed.
Okay.
So if those guys are gonna go right over there, there's a spot right here where it's still hard. So that I can set them up right over here. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
And I have a plan for drill.
Right here for P-dubs.
Right here, that's where I'm going. Just under there, so that's where the BP gas cans are. I'm gonna do that right in here for those kids.
I don't know. I mean, over here's a track. Over here's for P-dubs.
Oh yeah, that'll be fine. Get a little rough down right here. Look at
Just, well, chat, there's no reason to stress anything because you can't change the weather. We can only change what we do about it. So, like when Jeff was like, is Scott okay with it? I guess I should have prefaced it by saying, well, we're not digging this up. It's just gonna be a little P-dub track. This looks, Cade's got the hot pink gear on today.
That's a big close attention to like
crossover spot.
here maybe.
Oh my goodness. It's caked up so bad in the fork guard that it's coming off the,
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
I need to go do some wheelies.
how's this?
Don't know,
I was
haven't
gonna
touched
ride
it
up
yet.
there. This would actually be pretty sweet.
Look, you can hear the chain. Oh. Go right on there, Mitchell. What? 107, come here. Guys, come here. Seven. Yo! Okay.
So I think this will be doable. It's gonna be slick as heck, but I think it'll be kind of fun to do some sessions over here.
Almost need a four-wheeler to just sling all the mud off.
Okay. We're going to get Landon over here and then we're going to get to it. So, you guys won't do starts on the start straight because it's so deep. You guys will rotate through these two spots right here and the hillside. Okay? For now, it's just your warm-up. I'll have you guys follow Mitchell around. It's just going to be a big oval. We're not going to... You want to just make it a big oval? Okay.
Yeah, guys, so this is really slippery here. So if we start turning the bars a lot, you're just going to lose the front. So make the corners really extended and really long and wide. So you are turning the bike as little as possible for this stuff.
Yeah. So, you guys want to follow Mitchell around? It'll be one big oval. It's going to be slick at first, but it will break in.
We're going to go this way to start. That way.
But I'll wait.
Bike won't even move.
Oh, buddy. Hold on. Let's, why don't you ride out here in the grass, Landy?
Here, wait, hang on. Let me see this thing. Drop off, dude. Let me see it. Hold that thing wide open.
All right, ready?
Is it on still?
Did it turn off? Oh, it bumped the start.
Wide open, buddy. Wide open, all the way. All the way. Wow. It's literally won't even move. The tire's completely locked up. Wow. Okay, let's go to the grass.
Yeah. All right, Landy.
Mister, come over here. Here, hop off. Let me get you over there. mister.
Trying to go up by the.
Yep. Go up to where Jamie is.
All the way up there.
Where Coach Jamie is.
And then it's gonna get better. Almost need a couple 4-wheelers out there and sling off of it.
All right. Good job, dude. It's gonna get better, I promise you. It's gonna, as it breaks in, it'll get less slick.
We're gonna sit this one out, man. We'll see you guys
Yeah.
at 10 at 10.
Yeah. Meet at the 10 at 10. The section work's gonna be good. Well, this will get better as they break it in, as we break it in more. This track in here will be okay. And then we'll have a nice cut up on hillside. Jamie will have a nice cut over there as well. So it's gonna be good.
I'll meet you over the pressure line.
Yeah.
We'll give it a quick spray.
Yeah, sweet. Stay with it, stay positive, we're gonna get you through it. It's gonna get easier for you, I promise.
I'll work this section. I'll work this section over.
Yo, pause in the chat. Pa, you still in the chat, brother? Yo, where's the camp? My grandfather's in the cut. We're out here. It's Ohio. It is, we're mic'd up. This is the kids track. It's raining, of course. It's muddy. It's really muddy. And, yes, we're making the most of it. So this is green group, which is the beginner group of the week, right? The newest group, I should say. And the big track is really muddy, but it's okay for the other two, the faster two groups. But like, let's take a look at the start.
Dude, fork seals are gonna be gone.
Gone. Chains, sprockets, gone. So we've got. Let's bring it over here. These guys, you got a watch on you, right?
What?
Yeah, 9:40. These guys are.
Ty, we just decided. I don't know if you talked with Alessandro, but we're gonna do this one, and we're also gonna use this one for 2 separate groups.
2 separate groups.
This one, and then start string. The hills are just gonna be too hectic.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what Alessandro just said. Like, you can ride on it, but by the time you get multiple people over there, we just have people tipping over on the hills and stuff.
Okay.
The only issue is we're gonna have to time our stops, our group stops together. Otherwise, it's gonna be
Yeah, that should be fine. Just go 5-minute intervals. Just time it together. Okay.
1, 2, and
Starts.
Okay.
1, 2, and starts. And for starts for these guys, we'll just take them over to the flat area. All right, let's go. Let's relocate. We've got. I don't know if Pa, drop a comment. I don't know if he's still in the chat here. Pa's chatting. I'm a mud baby at heart. I don't know. I've ridden some mud. We've been to some mud races. Oh, it's really coming down now, Justin.
Yeah.
Let me fix you here.
About to do the same thing.
Oh, good Lord. All right. It's actually going to be fine. We're having fun. Hey, Mitchell, you want to just pull him off now? Because I don't want to put him in a bad spot.
And we got a meeting like that.
Yeah, team meeting in 10 minutes. Yeah. So it is muddy now, but it's gonna get better. Thankfully, I wore white shoes.
That's right.
We've got new merch. Pa, I'm gonna get you one of these shirts. It looks kind of a cool design on the front, but on the back, I'm a rider in development. Did AJ? I know I didn't come up with this merch, but I think maybe AJ did. I think me and AJ were we making a joke about something, and I don't know who came up with it. But it's slick out here. And we're having fun. This kid's just ripping it up. The P-dubs, this is cool. So Landon's 4 years old, Lexi's 6. This is like Lexi's first time ever. Both of them first time ever riding, really riding a dirt bike. Both on PWs, and the bikes could barely even make it through the mud.
Landon was so caked up. We were knocking the stuff off.
Yeah. Okay. Interview with Lexi's mom.
Really? I look like shit. I don't like you right now. You could have warned me about this.
No, not a serious interview. We're just wondering how is right now? What are we doing? Just some little cones.
Yeah, they're just bobbing and weaving right now. They put them over here on the grass so they had a little more traction.
That bike's not running.
It is.
No, Landon's P-dub. Here, let's ring this thing out.
Jump off, please. Or just run it. Do it, Landon.
Yeah. Give it some pepper, Landon. Yep.
One more time.
Yeah, let it eat, Landon.
Get it going.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Doing good.
Landon, are you having fun? Yeah? Yeah, he is.
All day. All right, man.
Anything's better than school, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
All right.
Oh, we got Ride a Bird. Verse of the day.
Verse of the day.
Verse of the day, baby. He does it in the app every day.
Okay. We're going to do Philippians 4, verse 6.
Okay.
Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything. With prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God.
C ring now. Yeah. Yeah. Arm revision required, yes. Arm revision is definitely required. Kate already made a comment about my shorts being short. I don't know what to tell him. You have to have a mid-thigh cut. I'm short. I have to make it seem like my legs are longer than they are. And he's laughing at me. Well, he thinks it's ridiculous. Oh, see, that's a problem. Oh my God. Oh my.
Those are normal shorts.
I know, but these are elite. We're injured reserve. What'd you do? Travesty. I'm kind of on the mend. I can't. This is better.
Oh yeah, yours is getting better.
My collarbone kind of hurts. Good job, Landon. All right, we got a little team meeting action here shortly. I'm gonna head back this way. This is a nice camper. This Super C is sick. Oh, we're gonna have to cross a ravine here. You said no? Oh, there's a nice safe bridge. Yo, Reed, how long have you had that camper for? Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like a couple months.
It's sick.
We got it after camp in Florida.
It's sick.
Yeah.
Is it nice in there? I'm jealous. I don't even want to know how much that thing costs.
Like 500 or 600.
Oh my.
Jeez.
Good Lord. 500K. Oh, brother. That is sick. Good for them. 10 o'clock, 10. 10 o'clock at the tent. No, because the green group's over there.
That's good.
It's gonna get good. Yeah. The sun, where's the sun? Pa, where's the sun at? Where's the sun at, Pa? It's a freaking sun. Oh, we got Aaron Berg. This guy's one of my favorites. We got Ty, we got female Ty, T-I-G-H-E. I just call her Tigger.
Lady Ty.
Lady Ty and Aaron.
Calls me
Aaron, I gotta ask you. I might need to align my washing services today because I feel like we have a travesty. The Stark is so caked with mud, the fork guards are coming off.
Well,
what do you think about the mud here, as a mechanic, as an engineering guy? It's a smart guy.
pretty thick. It's pretty thick. I would say it's class 3 mud. It's all right. We're prepared for that.
What's the highest level of mud
Yeah,
class?
what class?
Like, what's the? Is it like, you know,
6.
one?
There's
like
no.
It's
There's
like
a class 6.
tornado.
Class
So
6 is way worse.
You've heard it here, folks.
What's a class 6?
So we're about halfway there.
Oh, class 6, like a stagnant hot swamp in Florida. That's like a class 6.
Oh, so we're getting past just dirt bike terms, Matt.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
how's it doing out there?
It's-
How's everybody doing this morning?
Well, everyone's positive and everyone's giving effort, so that's all we can ask for. I don't expect anyone to be Jeffrey Hurlings or James Stewart out here, but we're doing great.
It's warm.
It's not cold. It's not cold.
Not
I will
pouring
take
rain.
this.
Like this is it's just a little mud. We're doing
Yeah.
good.
Oh yeah.
We're doing good.
Don't clip that because there could be a chance where it does start to downpour and I'm going to run into Aaron's camper with my muddy shoes and stomp them.
You need some.
We're
wet
gonna
boots,
we're gonna
pal.
have to hose you off outside.
Yeah.
Just spray
Actually,
you
yeah.
down.
Well, no, you drove your own truck, so that's fine.
We're,
I'll just say,
we're
whoever's
prepared.
vehicle you're getting.
We've got coverings over our heads. We're good. We've got all sorts of tents. We're fine.
This is, I can't believe, Aaron, this is,
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
No,
my grandfather says mud must be expensive for a mechanic.
It's expensive for the customer, not the mechanic.
Oh. That's funny.
Yeah,
That's-
we might make more money in the.
I actually really like that one.
Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Somewhat more expensive. I don't know. We're still running the numbers on it. We'll find out.
We'll do some calculation later.
But yeah, it's actually
might be more expensive for the mechanic. I don't know yet. It's different at every.
Oh man,
We'll see what kind of mud Class 3 mud is.
Matt, you're a Marine, so I can imagine that when it's raining and there's some dirt bike mud, that it is nothing. You're like happy as you're like, oh, this is all I have to deal with today.
Honestly, I don't pay attention to it. It can be muddy, hot, raining, cold, snowing. It just is what it
It
is.
is what it is.
Weather
What's
has
the
no effect on that.
No.
what's the hardest conditions you have to deal with in deployment?
Hardest?
Yep. The porta potty.
Yeah. That was. Well, yeah. We'll just stick with that one. So.
With no
It-
context.
it-
That sounds.
No. We can explain. So I was in Iraq. Actually, I was in Kuwait waiting to go to Iraq, and it was 130 something degrees. Well, they get sandstorms, so they strap the porta potties to like pallets so they don't blow over and all this stuff. It gets so hot that the top of them melt. Now imagine these porta potties that are not well serviced. It's that hot where they're melting, and you have to go in and use them. So how this started is we got back to the house yesterday, and I had to use the bathroom, right? And everybody was, they were kind of picking on me because they're like, why didn't you just go there? You got porta potties, this or that. And I said, well, if I absolutely do not have to, I will not use a porta potty. So
You've got porta potty trauma.
yeah,
It's okay.
I mean, I'll go in there and we'll go number one. But if I got to do something else, it's waiting till I get to an actual bathroom. I have no problem using like rest stop bathrooms. I have no problem using restaurant bathrooms. Like I can use any of them.
You just want a real potty.
I want something that I can flush and someone else hopefully flush before me.
You're not into a toxic like poop sauna?
No. Those are. Oh my God, those are, I don't know.
So you didn't deal with...
I've been in some pretty bad ones, and I was doing some work down in southern Arizona in like August.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 120 degrees.
Oh, 100%. It's like, it starts to like ferment in there, and not to mention, I don't know if you've ever been in Porta John when it's like 100 plus.
No.
It's already super hot. So you get in there and it's like, you start sweating immediately, everything's wet, everything's nasty. It's like you're baking in this sauna of feces and just
it is
disgusting.
It's a fever dream. It's horrible.
It is terrible. It is absolutely
and then if the last person
terrible.
that was in there didn't like close the lid so like all the smell wasn't
it's portophobia.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
it's portophobia.
Maybe that's a real thing. And like I said, I can go and walk in them and
I do have
pee.
to say these ones here are probably the cleanest porta potties.
They actually are really clean.
At any track that we have been to so far.
100%.
Like,
Yeah, they're
East Fork has some clean potties here.
But I don't care if I show up in the morning after use the bathroom. It's waiting till I get back to the house.
Sorry about the bike, sir.
What? Oh, I don't care.
What
I'm not upset about that.
You're good.
What? So the worst conditions you were in was
out there.
hot.
I dealt with all of it. So one of my deployments, we had like a freaking monsoon come in. Back to the Porta John, it rained so much and just flooded everything that they were like washing down the side of the desert, which was wild. And it made it 10 times worse. They like washed out one of the bridges we had. It was pretty wild. And then I was in northern Afghanistan. My last deployment actually snowed like 2 or 3 times. But majority of my deployments, I've been deployed 6 times, and I had one that had rain, one that had snow, and every other one of them was just hot and dry the entire time.
It's getting over there.
Getting from if you don't have boots on.
Yo, look at his umbrella on his camera.
Yeah, why don't you?
What is this thing? What is this thing?
What?
Is this? Show the chat this. Kawasaki Ryan. So he gets his name from the app. He joined the TMA app. It was Cowie Ryan. So he's Kawasaki Ryan to all of us. Cowie Ryan, tell us, how does the mud affect the...
It's not really the mud, it's the rain. Like, I feel like whatever's on the ground is more of a rider's problem. The rain's the only thing that kind of...
messes you up?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just been sprinkling, so it hasn't been bad, but when it starts pouring and the rain's like sideways or something, with wind and stuff, that's kind of when it's like annoying.
I've never seen this. This is pretty...
Yeah, so I kind of used it like once at Verona, but I pulled it out today.
Yeah, just as safety. Yeah, it's a power move, I think.
It is. It's lightweight, easy to travel with.
Can you fly? You can obviously fly with that. They don't think it's a weapon.
I've had it in my carry-on.
Okay.
I've had my Pelican checked once, and that was when we were in Augusta. When I landed, like, dude, they opened the whole thing, took everything out of my camera thing.
In Augusta?
Yeah.
This is a small airport too.
Yeah, and then it was like I have like that 29 terabyte hard drive.
Yeah.
They took it out, they had to like swab it and everything. I'm like, bro.
Some dirt bike footage.
Huh?
They swabbed it? They swabbed the thing?
Yeah, like they like had to like test, I don't know, maybe it had like bomb residue on it. I don't know. It triggered something, but it ended up being fine. Anyways. But yeah, dude,
Here comes Jeff.
I'm sweating like crazy though. It's hoodie on.
It's humid.
And freaking boots weigh 5 pounds each. But yeah.
Yeah, I can't say the same. The white Nike SBs, I mean, I'm torched in mud, but I mean, what did I really expect? Like a local race, like a collab rack, I would just go shirtless, but we're a professional operation here. We're not going shirtless, okay? We're not going to be out there with the white towel and doing one of these. Woo, like, what was that?
A new shirt.
Yeah, I'm a rider in development.
That's pretty sick, I like that.
Yeah. Jeff, are you a rider in development?
Always.
This is Jeff Walker, chat.
Even Jet Lawrence is a rider in development.
Everyone is. Jeff, explain your career in one word so far.
One word?
Yeah.
Overachieved.
I like it.
I was never meant to race professional motocross at all. So I was just going to college, doing the whole school thing, accidentally found my way into it, ended up scoring points on a few occasions, doing some cool stuff. So I way overshot anything that I set out for myself.
The first time I ever saw you or heard of you, it was on an MX Nation episode. You're on a Husky with your dad.
Yeah.
And you were talking about how you're like, I don't even know how someone trains for a 35-minute moto. I remember that episode. I remember watching that back a couple times.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. I was never fast as a kid. Like, I would go to the local track and get lapped in the 85C class. Like, if you find anybody that knew me back then and told them where I was going to be now, they would be like, there's no chance ever. Even myself, my parents, anybody. So, yeah, I didn't start, like, actually picking up any speed until I got on a 250F for the first time. I was, like, 14 years old. Finally made it to Loretta's in the C class for my very first time when I was 14. Got like a top 5 somehow, and then qualified the next year in the B class. Qualified again, didn't do anything good that year. Qualified again the next year, got second behind Flessinger in the B class, and then the next year I was racing pro. It just like happened out of nowhere. So it was never the plan, but it ended up being pretty cool.
That's actually kind of crazy.
So you can do it. Even if you're 15, 16 years old, nothing too special. You never know. One winter, you might go into the winter a beginner and something clicks.
I think the key to that too is if you're able to get on a 250 at like 14, 15, I think that's helpful.
Well, yeah, look at me.
I mean, how tall?
Like just under 6'2".
Yeah, no, 5'8" on a good day. It's Jeff Walker. Who that? Indyberg is back. I think we're gonna have a good day.
Yeah, I think so too. How about you? Your career? Beginning.
Man.
Have you done any nationals yet?
I've done a couple. I missed qualifying usually by 1 or 2 spots.
Yeah.
250 class.
So right there, it's hard.
I'm close. It's hard. I got guys behind me that are qualifying that are very, very fast and like 38, 39.
Yeah.
And then there's me and I'm fast and I'm able to do it. It's just, it's hard. It's difficult. The worst is when someone's like, oh, you missed by a couple spots, you suck.
At that point, it's just believing that you can. And if you've never done it before, it's hard to believe that you can.
In qualifying, it's hard for me. The track changes so much with each lap. I'm getting better at it. I think the first year I was like 48th. The next year I was 10 positions faster, and I was like barely half a second off, not even. Yeah. So I'm close. I'm there.
It's something about race day, dude. Just like believing in yourself that you can do it. I mean, I ride with a lot of local pros in Michigan, like every day in, day out. So, like we can be the exact same speed. They could even be a second or 2 faster than me on any given day at the practice track. But something on race day just clicks, and like some people have it and some people don't.
Well, something I noticed with you, with your vlogs specifically, was you go to the LCQ race, which is like anyone who knows pro motocross or watches the LCQ race, it is complete destruction.
He sucks.
He's the most calm dude I've ever seen. Maybe you don't feel like that.
Yeah.
At least that's how it was portrayed in your videos. At least for me, you just are like, yeah, it's just.
Internally, there's a little turmoil, but my biggest thing I tell everybody is like, you got to walk up to the gate like nobody else is anybody important. Like everyone's looking at you and they're afraid of you. Like you got to assume people are looking at you going, well, I know he's going to get the whole shot. You know, like you got to pretend it and convince yourself that that's true, because if you believe it, it's going to happen. If you go to the gate just scared, thinking, oh man, I hope I can at least get a top 15 start, guess what? You're going to be no better than 15. So yeah, you got to convince yourself and stay calm and just be like, I know I'm going to win this. And, you know, better things happen if you have that sort of a positive mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I've been through some gnarly injuries, so I'm proud of what I've done, and like I've been able to come back from them. But
that's a huge part of it.
I know I've got a lot in the tank. Like
sure.
I have a lot
young
of
too, right? 23.
23. Yeah. I mean, I've got this. My thing is too, like I didn't ride when I was 18, 19 at all.
Gotcha.
Like so.
Injuries?
No, money.
Oh. Well.
And so yeah, and then I got my pro card after that. I was fast enough, but like I just got the points. And then 2024, I did my first 2. I was like, I'm pretty far off, but it was just I wasn't really starstruck. But I'm obviously in B group.
Right.
And so like Southwick, I was like, I think I was probably one of the fastest ones out of B group at Southwick, and I was just barely off, and we went second.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're torched then.
I'm close though too. But I'm proud. You know what I'm proud of is my second qualifying session when the track's slower. I'm like top 25, Which, I mean, I know it means nothing. You're not in the motos, but I'm like, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, no, dude, you got to take all the positives you can. Unfortunately, it's the people who are good at first sessions that make it through, you know? And I always struggle with that too. My second times are always a lot better than first times, but everyone else just went so fast when the track was smooth that it sometimes doesn't matter.
It's not even throw the technique away per se, but it's like you got to just turn your brain off.
Kind of,
Turn your brain off and effing go.
You got to have no self-preservation at all. You got to be willing to risk it
And
all.
people weed up, and you don't see B group qualifying. There's at least, that's one, Unadilla last year, there was like 3 dudes that caused the red flag. Everyone got 1 fast lap in B group because everyone was just weeding it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, that one jump after the finish.
At least if you're in the position we are where like you're kind of a bubble guy, but if you train correctly, you don't need to ride over your head anymore in qualifying, you know? Like Jet probably doesn't feel sketchy at all when he's qualifying, but he's still going 10 seconds a lap faster than we are. So it's just training correctly, but also training on tracks that are gnarly enough to replicate race day. Like, I don't know about you, but every public track that I go to is just baby butt smooth at the beginning of the day.
Yes.
And it's like, which of course, they're catering to their,
it's hard.
You know, their customers, so we can't expect them to leave a track gnarly for us, but yeah, if you don't ride that sort of stuff enough, it's hard.
Yeah.
But today is a great example of riding in that stuff. That looked like High Point qualifying out there.
Yep.
Exactly like it.
Team meeting.
So I guess we should be suited up riding, is what I'm getting at, but we're not.
So starts 2, 3.
He took down Albert.
Yeah, watch out, Carmichael. We'll do the corner
That's not
track.
the code I was thinking of, but okay.
I'm gonna go to the hills and see what we can do over there.
Even if it's a
panic, get it out of the way early.
What?
Panic now, get it out of the way early.
Yeah. So we're missing a couple of guys, Alessandro and Kid. I think they kind of know the game plan. I think what we'll do is we'll just do the drills as normal, like right at the right time, and then what I'm gonna say when we do this meeting is just let the parents and the riders decide on their discretion if they want to keep riding in it, because the bikes are gonna get pretty messed up. Like this mud's weird; it like packs in.
Dude, we
and like destroys
cut in
stuff.
a turn track.
What was that?
We went and cut in a corner track.
Well, here's the problem
We
with
did,
the
kind
corner
of.
track. Is
No, like cut in a new one.
I said every time you cut it in.
Who's asking?
Scott.
Oh.
He said, would it be helpful?
It could. I think what they have, I just don't know how deep. If they dig it really deep, might be good. What do you think?
What's the dirt like? Is it sandier over there? If it's like this, then there's no point.
Yeah, I was just saying, I feel like it's not worth the risk.
That's what
You're
I
almost
was
better off just
like it'd almost be a waste of time.
You need to find as hard of dirt as you can, or sand. Like and anything in between is just tacky
like
on.
this. Yeah.
So I think we're just gonna run it. Alessandro, I think he's gonna do like drifting drills and stuff. Okay. That slippery mud.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take red and blue group at least when they come to me. We'll work some hills on the track over there.
Over that track.
Yeah. And then Ty's gonna do starts.
Okay.
Jamie is gonna take green group.
No, PW groups.
PW's over somewhere over there.
Yeah, I have one on hard.
And I think
anyone with a green that wants to go with you, they'll go with you.
Yeah, because I'm going to make them do like one. I'm going to do all the regular normal drills. It's just that the PWs cannot ride in any of this.
Scott did say we can use the area next to the kids' track.
I kind of like the slalom
that's what we
idea.
put
Like if you only have them go straight one way through that mud so they can carry some speed. Yeah. I think those tight 180s where they actually have to come to a stop, turn around. They're all going to bunch up. They're going to fall. But if you just had a start, like a very gentle slalom through the mud where they're just feet on the pegs, kind of moving the bike through it, finish line, and then ride the grass back, start again. I feel like that's the best idea, but I don't know.
I feel like
to start, we'll do red starting with you, blue starting with me, and then we'll have green starting over here with Alessandro, and they could probably work something like that of some degree.
I think maybe for team activity we do like a bike talk rather than a
actual on the bike.
Yes. Yes, the
I
bike.
think you get for the bike talk. I think you'd have multiple people talk. Like ask him for setup. I'll do suspension, whatever.
Let's focus today on like 1 or 2 things. I'll try to get my head wrapped around that, so that way we leave some left in the bag for tomorrow if we. And
Friday. Tomorrow we're on the ride. Friday. Yeah. Friday we're
30.
Friday. Kind of need to start like now at 2.
Yeah. Yes. Right at 10, we're gonna send people out to where they need to go. And we're just gonna play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. We'll try to.
problem is everybody's trying to rinse the mud off their bike, and there's a long
And maybe
line.
what we should do is shorten up these sessions just a little bit, because if the rain's coming at 2, and people aren't going to be wanting to.
Should we just put lunch at? The rain's coming at 2, which means that'd be at the end of the last group switch.
Okay, be perfect.
That'd be fine.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll just go. I guess.
Yeah. So normal rotation.
Yep, normal rotation. Red starting over there, blue on hillside.
You're going to stay with green group the whole way?
So yeah.
So red
I'm not going to leave them to go with
No, red's going to be on start straight.
Oh, start straight.
Yes.
What would be good for tomorrow's coach? What would be a good second?
Starts.
Just do starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I think learning the mud would be great. Like what he was saying on that slalom. Like if I was a parent, I would want my kid to know how to handle the mud for the slalom. I think that would be a great
Or
one.
even just going straight through it, no
Yeah.
slalom. Like just get from one end to the other.
Is it impossible for you to do like a little bit of each?
Yeah.
Like start at the start, do a couple
they're
start
not going to be going
clips, and then
straight.
I would definitely do red group for starts.
It's just hard to like run around.
Right.
And then
like,
get
it's tough
each,
to-
and then make sure I get enough of each group.
Yeah,
Every
I see that.
person. So it's kind of
Well, it's
easy.
up to you guys. I just think if I was a parent, starts are great and all.
I mean,
but I'd
I-
want to know how to ride in the mud when we have a mud race.
And that's another thing. You're going to have to fill your starts with a lot of talking, because I feel like you're going to do.
I'll limit it to probably 5 starts.
Yeah, I said their bikes, their clutches are going to be
Yeah.
pretty bad. I think you'll be able to get multiple different angles from each group on the corner tracks. Like some
Okay.
people should be doing slalom. I'm sure Alessandro will be doing drift with like a higher level rider.
Okay. And then I did like get like red on the track.
Oh.
So if I could throw some jump, see what I got some. So I'm kind of trying to like. So I was like, gosh, I don't know when the next time we'll be able to film people, so I just filmed everybody that went out there with me. And then I tried. I think it's really good.
Yeah.
So who actually is coaching? Like I'm going to be with green group, and am I going to have them by
You're the
myself?
assistant. So it'll
You'll
be,
just stay
you'll
with them.
rotate with them,
Right.
but you'll be the assistant coach with them. Like when I'm with them, I can stay with them wherever we go. So
But that is a good point, because when they rotate,
Where are they going?
Yeah, because you're not going to rotate to the start.
Oh
You're not going to rotate to the hill.
Like I might have them by myself for just one segment.
Yeah.
well, if you want, bring them down.
Or
It doesn't matter.
what we could do is, whenever a head coach gets the green group, we can come over to an area wherever they're at.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah. So like basically red and blue group will be the ones that rotate between the 3 areas. Green group kind of stays in the same area, but each coach will kind of pop over there when it's their time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I haven't looked at the hill.
I haven't either, so I don't know what it's going to be like. I just know Alessandro and Kate said it's doable on just a couple of the hills. So we had to like, do like a pretty small track cut. I'm just gonna do like a hill top.
That's fine. Now we're
It's not gonna be perfect, but
Hey, we'll figure it out, man. Let's go.
It'll be good.
Everybody help each other out.
Good job, Ty. Proud of you.
Of what?
Don't say.
Is anybody's bottle that's under here? That's yours? You left it here yesterday. Anybody for trophy?
He didn't pull off.
That's kind of an odd one, but
He died. It's
I'll re-announce that in a second.
what happened to Josh.
Kind of
What does
usually.
that say about the sport?
We'll give everybody a couple more minutes.
That's it.
I'll take you guys to the dedicated
Kids
ones.
are like,
Sweet.
yeah,
We're gonna make the most of you guys. Don't worry.
If you don't have that, you really don't have
What are we watching?
That's MX Moto Inside the Outdoors.
Can we just do like a I'll research that.
It's 4 hours from here, but I live, 2 miles from my land.
Should I buy one of them?
Yeah.
Goes up in Michigan too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go up there.
Hello?
You racing this weekend?
You are way too
Over
clean.
in,
I know.
She fell too. I don't know how it worked.
I thought that we were starting at 9:40, so I showed up late. So I only got like 2 laps. And I did fall twice, but I know how to fall and not fall.
Yeah, I sent the thing out too, so because I figured if the rain was going to come, we'll start the groups earlier. You know.
Yeah, that's okay. I guess I thought I signed up for the text, but I didn't do it. It's no big deal.
It's okay.
I got some warm up, so I'm sweating and I'm a little muddy. I need you to do my hair.
But I told Tyler to do a lot of talking about
Yeah, but I did so good.
have to do a quick pass. They're close to much more teams. And then before I get red right off that first side, everyone's gonna stay put. That's exactly where they are. But we're just gonna have each head coach go to one races. Technically, like when the three goes go somewhere, that coach just go.
Well, it's not raining right now. It's not raining anymore. In these curls. Pack up's gonna be interesting if it's pouring on Friday, but it's not Friday yet, so can't worry about it now. All right. Let's see about this. Starts.
Good morning, guys. How are we feeling?
Well, that was me on Loretta's.
Did everybody under the 10 here ride this morning?
Yeah.
Sick. No go over there? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The track is definitely muddy, but the first riders that were out there looked kind of good. But the problem is we're going to lead the track because tomorrow looks more promising on weather. And the more we ride it, the more we're going to dig it down, and it's just going to allow mud to seep deeper and deeper into the dirt, which could cause the track to just get really bad. So we got a game plan. We're going to do 3 different rotations. To start off, we're going to have our, and then we'll follow the rotation from there. Yep. So the idea with that is Cade and Alessandro attempted to work in the corner track. It's still pretty slick. So I think what we can do is if we get a lot of bigger bikes out there with Red Group, I think we'll be able to work in the dirt probably quicker and make the dirt more effective that way. And then on the starts, I think regardless, I think Ty will kind of split you guys up on the gate. So each group that are doing it will have somewhat of a fresh. It's
gonna be wet, but as we break it in, it'll be good. It's not too muddy, but it's definitely deep. Yeah.
I think the mud's really fun
You gotta make it fun. At least go about it with that mindset, right? If we think it's gonna suck, it's gonna suck, regardless if it's dry or not. We got what we got. We can make the most of it and adapt, right? I struggle with that a lot. I was telling Kate about that yesterday with my qualifying at races. I wasn't able to adapt, and it was just because mentally I was like, man, I wish it could be better. It's not going to be better. We got what we got, and we're going to make it as good as possible, right? We're going to have fun. I'm confident in it, or else I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I've been already having fun.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. By the way, is there anybody under the tent that's not wanting to ride? Good. That's a great sign. Perfect. I love to see that. Sweet. We're going to have an awesome time, guys. So is everybody clear on the game plan that we have laid down right now? Is there any questions about our game plan? Yeah.
Coach Jeff Walker.
How do we tell you guys that we want to go to different areas? It's just like tell you guys, hey, I know this.
Well, yeah, it depends on what area you're talking about. But yeah, just ask a coach, ask an assistant coach, and we'll work with you guys. Okay? So if there's somewhere that you don't want to ride or somewhere you want to ride, we'll try to work with you, but we're going to try to stick to those sections that we just talked about. Okay? Any other questions? Cool. All right, guys. Well, let's all get geared up. Let's make our way to our spots. That means red group starting on the corner track, blue group start straight, and then green group just meet us behind
all right.
the trailer. TMA trailer, green group behind the TMA trailer.
Let's do it,
All right. chat. I don't know where Justin is, but I've got starts right now, so I'll break this down for you. Where's Justin at? Where's Mr. Live? No.
Where should I go? I'm in the hillside, so I was thinking about Moto Bros. This is brutal. It's so deep.
I know. All right. Broken wrist, broken collarbone special doesn't really work out with this. We're good. Yeah. Big strong Marine here. All right. Let's have some fun here. He just mogged me. Okay. Hey guys, come down here. I hate to do it, but this side's more dry. Line up. Dude, everyone's dumping the bike. Yep. Right here. Line up right here. Stop coming to me. Line up like we're doing a start, guys. Okay. Chat, this is gonna be fun. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. We've got one more coming. I'm seeing now. Oh yeah, these shoes are junk. These were junk track shoes before. They're junk track shoes now. 9. I got more. It's all right. Not worried about it. Okay. Okay, so yes, this is muddy. Yes, it's going to be difficult, but we can still. I believe that as we ride this, it's going to get a little bit more loose, but it's going to then break in a little bit better. So stay with it. I know it seems like why the heck are we doing starts right now? There's always something to take away. I know it's muddy. We're going to make the most of it. I'm going to send you guys each one by one. We'll go around. See those 3 orange cones I got set up right there? You guys will go around those and then ride the grass back, and we're going to line up right back where we are right now. Does that make sense? Okay. A couple of things. I don't want to change too much just because it's muddy. Yes, there's going to be more tire spin, but everybody here, I'm going to run us through just like we do with Moto 3. I'm going to run through quickly, and then I'll let you guys go one by one. Don't worry, I'm not going to smoke your guys' clutch. We're not just going to run starts for an hour. We're going to make sure the ones that we're doing, they're quality starts, right? The first things first, make sure everyone's lined up straight enough. I'm not just going to make sure no one collides with each other, but I don't want to start with our wheel turn or something silly so that way, we mess it up from the beginning. But when we do a start, even in the mud, I know it's annoying because of all the mud on our boots and stuff, but keep both feet on the ground. Both feet on the ground in front of the foot pegs. Roxanne, come around the gate and then come right in here. It's all water behind there. So everybody's feet can be in front of their foot pegs and on the ground in front of them. Let's start there. If you're short like I am, 1 foot on the ground. And the foot that you put on the ground is the right foot. Okay? So either 2 feet on the ground in front of the pegs or your right foot's on the ground and your left foot is up. The left foot would be up because that's how you can grab a shift a little bit easier. The biggest thing with the mud is the bike's going to want to fishtail like this, and the bike's going to want to feel loose. The front end's going to feel loose. The rear end's going to feel loose. The whole bike's, it's not going to feel like it wants to go straight. We have to make sure that although our feet are on the ground, we don't weight them a lot. We have to make sure all of our weight when we do a start is in our butt. So, and that's the only time. So like when we ride around the track in corners and stuff like that, we don't want to weight our butt too much, right? Like we talked about yesterday. On a start, we want to make sure the weight's on our butt so we can get more traction, more weight in the bike. We want that. So if I were to go kick your feet out from underneath you, that your feet should be able to fly behind you. Okay? Let's start there. Everybody here can be in second gear. Second gear, feet in front of the foot pegs. Now, if you feel like, can everyone kind of get in what they would start like in their position before I critique anything? Okay. Get your feet in front of the pegs. Yeah. Feet in front of the pegs, and also I want you guys to sit 1 hand length from the gas tank. Okay, if you're sitting down and you look down and you're behind your handlebars a little bit, don't just bring your head forward, scoot your butt forward a little bit too. That'll automatically bring your head forward as well. Roxanne, so I'm going to send everyone 1 by 1. You guys are going to go down around those cones and then back on the grass and line back up right where you are, okay? We're starting with both feet on the ground. We're going to make sure we sit down on the bike and weight our butt, not our feet. And I want you to sit 1 hand length from the gas tank, so that way your head's not behind the bars. If my head's behind the handlebars, the bike, of course, it's not going to wheelie right now, but it will if there's good traction. Okay, I don't want to ever have to feel like I have to pull myself forward after I get on the throttle. I want to start there. So let's start with that. I'll start down on this end with you, Hayden. Are you clear with the way the track cut is? Okay. Remember, I know it's difficult, I know it's muddy, and I know it's easy to be negative. Stay with it. The goal right now for this first start is to keep your feet planted and not send behind you, and keep your body still. Let the bike work underneath you. Nice smooth clutch release. Let's see how straight we can go right now. Let's work on that. Too quick. You can't don't just dump the clutch. Slowly release, especially in the mud. Nice and smooth. It's a bit slick, Matt. Toes pointed in. Yep, straighter. Good. Slick. It's slick. It's slick. Straighten your front tire out. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just sending you by yourself. It's okay if you go to the outside. I just want to make sure you're going straight. Tighten your feet up a little bit. Okay, good. A little bit more throttle. A little bit more, yeah. Point your toes in a little bit? Yeah. More throttle. Front tires just getting caked in mud. Put your feet in front of the foot pegs. Yep, good. Nice and tight to the frame. Weight your butt, not your feet, so that way the bike goes nice and straight. As straight as possible. Oh shit. Why? Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. Alright.
It was smoking a lot. Okay. Honestly, not bad. Pretty good. I'm happy with that. So the way this is, there's like 4 or 5 inches of like obviously thick mud, and underneath it's hard. So it's really, really slick. Honestly, I think it's like over you three. Next time you guys line up, And Hayden, you too, go over here. Come on this side next. It's got to have a harder base than this. So that will help you guys too. But I'm happy with that. I really am. I'm not, it wasn't bad at all. The biggest thing the biggest takeaway for me is our eyes right now. If we, when you guys let go of the clutch, I know it's easy to get excited. I know it's easy to get excited with a clutch release, but it doesn't matter if I'm wide open, right? The tire's just gonna spin more. So this is like one of the only times where I'd say make the clutch release a little bit longer, okay? So the bike's a little bit more relaxed. When I say a little bit longer, I don't mean all the way down the straightaway. I just mean that initial clutch release can't be so quick, okay? I can have as much throttle as I want. I could be wide open. If my clutch release is slow, the bike's not gonna go anywhere, right? So I want more RPMs, but I just need a little bit slower clutch release. That way I can control that rear tire a little bit more. The best thing I can do right now is focus on weighting my butt into the seat so the rear tire's got weight in it, so there's some traction, and really being mindful of that initial hit with that clutch. If it's super quick, the tire's gonna react quick, and then this stuff, it's gonna spin, okay? Just remember, if we can think about the bike, not just a quick clutch release and just driving forward, driving through it, we'll be better off. That initial clutch release, I'm okay with being slower. Once we get out here, I want that bike to be able to drive more. Once the tire starts spinning back there, it's gonna continue to spin, right? So let's be mindful of that. I'm happy with this. I know, just stay with it. I know you're like, this is super frustrating. It's muddy. I don't like this. I'll never do a start in this. Why are we doing it? If it's wet like this, or it's super dry, the bike will react the same. I know it seems crazy. And for those of you guys down there, what I'm gonna do next time out is we can all step up here to like this part right here. I think it'll be easier. We'll do one more just like this. Does that sound good? Okay, let's do it. Here, come up. Yeah, good. I know, it's bad. It's so thick. It's like
pushing my sport car tool.
I know, I did that to the starts too. All right. When you ride back on the grass, let it eat as much as you can. Feet in front of the peg, good. Good, chest forward a little bit. Good. More throttle, more throttle. A lot more, more. More throttle, more, yeah.
You want to wipe your hand off?
Nah. Wait that butt. Nice and straight. Look at your feet. Bring them nice and tight to the bike. When you let go of this clutch, nice and slow, and I need you to follow more throttle. Yo, come up forward a little bit more. It's not going to be so bad back up here. More throttle. When you sit down, Put all your weight, sit down hard into your butt, and more throttle too. Slow clutch release, that will make the tire not spin as much, but we need more throttle so it doesn't bog down. Bit muddy, it's a bit muddy. A little bit more throttle, but slow with this initially so the tire doesn't spin as bad. Guys, move up a little bit more, this way. Get your feet in. Yeah, good. Scooch up a tiny bit. Okay, good. Now all your weight down into the bike like that. Right here, good. When you let go of the throttle, squeeze right here so your feet don't just dangle. Because I know it's like, what the heck, I'm not going anywhere. It's easy to let your feet get lost. Gear. Get your feet tight. Yeah, scooch up, good. Both feet on the ground, nice and tight, good. 2 fingers on the clutch. Okay, good. Right there. Good. More throttle. All right, you two on the end, come over this. I know I'm a mean guy for asking you guys to move again, but it's just so, come over here. Honda in 85. I wish I should have brought a microfiber out here.
For what it is.
You gotta love it. What happened? In my hair?
You got like smaller back to your head.
Really?
It's stuck to your hair, dude.
Is it? Is it bad? Try it. Don't shut up. Come to this side. All right, it's fine. Okay, better. I found something though. Everybody needs 1 or 2 fingers on their controls. On their clutch should be 1 or 2 fingers. If I have 4 fingers on a clutch and I'm doing it like this, and I let it go, what do you think I'm going to do? Raw. Do you think we could do a little raw right now? I don't think so. I think a little raw is going to make the back tire want to do a little dance. I don't want to do that right now. All right? Roxanne, what gear are you in? I knew it. Go to 2nd gear. We don't want the bike to be as reactive. We don't want it to go crazy. Once this, I told you, I know I sound like a crazy person, but it's getting better. If there's a rut, hey, line up in the rut. It's gonna be slick, but like, it's getting better. It's not, I mean, it's a bit tragic, but it's getting better. So, what we can do now is focus a lot. You guys are good, pretty solid where we're seated, but like 18, a couple of us were really, really inconsistent, or the bike's sitting there, obviously, the tire's spinning, it's not gonna take off as fast, right? That initial hit's gonna be delayed because the tire's spinning, but don't take that as I need to bring my feet out like anchors, like that, right? Or I bring them up behind me and like just be like, oh God, I need to hold on with my hands, right?
When it's this slippery, do you suggest sliding back on the seat a little bit to get a little more down?
So I don't want to move my butt back necessarily too much, because I don't want my front end to get away from me, and I don't want to feel like I'm pulling forward. But I can, like, I'm not going to emphasize getting so forward with our chest. We can, oh, that's water. We can keep our chest up a little bit more, okay? We don't need to drive our chest so far forward. We can keep it more neutral so the weight stays centered on the bike. We can also really, really focus on our feet. Our feet can stay down a little bit longer so we can have a little bit more balance, you could say. Or if I bring my feet up and I do it incorrectly, then my feet are gonna go all haywire on me, right? And I don't want that. So it's okay to keep our feet down a little bit longer, obviously not touching the ground, but in front of the pegs down, keep them nice and tight. And when we pick them up, we're not picking our feet up and going back with them. Okay, we're not gonna let them just go wherever they want. Our feet are heavy, right? We need to be mindful of that. Our feet need to go from down straight up to the peg. Not back, not out like this, right? Don't get nervous, okay? Squeeze that bike, not with everything you've got, but be intentional with it, right with our thighs. Right here, boom. Let your feet be light on the ground, squeeze it right here. Smooth clutch release, consistent throttle. And again, we can have more throttle as long as this clutch release is nice and slow, okay? Let's do another one. What time is it? Perfect. We got time for 2 more so I don't blow anyone's bike up. Okay, also, do not start your bike until I'm at the guy before you. The more we can keep these bikes off, I'm not going to get an HR email from your parents. Okay, let's do it. Go first again? Do you want to go? No? Okay. We're starting with this side, baby. Man, it's a bit wet. All right, mister. Do you ever use your front brake when you do starts?
This probably won't help.
This one you haven't yet?
No, I have, but it probably won't help. It just slide.
Well, you're gonna let it go, but I just want to wait the front end a little bit. Yep. Oh, we can't get the whole shot device down, can we?
Way too much.
I think we all need to go for a road ride.
A what?
A road.
On the road, I agree with you. Okay, Hayden, fire it up. All right, mister. Oh yeah! Yeah! Second gear, Roxton. Okay. Here. 2 fingers on the clutch, Roxton. Okay. Next to the clutch. More throttle. All right, Lex, come on, son. All right, mister. Fix those feet. Yep, tight feet. Good. 2 fingers on the clutch. Good. Right there. Good. 2 fingers on the clutch. Good. Too much. Bang. Bang. All right. On road, yeah. Come on, baby. Yeah. Justin, are you getting this? Are you getting this? This is great. You guys are in the thick of stuff. A lot of throttle. We need a lot. We need a lot. Stay with it. It's not going to go any. The only thing that's going to happen is the tires are going to spin. You're not going to wheel. 2 fingers here. Good. More throttle. That's pretty solid. I'm really muddy. Tight feet. Okay. Hang on. More throttle. Enough. Matt, I need a towel. I need a towel, guys. No, I'm good. Are we having fun at least? You guys are doing good. This is, you guys notice the bike's going a little bit straighter? You're like, oh my God. Wow, I'm moving now. Okay, good. Guys, the whole track is mud. If I'm looking straight down and I'm trying to react to everything I see, you guys, newsflash, you guys can go straight through any of this. Like if I give you guys a straightaway and just said go through it, the bike will go nice and straight through it. So when we get out here, oh no, are you okay? Okay. When we get out here, guys, or even once we release that clutch, get your eyes down the track. We don't need to look down in front of us and get all like nervous. Relax your upper body, let that bike come to you, get your feet on, and squeeze that bike with your feet and your legs. Specifically, once you get your feet on, squeeze that bike with your heels. I can't do anything about the bike moving. If I'm too rigid, I'm gonna move with the bike and then I'm gonna make a mistake, okay? The best thing for you guys is relax that upper body, just put some pressure onto the pegs and into the frame. Into the frame with your heels, not up, and not try to get tense and try to squeeze with our traps or our upper body. It's simply not gonna work, okay? I'm gonna let Ryan get over here so we can film a start. I see him walking right here. I don't wanna. Anyone got, Justin, you got the time? Okay, we're gonna do one more and then I'm gonna make sure you guys get a break and can get some mud off your bike before you go to the next station. Ryan, I'm gonna have each of them do one more. I figure I'll wait to get over here. I'll start down here. Thanks, Matt. Oh, yeah, it's not dry out here. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Guys, I'm going to stop my group at 50 so they can have time to take a quick break before they rotate. Matt, they're going to Cade up there next, right, Alessandro? Up to the top hill.
On the hillside?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yep. Okay. All right, guys. Ready for one more? Remember, tight feet, bring feet straight up, nice and smooth clutch release. That bike will go straight. We can have, the bike will go straight if we have a smooth clutch release, but if we get sketchy with our feet and we let our feet get stiff and go out like this or like that up behind us, then we're gonna get out here and then we're gonna start to fishtail. If our weight isn't centered on the bike, if we're not square on the bike in neutral, the bike will do this. We got, honestly, like 50% better than when we started, so amazing. Let's do it one more. Let's finish strong. I don't understand why I won't start. Let me see, watch out. Ow! What is going on with this thing? Is it leaking gas? Oh no. Seat in front of the foot peg. Good. Scooch up. Good. Yeah. Yep. Boom. Scooch back a little bit. Time it. Good. Right here. All right, baby. Come on. Keep those feet tight. Oh man, that was a bad one, Ryan. Yep. Dude. A bad one. I got roosted, Justin, there's no avoiding it. What? Chat. Chat.
That guy is the mud.
I mean, what are we supposed to do? We're here. We're at Meadow Valley. We're at East Fork. We're doing starts today, and we're having fun. I can't avoid the roost really at all. There's no avoiding it.
Not being that close.
I have to watch them do the starts, of course. You know. I would touch the mic, but.
But I'm just gonna have to pressure wash you.
Yeah. I know. That's real bad.
Good moisturizer.
You want me to get you a rag?
Yeah, I can get this out of you.
I mean, I need some water.
Wet rag?
Oh wait, maybe. I wonder what the chat's saying about this.
Are you pulling up Instagram?
I can't.
YouTube is.
One guy said he can smell the clutches burning from here.
No, the clutches are fine. Actually, how many people we got?
The bottom one's YouTube and this one's Instagram.
Are you on YouTube?
I have both of them. This one's YouTube.
Someone said with no gloves on.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy out of her.
I'm a rider in development. We got. No, we have something here.
Alright, I'm gonna go back over to. Hey, Kai, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go back over the alternative section and.
Oh my god, dude. I feel like I have cinder blocks attached to my fingers. Muddy day out here. No, not anymore.
Way better.
Don't let everything go loose, right?
Now we're going through. The group's gonna come to you next, just so you know. Okay. Hi, red group is gonna come. He's gonna come to you, okay? I'm gonna come. Red group. Basketball. What? Hey. Sun's out. Beautiful, guys. I should stop coming to these, you know?
How did starts go?
Messy. You should see Ty.
I saw him.
It looks fun though. Right around.
Stand up.
Amazing job. Longford uses that pivot point to really control that brake. It shouldn't be an issue. Issue will arise is when you slam on it. It's really hard to hold yourself where you're at. Everything within control. Now, when you think about ever doing the one-hand drill again, you got to remember that acceleration practice because that will try you. If you ever are accelerating, hand off, the head needs to be leading. Otherwise, you're always going to fall behind it. You'll make it hard to fall.
So are you still at the hillside track? What was that? Say it again. I was just saying if you're still on the hillside track. At the mud, I'll go over there with Blue Group and just see what we can do. I'm going to be over there in 2 seconds.
Okay. Group 2, excellent job so far. The PW50s, if you guys want to stick here with Jamie, feel free to do that. You guys can keep doing some more drills with him. The rest of Group 2, you guys want, we're going to do a rotation now. You guys are going to rotate to the corner track with Coach Alessandro. So take this drill right behind us, take a right. There's a bunch of like little track markers set up over there. And he'll work with you guys on top. That sound good?
Stand here?
Yep, so you'll rotate there next. Okay. Okay? Rotate over Alessandro right now.
All right, did you guys see that start practice? It looked hectic out there. Now, this will be interesting. I'm making my way over to the hillside track with the Blue Group. I haven't been over there yet. We haven't ridden on the track yet. I was just told by Coach Cade and Coach Alessandro that it's rideable. There's like 2 hills that are rideable. So we're gonna get creative with it. We're gonna see what we can do. And we're gonna have some fun. I was just with Green Group. We did a little cone slalom drills, a little one-hand action. And I think that was pretty darn productive, and it kind of warmed them up a little bit to what they're about to witness with the other track cuts. But knock on wood, I hope the rain holds off. It's kind of sprinkling right now, but the sun's peeking through. You might want to watch the mud, hop on this side,
Yeah, they're pretty cooked.
Yeah, I'm not. New pair, dude. That's good excuse.
No.
New pair, dude.
Oh, yeah. Good excuse to new one. I kind of thought that too this morning. My running shoes are all white.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I was.
And now they are.
Right when we rolled up, I saw this parking lot. I'm like, oh no, my shoes are gonna be garbage. But I was like, hey, I guess I can get new ones, right?
Yeah.
So, and those will just be my track running shoes, which kind of works out.
Yeah, these are just the outside work for me.
Sick, yeah. Yeah, because once you like spray them off, they'll still be doable. They'll just be stained, but that's not a big deal. What's up, man?
It's muddy.
It's muddy. Where were you, on the hillside here, or?
Oh no,
Start straight? Yeah. Is this all of Blue Group? Are we all washing our bikes right now? Let's see what their thoughts are here on what they just did. Is this all of Blue Group over here?
Huh?
Is this most of Blue Group?
I think so. It looks like it.
Okay. How was that? How was starts?
I thought it went pretty well.
Went pretty well?
Some of the kids on like their 65s and 85s definitely held it open for far too long, but
yeah, like before they dropped the gate or what? Like when did they? Both.
Just holding on limiter.
How was it for you?
My toes just spun a lot.
Yeah. It looked pretty slick over there. It looked like mud was flying like crazy. So let me ask Matt real quick what we're doing. Sorry to interrupt. Is this all of Blue Group? Or most of them?
Most of them.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, while they're sitting there waiting to watch back, I'm going to go check out something on the hillside. Okay, guys. It looks like you're wanting to spray your bikes off, which is cool. I'm going to go check out the hillside real quick and see if there's a viable spot for us to ride if you're wanting to. Are we wanting to?
No.
No?
I don't like it.
Yeah? No? Yamaha? Yeah, no? No? Yeah, no?
Take my helmet and jacket
You want to ride or not?
on the bike, please.
I don't know if you want to ride or no.
Are you going to want to ride or not? Oh, heck yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go check out the hillside, see if there's a spot that we can do something on, and we'll go from there, okay? How about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you going to ride?
Definitely.
Okay. All right, guys, just sit tight for a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to check it out. You want to come with me? Okay, let's go see. I think we can sneak back here. The shoes?
Yeah, because they were pretty definite and my feet are still dry.
No way. Okay, just a FYI to the other coaches, a lot of Blue Group is opting out of this next session. They're all kind of washing their bikes. So I think I'll have a couple of riders that are going to commit, but we might have some light groups, which means we'll have to probably do something under the tent for the riders that don't want to ride. Yeah, the rain.
We'll discuss that at lunch.
Rain's coming down again.
Yeah.
Is that camera waterproof? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so this. Yeah. This rain definitely is not helping. So game plan, I don't know if we've even discussed it on the stream yet. But since it's so muddy, be careful, it might be really slippery here.
Yeah, definitely will be.
Since this dirt doesn't handle water very well, it's just like ice, and it packs in really thick, it might not even be worth it for some riders to ride, because some of them only have one bike. It might just cause more damage than good. So what we'll end up probably having to do here shortly, if it keeps raining after lunch, if a lot of riders are not wanting to ride, we'll end up doing some film study underneath the tent, and then we'll possibly do like some Q&A with mechanic stuff. We'll put the bike up on the stand. We'll just go through as much information as we can under the tent, just to try to be as productive as possible. I know it's not ideal. Everybody wants to ride, of course, but sometimes it is what it is. Looking from a distance, I don't even want to walk all the way over there because it just doesn't make sense to. I think the hills that Cade and Alessandro were talking about were the ones on the left side of the track.
that are really elevated. Yeah, maybe we should actually walk over there. I'm just gonna radio Matt. Matt, do you copy?
Yeah, what's that?
I'm walking over to the left side, far left of the hillside track. If there's any riders over there that just want to ride right now, send them over to me. Ay, ay, ay. On the bright side, it's not a super cold rain.
No.
You know, it could be worse. If it was like a little breezy and like the temperature was lower, I feel like it would make it pretty miserable. But as you can tell, I'm not even wearing a rain jacket right now. Yeah.
It was like kind of humid, kind of hot.
That is true. Yeah, it kind of chilled it off a little bit, which is nice. But it's so wild, like this weather, dude, it's been changing constantly.
Every time I look, it says something different. I'm like, okay.
Every freaking 10 minutes is something else. So that's why it's like I've stopped just looking at the weather and we're just going with what we have because it's kind of hard to judge.
I was on the phone with a track for Monday's class. What do you need from me?
Just send any blue riders over to me. I'm on the left side, far left tree line of the hillside track.
Perfect. Thank you. A lot of them seem more worried about washing their bikes than coming over there. So they said they're going to come, but they're not in any sort of rush.
That's fine. And if there's only a couple, it's no big deal. Let them just take care of their bikes, I suppose. We don't want to wreck their stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. It actually might not be too bad right here. Whoa. Okay. It's tilled up right here. Obviously, it's going to be really slick at that base.
Who's it over there?
And then you can see the inside where that water's sitting. That is definitely going to be slippery. So I think we could do these hills, and I think if we come around, maybe right before that roller, going up that way, we just U-turn off the track and come through here.
Is it?
All right, chat, we are back. Sorry about the technical difficulty there. It's a very muddy morning out here at East Fork MX in Ohio. Very gracious of them to let us come for our 5-day camp. Sorry, gotta get this clean. Beautiful, and we're off again.
Is there anyone behind the start gate? Hi, Jamie. Hey, I'm with the downrider right now. Give me a second. Okay. Is Jeff over there, though? Yeah. Jeff, are you all set over there? Do you need some help?
I'll ask him. I'm walking over there right now.
There's two riders over there. I'm walking there right now, and I plan on doing something with them, so if he's expecting to do something, it's all good. Yeah, I see blue riders just kind of waiting over there, too. Perfect.
we can get you mic'd up again.
Back at it?
Yeah. The encoder came unplugged, so I had to go find a table.
I see. All right, we changed our plan here. If you saw on camera, the hillside track unrideable. And I say that with full confidence because it was literally to the point where the motor would pack in and the bikes just wouldn't go. Like the tires would lock up and it was really rough. So the blue group, they haven't done the one-hand drill yet. So we're gonna go over there. We're gonna do some cone one-hand drill work and just get a little more practice in that way. So it should be good.
My group was fantastic. Just shoot record it all.
Good, sweet. That's awesome. I love to hear it. Good job, dude. Hey, Jeff, you mind if I steal a couple of these cones?
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna grab like the last 3 here. Dude, that hill track, unrideable.
Yeah.
The dirt, like, it turns like into street tires and then you're just like sliding.
Yeah.
You got nothing. Okay, guys. Is that a different bike? Yeah. I'm gonna say that thing's clean. Okay, change of plans. I want to try to be as respectful as possible here on the grass. So let's try to stay. I think we can just stay in this strip. See where the tires are kind of zigzagging? We'll stay in that strip of grass and we'll do our one-hand drill there. I'm gonna set up a cone, and I only have 3 cones here, so we're gonna do like a figure 8 type one-hand drill course.
Make sure we get everyone at the tent at 12:55 so that way we can do a little meeting with everyone, get morale back up.
Okay, guys. Anybody in this group who've done the one-hand drill at all? Okay, a couple of us. Cool. If not, a couple quick tips. When you take the hand off, nothing changes body position-wise besides the hand is coming off. What this does is it shows you how important the lower body is on controlling the bike and allowing it to lean underneath you. The figure 8 is going to go, we're going to start on the right side of this cone, and this will be a right-hand corner. We're going to cross to the left side of this middle cone, and then we're gonna go around, let's see, what am I doing here? Doesn't really make any sense. What we'll do is we'll go around this cone, left-hand turn, go to the right side of the middle cone, and then go all the way around the right side and do like a right-hand turn behind the last cone. Okay, and then you'll come back through, go on the left side of that middle cone, and then do your figure 8 that way. Is that making sense to you guys? A little bit? Okay, so you start right-hand turn, outside of the cone, shoot. Doesn't make any sense, does it? If I grab your bike real quick? Let me just do a quick figure 8 so I can eyeball this.
You know how to ride?
No, I don't. We'll just go around this one. Yeah. We'll just do that. So we'll use those 2 cones. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we'll just do 2 groups of 3 out there at a time so we don't have too many bikes out there. So we'll do the big bikes and then the small bikes for our session. Does that work out? So ignore that last cone. Just kind of go in and out. Obviously when you get to the middle and if you're running into someone, oh crap, sorry, we got 4. So 4 big bikes if you guys are cool with all being out there at the same time. And then we'll do the small bikes in a group. When you do the one-hand drill, keep the head over the bar pad. I want you guys to challenge yourself on standing through this whole figure 8. Sitting's easy because you don't really have to worry about much besides just squeezing with the legs. I want you to stand, use the lower body to rotate the bike. Kind of like the slalom course we did on Monday at my section, right? That lower body's turning that bike underneath you to get it to rotate. And that's what we're gonna work on here. Okay, so big bikes, go ahead, fire them up.
Eyes up, eyes up, eyes up, eyes up. Head forward, head forward, head forward. Nice. Head forward, head forward. There you go. Bring the head forward in the acceleration position. There you go, nice, a lot better. Eyes up, look where you want to go, eyes up, eyes up. We'll open it up a little bit. Nice. All right. What I want to see from you is whenever you get to the corners, I want to see you make the transition to the seat, but stay at one hand width and try to rotate the bike underneath you to get that bike to turn a little bit sharper. What's happening is your bike is staying straight up and down, so the only way you're turning is turning the handlebars. That's making your apex really, really like hard to do. So try to go ahead and sit on the turn, get the bike to rotate, and then when you get to the straightaway section, you stand back up. Okay? Eyes up, eyes up. All right, so we're always behind the bar pad a little bit here, which is making it a little bit more difficult for you. So every time you're going to accelerate or anywhere, just stay neutral, and then you accelerate, bring the head forward. Okay. So in the corner, I want your head to be up here the whole time.
About too far forward?
What?
About too far forward?
No, you're too farther forward, yeah? The lower body looks good, but you're just like, here, all that tension's in the one arm. Yeah, so the head should come forward to where you almost release the tension, and you should be able to really just move the throttle smoothly, yeah? Head forward, head forward. There you go. Nice. Head forward. Head forward, head forward. Okay, pretty good, guys. One thing group 2 can learn from this is when we are turning the bike, it needs to be down low and the knees can have a slight bend in them. If we're here kind of locked out the whole time, you're using the handlebars to turn the whole time, you can't get the bike to lean at all. So we gotta go from a straight leg to a slight bend, but 2222, you're almost too much of a slight bend. Okay. So you were here, which means the knees are starting to come too far forward at that point. So we gotta find that happy medium to where we can get some flexion to happen from side to side, but we're not crouching with the weight into the quads. Did you feel the tension here?
Absolutely.
Yep, and if you feel the tension there, you got to recognize right away, okay, knees need to come back because I should feel it back here, and no matter what. Okay? And then one thing I want you guys to work on next when you go back out, and I told 263 this, is when you get in the corners, I want to see the transition to the seat, still with the hand off, get that bike to rotate and turn a little more efficiently, and you stand back up down the straightaway portion, okay? For now, the small bikes, go ahead, let's stand up the whole time for the figure 8. You're gonna start off around the left side of the cone, you'll go the opposite, let's just go the same direction. So start it here, go through the middle, around the go between those two cones on the end, okay? So you see that middle cone? Yep, just right where they went. The far cone, don't really worry about it. Just stay to the inside of it. Okay, small bikes, fire them up. All right, 105, that was a little bit better, but still a tiny bit far back with the head. So almost get crazy far ahead with it. Just as long as those knees are staying back, you'll start to feel more connection with the front tire, and it should start feeling that way. You good? You're the one that can get a little bit deeper here, so you can rotate the bike more, because you're turning just all your handlebars. And then try to keep your hand on your chest, so it simulates like your elbow is up. Okay? Your hand's back here. It's kind of like promoting bad posture with the upper body, because you're just letting the inside elbow kind of flop around. So stay nice and stable, engage that core, so we're not dropping from side to side, all right? Real quick, if you want to stand up on your pegs, I just want to work with you a little bit. Yep, knees back, get those toes in, squeeze with the knees, and then do a slight bend from here. There we go, perfect. And now when I rotate the bike, just keep your chin, let the bike lean. So chin here. There you go, free up that lower body just a little bit. Perfect, just like that. So the lower body follows the bike, the upper body remains stable. Perfect, now go sit. Now go to upright sitting position. Like bring your chest more upright, like shoulders back a little bit more. There we go. And now let me lean the bike. Perfect. So we're not fighting that lean angle, we're not overcomplicating it, we're just letting the lower body rotate with the bike, okay? So that's the one thing to think about this next time through. How are they doing? He's back, and okay, that looks really difficult. Does it feel difficult? Yeah. Okay, so we're really off with the lower body. So let me kill this real quick, stand up on your pegs. So, feet first of all. Are they in the right position? There you go. We gotta focus on that first so everything else can align itself. So toes need to stay there the whole time. Knees nice and tight from here. Now sink the heels a little bit more. Perfect, now lock in here with the knees. Now, think about pushing your butt off the back of the bike, but just dropping your chin to the bar pad. Perfect. Now, from here, go ahead and take the hand off the handlebar, just the one hand. See how more stable that is? Yeah. And now let me lean the bike underneath you. There you go, there you go. That is what I want you to try to find during the stand-up drill. Keep the head above the bar peg, keep those knees on top of the foot pegs, and keep those heels dropped. The only way you can keep the heels dropped if you're on the balls of your feet. Your feet get messed up a lot, and that's what causes all of your issues, okay?
Did anybody talk to this kid about rolling his bars forward?
No, they roll back. I didn't even look at them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're pretty roll back. A lot better. Dude, hillside? Not it. Dude, the freaking, that kid still has a bunch of mud on it, but they turn into slicks, like big tires, and like they locked up. Like they wouldn't even move.
Maybe it was because we were going, like me and homie were going so fast.
Yeah. And I think it just got worse too, because like the rain just, I don't know.
Dude, we got the turn track like almost good, and then
what?
And then it rained again, and then it screwed it.
So what's he doing over there now? Hey, that was good.
We didn't. I kind of got mad at Ty. I was like, brother, what are we doing out here? We're in 6 inches of mud.
Yeah.
Like, you're just pissing everyone's parents off.
Good job, dude. That was sweet. Okay, you notice in the last half of your corner how it feels like it's hard to control the throttle, and then the bike just wants to like leave you because your head. So every time you get to that half of the corner, you let the arm slowly extend, which is pushing your chin back. And then as soon as you lighten up that front tire too much, you get all the tension in the one hand, so it's harder to control throttle, and then the front tire is really light and it wants to just tuck on you. So as scary as it might feel, the head needs to be almost really far forward as long as the knees are back. That's how you're gonna really control that front tire and take the pressure off the hand. Simple as that, okay? So next time out, we're gonna try to sit along with it and then stand down the straightaway. And then, did you work with acceleration position with anybody yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, so when I pull you off, I'm gonna send the big bikes out and we'll work on that position, all right? Okay, big bikes. We're gonna do another set here. It honestly doesn't matter how fast you're going, like truly. I just want you guys to work on the skill with mind-muscle connection with the lower body. If we can access our lower body when needed, which means letting it be a little bit more free than usual, that's gonna
translate to the track when you get a little sideways kick, or if you're trying to scrub a little bit in the future, like that lower body comfort and control needs to be happening automatically, okay? So right now, this is what we're practicing. You guys can be tiptoeing as slow as you want. I don't give a crap. Get into the corner now. Let's try to sit. Let's try to get that lower body to rotate. When you stand up to accelerate, we have to find that acceleration position, which means head needs to come even farther forward so we don't put too much pressure on that throttle hand. If you have a lot of pressure on the throttle, that means your head is too far back, okay? So give it a couple more laps, sit in the corner, stand down the straightaway. All right, so stand up real quick for me. We'll do it with both hands on for now, okay? So this is your neutral attack position, knees back. Drop your chin a little bit more down to the ball. There you go, perfect. Take your hands off, both of them. Does that feel pretty comfortable, fairly? Like you feel neutral? Do you feel like you're falling off the back or forward or anything?
Just like side to side.
Good, that's perfect. That's what we want. This freedom is exactly what I'm looking for. So now hands back on. When you go to accelerate, the adjustment you have to make is bringing the chin farther forward. But with that, your knees stay above the foot pegs. So the way I try to explain it is you go from the neutral position and you drive your hips towards the bar pad. So your knees will just straighten out. So keep them here. Yep. And just keep driving the hips towards the bar pad. Yep. More. Even more. That's good. So this position right here is going to be under heavy acceleration. And that will change on how much you're giving it throttle. So the lighter throttle you're giving, the less you have to lead ahead. The more you roll back the throttle, the more you have to find that position. See how that works? It's all in timing with your gas. So you roll it on, push your head into that force. When you slow down, you sink your hips back into that force that's trying to pull you forward. So it's just about finding that balance. Yeah, perfect. And then once you get really in tune with your throttle, you can go back and forth all day long, and like there's gonna be almost very little tension on your arms the whole time, which is the goal. And this is what you're gonna be doing when you're exiting a corner, getting on the throttle. Head comes forward, knees stay back. Okay? Good job. What's up?
When I sit in the corners, do I still go one-handed?
Yep, one hand the whole time. So that's gonna help you really focus on your transition to be smooth and keeping the feet where they need to be. If we sit, we just put all the weight in our butt. When you go back to stand, it's gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be back to square one.
Would it be better to just go slower in the corners, or like try to steer with your back tire in the corner?
In this situation, I want you to be controlled and steering with the front. Okay. We're not trying to drift here, okay? Just because I'm trying to keep the grass intact as much as possible, which is not, it's okay. We're just keeping it to a small area, so I'm okay with it. But if you just focus on drifting, you're not gonna be able to go one-handed because you're gonna start losing control, okay? So try to stay controlled with your power and your smoothness, all right? Eyes up, eyes up, eyes up. Open up your corner, open up the corner. When we have sharp corners and it's a little bit slippery, open up the corner. So like, let's say you're coming back down the middle, coming this way. Come out a little bit wider, so when you start turning the bike, you can make that radius and make that sharper turn. If you come in right next to the cone, you won't be able to turn that sharp, right? That's why you keep going really far out. So open up each corner, and then come in wide even, and then open up that next corner, almost go right next to that log that's kind of sitting over there to get that next corner to happen, okay? Just try to smoothen out the arc of the corner, because the sharper you make it, in the slippery dirt, it's gonna be harder, because everything's gonna be feeling like it's twitching all underneath you. One more lap if you want, but if you don't want to, that's okay. All right?
Okay. Sandra, tell your group 1255 at 10. They're getting a text sent out as well.
Good, very good. You guys see how the Honda's doing it? That's exactly what I want you guys to do as well. Find that transition, keep the legs engaged when you're doing that. Yep, just in the corners. He's not doing it, but that's okay. I know. Yeah, he's full of mud.
Oh my God.
I saw that.
He literally looks like a 3-year-old that just got done rolling in a puddle.
Dude, everything on him is covered.
Is my back muddy?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second, small bikes.
So he started.
You see how in the middle, guys, it's getting kind of sloppy and muddy? Make sure your bike is pointed in a straight line at that moment. So use up this whole corner when it's in the grass. Get the bike to turn straight so you can make a straight line through, and then open up the next corner so all the corners are smooth and the straightaway is smooth as well. Remember, standing down the straight, sitting in the corner.
All right, small bikes, fire them up. Perfect. That was great. Exactly what I want. You look good standing, so I'm happy with that. I wanted you to sit in the corners, but if you were comfortable standing, that's all good. You were looking good.
But every time you made the little mistake, it was just like, I'm like,
what happened when you fell? I didn't see it.
Front end just washed out, got too slick.
Okay. Were you kind of still turning when you got to that point? So that's the issue. I just told them we got to try to get the bike to turn straight first before you go through that mud. Otherwise, if you're still at an angle, you're going to lose it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And we're kind of destroying the grass here, but oops. Hopefully it's not that big of a deal. I think it'll grow back.
Yeah, it'll be all
right. Oh, almost a collision. Whoa. Yeah. All right, try to. It's so weird how sticky it is.
I'd like to do this with red gear somewhere.
Yeah. I don't have Matt reach out again. We need to find somewhere that's flat and kind of like an okay area like this to do it that doesn't turn into muck. As soon as it turns into mud, it's gonna...
Well, it has to be all grass.
Yeah, I know.
Like if we're gonna do it, it has to be all grass.
That's the difficult part.
And like where we did starts over there, it was hard packed, and we got down to some dry dirt, and then it got stupid slippery.
Yeah.
So...
Do one more through. Get those toes in. Toes in on the outside. He's trying. He's trying. This kid got to get a mud scraper. Look at the fork guards, dude.
I know. She crushed it.
Yeah, she did good. You got it? Okay, very good. Just be careful when you start bending the knees, okay? You start to go a little bit too much. We're kind of here, which means your butt's getting closer to the seat, and now it's gonna make the balance of the bike off. So kind of come a little bit taller at the knees, but just find that happy bend, and you'll be in good shape, all right? The sitting position was great. Hey, standing was awesome. I would say finding the acceleration position is gonna be a lot easier when it's a little drier, and you have more comfort in the dirt, okay? But that was a great standard attack position. I was happy with that. Guys, I'll let you guys take a quick break now, so if you want to scrape some mud off your bike, get a little bit of an early lunch, and then we're going to meet under the tent at 12:55 so we can kind of have a discussion on our game plan going forward. There's still a potential to ride a couple areas, but we might divert to something else, okay? So just meet back there at 12:55 so we can have a discussion, and then we'll get going. Good job, guys. Nice work. Good job. Hey, you started out amazing, and then we started to just kind of fall back into our old habits again. So remember, always focus on the feet first. Everything else will follow after that, all right? Good job. Ay, ay, ay. Well.
There's no way Verona this is money.
No, dude, it rained more, but the problem is the dirt handled it way better. And everything was on a hillside,
Well,
so.
that's why I feel like everyone's way too optimistic right now. Like it is
bad.
Really muddy.
The problem too with this dirt is it's so sticky. Like I've never seen that happen with fork guards. Like where it jams up in there. I've never seen that.
I have, but
not that quick though. Like it.
The other problem is going so slow.
Yeah, true.
It's not like clearing it out.
I guess that makes the bigger. Yeah, that's true.
Jason, I think I have my underwear on.
Hey, there's a pond over there you can hop in if you want.
That shirt needed to go back in the same condition.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I guess you got to buy it.
They set you up. They set you up. Oh my God.
Dude, we're doing starts. Starts on a Wednesday.
Grind it out.
Dude, those shoes.
I don't know what we have to do. I'm a rider in development, so
This is how it starts.
Oh, that's what the shirt said. Who's gonna buy that?
Oh no!
Who would buy that?
It was just sticking.
Walk around confidently with that shirt on.
Right, C-class.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, or my that's tragic.
Oh, true. I would buy it.
Yeah, I'm constantly in development.
Yeah.
Right now, I need mental development.
I'm buying it right now, actually. I'm buying it off Ty's back.
wear home.
I would go bandana and shirtless and like white towel, but we're not at a redneck mudding event. We're at a V-Moto.
It almost feels like we're at a redneck mudding event right now. It's getting to that point. I think the kids were really stoked at first until the bikes just stopped working.
Yeah.
Then it kind of like...
It was hyped in the morning, now we're like...
The attitude shifted.
Right.
Which, dude, if I only had one bike, I would probably not ride either.
Yeah, fair.
Honestly. Yeah, so,
Right time? What? 5 drinks, reverse osmosis water. What does that mean?
Bro, he drinks Ensures. He doesn't give a fuck for what water he puts in his bike.
No, I do, Kate. I do. I only drink spring water.
Do you only drink spring water?
What water do you like, Kate?
Yeah, water. That's what it is. Wet, the wet kind.
So you don't care what kind.
you having fun? We should almost figure out a team activity we could just do like
in the mud.
Out of gear and like I don't know.
Why don't we do like a
Moto
big?
trivia.
Why don't we do like a 45-minute foundation training?
Foundation training? I don't know how many people would join that, but yeah. I don't know.
Parents are gonna make them all come do it. Like, I just.
Oh, we're on the screen right here. It's so delayed.
Just how to get a mud scraper. Look at the 4 guards, dude.
You have a mic on?
Oh yeah, I still have it on.
Okay with it. I think everyone hit the ground at some point in time, and we want to save our motorcycles. Parents, I'm sorry, we had to get some riding in today, but I feel like it was effective. We did get some good stuff in. I'm going to go through the new schedule for today. So if you guys want to write this in your journals, if you did not get the text message yet, because I don't think it's gone out yet. Oh, it has? Okay, well, nobody's gotten it. Okay, new schedule. We're going to play trivia for like 15, 20 minutes here. We've got a bunch of prizes and everything up here for everyone to win. Then from 1:15 to 1:45, AJ's going to call in. We're going to do a Q&A with him. You guys can ask him anything. We'll pass the mic around. That's for everyone. Then we're going to do film study group by group. It's going to be 30 minutes. We're going to do film of you guys, plus we're going to show some stuff of pros, just riding in general, so we can do some pros and cons of things they're doing in those videos. Then 320 to 350. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. So red group will be from 145 to 215. Then blue group, 215 to 245. Green, 245 to 315. Then at 320 today, we're going to do a 30-minute. You can choose which one you want to participate in. We're going to do a mechanics Q&A for parents, riders, whoever wants to stay and listen. We're going to bring a bike up. We're going to talk about bike maintenance, bike setup, anything you guys, any question you guys have. We want to make sure you guys get answered to just help that everyday need and race day stuff. So whatever questions you guys might have mechanic-wise, or we're going to do another foundation training today. If it's pouring down rain when we do this, we might have to scrap the foundation training because I know no one wants to do it in the rain. But that's a work in progress as well. And then 4 o'clock, we're going to have mindset again today at the end of the day. So who's doing that?
Between each film study, if your group is not going, you can use that time to go get a snack and then come back for the next thing we're doing under the tent, because there will be breaks. Unless you want to watch all the film studies, you can do that as well. But just you have a little bit of time to kind of refresh, get your attention span back, and then you can come back and hang out for the rest of the stuff.
Yes, obviously, if you want to stay for the whole film study, that's totally fine. But we will be showing group by group as much as we can. All right, you guys ready for trivia? Yeah. Okay, we've got hats, a sticker kit. We've got lots of stars and lots of tickets for the raffle. So why we did stars and raffle tickets, I have no idea. But either way, so this is your phone. That doesn't have the question.
We need some trivia. We're not set up for live Q&A.
Calm down. We don't need music. Hey, I need you guys to answer questions correctly before you get to tell me what to do. Okay. I have questions for the 10 and unders, so for the kids, and then I have questions for everyone. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a question. You guys are going to raise your hand. I'm going to try and bounce around for who I call on, and we'll go from there. Mitchell will hand out the prizes, prize by prize. So I don't know how he's going to determine what questions get what prizes, but oh, those are air fresheners, not stickers. Got it.
You got one sticker back.
One sticker and air fresheners. We'll do those ones first. We're going to get you guys warmed up and then jump into the stars. Okay, where do I start at? We'll try and start easy. I probably should have done these in order. Okay, we're starting with Supercross. Who is the oldest Supercross winner in history? Good try. You raised your hand. I'm not calling on your dad.
Brayton.
Brayton. Okay. Air freshener it is.
Yeah. Actually, we rode it the last in CGI, and I told him like how psyched I was.
Perfect.
It was awesome.
Ah, I love that. I love that. He had a good time. I know he did. Okay. Okay. What rider used the number 259 as their first year? All the way in the back. Boom. Yeah. Sticker kit. Got it. Okay. I don't know, man. It's fine. Whatever. We got lots of stickers. I brought all the boxes. So. Okay. Who won the first ever Monster Energy Cup? Come on. Use your brains. He won the $1 million. Nope. Nope. Villapoto. He gets it.
Gold stars going to you. Remember, these gold stars are raffle tickets.
Remember, don't lose your stars. They're very important. You can win a trip to another 5-day camp.
I was going to say, does everybody know what they can get?
Yeah, there's a lot of good prizes at the end of the week, but obviously winning a 5-day camp is the big one. So save your stars. Okay. All right, I'm going to do a kids one. Are you guys ready? This is for the people 10 and under. All right. What flag or what color flag ends a race early?
Red.
Red flag. He gets it.
Wow.
Perfect.
He was on it.
Okay.
Whole shot.
All right. Younger kids, what color flag indicates the last lap of the race?
White flag.
White flag it is. There it is. Okay. One more for the kids. What is heavier, a pound of bricks or a pound of feathers?
They're both the same weight because they're both a pound.
Boom, he gets it. There it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've heard that one before.
You should
Okay.
do the other one too.
You guys want? No, we'll do that one later. Okay. Back to the tough ones. What does EFI stand for?
Electronic fuel injection.
Perfect.
What's EFI?
They're just stacking up.
What? What is EFI? Electronic fuel injection. So like all like modern big bikes will have that. Some of the new KTM 2-strokes have it. Stuff like that. Okay. We have 3 reasons why you get arm pump. Who can give me one?
Using your arms too much?
There's one.
Your arms instead of your lower body.
I'd say that's the same answer he gave me.
Who was the first winner?
Blue hat. All the way in the back.
Like hanging onto a bike.
Same answer.
Can you repeat the answer
Yep.
so they can hear?
Yep. So he already said, pulling with your arms. So I'm going to go with that one.
Or is it just kids or
No, you can do it.
not holding on with your legs?
I'll give you that one. Sure. Right here. Hydration. How do we feel about that, Mitchell?
I don't know.
Okay, we're not doing it. It's probably a good reason, but we're not. Lexi?
Not put your elbows out like this.
It's an answer, but I'm going to use that as an answer we already got.
Putting too much weight on your arms.
Same thing. Same thing. Over there.
Squeezing too tight, grip straight.
We'll go with that one. The other one I would say is not breathing.
I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, dude. Okay, I went through enough of them. Okay, one of the big ones is you got to breathe, right? I would say honestly that's probably bigger than holding on too tight. Not breathing when you're riding will not only cause arm pump, but it'll cause all sorts of issues, mental fatigue right off the rip, all of that stuff. Okay, we're going back up here. Who knows what year I turned pro? Nope.
Show me the Essex at 2013.
Boom! He gets it. He gets it. Cool. 2013. I raced my first pro national. Okay. Where are we at here? Who has the most career Supercross starts? You raise your hand first. Reed. There you go. You were in the stars that you should have gotten earlier.
You know how many had?
Extra bonus star.
Bonus star.
233? Close.
What was it?
265.
265. That's a lot of starts. Actually, I'm pretty sure Chiz is about to tie him. Just to be clear. He's 2 away. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. You want to get a hat? Hat? Alright, up for hat. Okay. What's one setup change that can help better your hand position? Blue hat. Nah, not bringing in your grip. Bringing in your levers. There you go. I'll give that one to you. I saw the thought process happening there. He was like, wait, no, I didn't mean to say grip.
Oh my Mitch.
Okay. I don't like that question. Okay, young kids. What's the term for the first person through the first turn? Right here. Got it. Where did those go? Okay.
What's the term for talking the drone?
Stop it. Chase Sexton.
Yes.
I had to say it. He's my friend. Yeah. Okay, that's a good question. Who can name 2 French riders that race professionally? No. Sorry. He's German. It's a good try, though.
Muskin and Juju, Bomer, right?
Juju is not French.
Oh, French.
No, I forgot.
Okay.
Toronto?
Nope. Spain.
We would
in the back. Boom, he gets it.
I like the thumb.
All right, bonus one. Can you name one from the older people? Can you name one from the 1980s?
Frenchie.
I mean,
From the 80s?
You got it. Say it.
Jean-Michel Bale?
Jean-Michel Bale.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, that's a Mitchell. Mitchell, I don't know who got it. In the hat?
Right there
In the hat.
You got Jean-Michel Bale.
oh,
That was a good one to steal, huh?
Another hat here.
You want to do another hat? All right, kids. What rider is nicknamed the GOAT? There it is.
Got it.
Okay, one more for the kids. How long does it take to travel 60 miles when you're traveling at 60 miles per hour?
that kid's all over.
You're too old. Why did I call him? I should have known better. I should have known better.
Good job, Tori.
Get started with that? Yeah, we'll give it
Who's
to
talking? Is that Ethan?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Oh, yeah, we can hear him. Just so you know.
Hi, Ethan.
All right, couple more. We're gonna rip through this. Where are we at?
Couple more, that means we're going to get hats.
You wanna do hats? Yeah, that's fine. Sure, whatever. I probably shouldn't have bounced around like this.
Yeah, you don't know where to get that.
Sorry. A lot of these are really dumb. I really was trying.
Ryan, GP championship.
Do you know the answer to that? Okay.
We're getting there.
There's a few of them. Chat GPT. Like, it's not great, to be honest with you. Okay, we'll go with Alessandro's. Who has the most MXGP titles?
Oh, I know.
I don't know who had their hand up first. In the back? Blue t-shirt. You had your hand up first. No. I like how you put your hand down. You were so confident, and then you put your hand down. Blue hat. No. Titles. Kyle Wolf, I don't think has any titles.
Yeah, he has one.
Does he?
He has one.
Oh yeah, 250 title.
Kyroli. No. No.
Stefan Everts.
Yes. Yes.
There it is.
How many?
7?
No. 4? Yeah, more.
4?
10.
Is it 10? Is that including 250?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of titles. I wish I won once. Something.
Just one.
I have one #1 plate from my last race ever.
Oh, here's one for you.
Got it.
Who has the most arena cross championships?
Who has the most arena cross championships?
Kate Glazer.
Stop. I'm not calling on you anymore. You're too smart. Right there. No.
Throwing it out there for hours.
No. 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 Arena cross. Come on. I'll give you a hand. He's one of my best friends. I'm not calling on you anymore. You've won too many.
Tell somebody else.
No. No. Think more privateers.
You don't know this one?
You don't know it either? Arena Cross Championship. He's got 5. 5 of them.
Probably way off.
No.
Number 100.
No.
Buddy Antonis?
That's a good
No. There's an OG, but no. The answer is not anymore. He just got it like 2 years ago.
I think his first name is Josh.
Nope. Someone just said it. Yeah, it's Peters. He doesn't get another hat. He already got a hat.
That was
Another hat here.
We got one more hat. Are we about to get AJ on?
Yeah, AJ's on.
Oh, he's on? Hi, AJ. AJ, you got any trivia questions for us?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Oh.
He can't do you have any trivia questions for us?
Hard one.
We have one hat left.
I don't know anything about
Motorcycles.
Okay, I'll do one more. Alright, we got one more for a hat and stars. I'm not doing it easy. I mean, it is easy. It's easy to me. What's my best Supercross finish?
Oh.
I appreciate the confidence. I think you had your hand up first. It's 10.
Somebody got it right?
Somebody got it right.
Kate, I actually need it.
You did know that?
I did know.
Nice. Okay. So wait. He can't hear the big mic?
No, you gotta have this with.
Okay, so like.
This has to stay with that.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Here's how we're gonna do this. If you have a question for AJ, I'm gonna bring them when he's done answering whatever he's currently answering. Does that sound like a good plan?
That sounds good. Move. I don't know if Ryan's gonna plan to do it or somebody else. Just like move the camera so I can see the people that are talking. It's definitely helpful.
Oh,
beautiful. Oh, hey guys.
Oh, that's Ty. Good job, Ty.
Was Coach Ty rolling in the mud?
Dude, have you seen the photo of Ty? Ty, get on camera.
Tell him I was doing stars.
He was doing starts.
I'm Ryder in development. Hey, Ty, look at me.
Yeah. Ryder.
Turn around.
Do a full circle for AJ, Ty. Ty was committed to the effort today. He was grinding. Him and Blue Group had a heck of a time out there.
Yeah.
All right. Anything to say before we get started, Kat?
Well, if you guys can hear me okay, because it is cutting in and out on my end, but hopefully you can hear me. And if I don't answer a question back for a little while, it's because I can't hear you guys. But props to everybody. It's what, 1:15 right now? I think, did it start raining? Were you guys in the mud right from the get-go today?
Yeah, it rained all night.
Okay. When you ride in the mud, expectations is a big thing that you have to think about. I don't know if you've talked about this already, but what you cannot do and fall into the trap of is trying.
Uh-oh. This is a problem. Where'd Ryan go?
He went to go fix something.
Ryan, where'd you go?
I know.
Okay.
He needs a minute.
That's great.
He needs a minute.
Well, great. The Starlink. Okay. We're changing it up.
Okay, as well, but
Oh.
can you guys hear me?
We can now.
We should be good now.
Okay, hold on.
Gosh darn it.
Wait, can you hear? Kat, say the number 1.
Back. Number 1.
Okay, cool. We're back.
Beautiful.
All right. Perfect. Okay, we didn't hear any of that. Something happened to the Starlink, but Ryan fixed it. So we lost you at when you ride in the mud, the expectations.
When you ride in the mud, the expectations. Am I cut out now?
No, you're good. Keep going.
Okay. Stop laughing at me. When you ride in the mud, expectations become the issue, right? Because you think that for whatever reason you're supposed to go ride the track the same way that you were yesterday or the day before, and that's just not true. When you ride in the mud, it's really important to just remember a few things. What did we talk about on Monday's mindset? Why do we ride dirt bikes? What was a lot of people's answer? To have fun, right? where can the fun be had in this? If there truly can't be any fun had and there's nothing I can learn in this moment, then let me not ride. And that's a decision that you have to make. That's a decision that coaches can help you make as well. And that's a decision ultimately you guys all made together at a certain point today of, I'm here to learn, I'm here to get better, I'm here to learn about my bike, the conditions myself, release all expectations of what I should be able to do. And if it gets bad enough where I feel like this is either dangerous, which today probably wasn't dangerous, it's probably just hard on the equipment more than anything else, right? Then you need to just be able to make that judgment call, is all, right? What you see is the same people do well in the mud races, and it's the people that have it figured out mentally. Anybody come to mind, for those of you that watch the races, like when it starts raining, it's gonna be muddy, who do you think's gonna do well?
AP. A lot of them said Barsha and AP.
Barsha, Plessinger, Rock, amazing mud rider, right? It's always the same guys that sort of end up rising. And it's not because they're necessarily better at riding in the mud, it's just they have the right mindset for it. Somebody that I used to race growing up all the time was Jimmy Dakotas. He's one of the faster people from New England. And when it would rain, here was the difference between myself and Jimmy. I would go, oh boy, here we go. This is gonna stink. And Jimmy's attitude was, bring it on, let it rain more. I hope it rains more. And who do you think did better? Well, Jimmy always did better in those conditions, always. So that's a huge thing when it comes to the mud. I would love for you guys to be able to ask questions, even just based off of today's session so far, that you maybe some questions that you slept on last night, woke up thinking this morning. Anybody have any? If you do, just raise your hand. They can toss the mic around.
Yep, I'm coming, Lexi.
5 minutes start, whoever asked the first question to break the ice.
I'm coming. Hold on, Lexi, I'm coming.
Lexi, hey, Millie was asking about you today, Lexi.
Where are you at?
What'd you say? Where am I?
Yeah. She wants to know where you're at.
I'm right now, Lexi, where I have a podcast studio set up over there, and then we have like a camera studio set up here. I'm in Connecticut, by the way, is where my house is.
He's in Connecticut.
Not too far.
Good question.
Yeah.
All right, come on. Anybody else? Anything? A bike setup? All right, Jeffrey's.
Jeff Walker's got an important question. Question.
Yesterday, you were telling us to close our eyes and envision the track and how we think that we should, ride around the track with our eyes closed. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, how do you know that you're envisioning you doing the right things? I can envision myself going fast around the track a couple of different ways, but how do I know that I'm envisioning it the right way?
Oh, that's a really good question. So I would say that is a little bit of an analytical question, worrying more about the how. And I personally think it's important when you visualize something to always keep it high level as far as just the why. And what does it look like? I don't know if I would say there'd be a right or a wrong way of how you're riding the bike to get there. It's whatever creates that feeling, that good feeling that you want to create. I wouldn't do those visualizations and start nitpicking what you're doing with your feet and all of that. For you at least, Jeff. For you, it would be more so like envisioning the end product when you're at the National. Envisioning yourself looking at the race results and you got 19th on the day or something like that, and how that would make you feel, or the qualifying times. It doesn't even have to be the act. It could be when it's all said and done. That was what Roxon actually talked about too, is he said he was envisioning after he had won the championship. Before he had won the championship, he was envisioning what it felt like to have won it and to be on the podium and holding the trophy. And when he lived it, it was almost like deja vu because he had lived it before. That's a really good question.
I like that.
Really good question.
I got one right here.
How is mud melter better than other bike wash?
Oh, that's a great question, and I don't know the specifics to that, but I tell you what, I actually just ordered some this week myself, and they sent me one of the foam cannons because Stark is delivering a bike this week, and I want to make sure I can keep it nice and clean. So whatever they've done, well.
That's a great question for Aaron. So come back for the mechanics chat, and we can talk about that. Because
good plug.
He will know that. Good question.
Good plug.
You get one. Those are for the raffle. They're like gold stars.
And guys, when you're thinking of these questions, they can be whatever you want. Remember, be unembarrassable. It can be about absolutely anything. Use this time.
What do you think's better for motocross, an electric carburetor or just an ordinary one you would get on bikes today? Electron?
Would electron be like an electronic one? When you say that?
Yeah. Like,
okay. Is it actually electronic, or are you just getting the name?
They make them. Like,
Oh, they do?
electronic,
Okay.
yeah. I've seen them on TV all over the place. They make them for 65s,
What's your first
85s,
name?
250s. Brody.
Are you Roxon?
No.
Oh, Brody.
Brody.
I'm the worst person under this tent to answer a question like that.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I know I just said that you could ask me anything, but maybe Jeff would know the answer to that. Maybe Cade would know the answer to that.
You guys are asking questions that would be greatly pertain to Aaron. The electron carb is cool because it allows a much more higher variability for not having to make adjustments when the temperature changes, when air pressure changes, when you're at different altitudes, all of those things. It basically takes that away. It tries to make a two-stroke motorcycle kind of more like an EFI, if that makes sense. Like when I get on my dirt bike, it has EFI. I don't have to change anything wherever I ride. I just get on it, start it. The electronics do it, and that's what that does. It doesn't do it to the same extent, but it does do it. Do I know if it is as adjustable as like when I would go to the races as a kid, I would hang out with Adam Cincerello a lot. His dad would spend 20-30 minutes perfecting the jetting on his bike. It took a lot of work, but could he get that more accurate? Maybe. So that's a great question to ask Aaron when he comes back over here, because he would definitely know the best answer to that for you. Good question, though.
Good question.
I like it.
It's one of your coaches here, AJ. I have a question about mud riding. When we're riding in the mud, I know we like to keep our feet on the pavement, but with the mud, when it's exceptionally slippery, do you prefer riding standing up, sitting down, and is taking the feet off the pegs better or less bad, or not as good because of traction?
Taking the feet off the pegs is probably just going to be inevitable. So I wouldn't say it's better, but it's probably just going to happen. And you have to accept the fact that you're going to make little mistakes the entire time. It's a matter of trying to make those mistakes, to minimize those mistakes, and then move past them immediately. I think what a lot of people do is they get hung up on the mistakes that they're making, and they basically let them compound. So 1 turns into 2, turns into 3, turns into 10. And next thing you know, you're having a bad moto or a bad day, right?
Yeah, when we were on the turn track. Oh, I'm sorry. When we were on the turn track, a big thing we were talking about was constant throttle, constantly keeping your bike moving forward, because as soon as you let off, your bike is so heavy that it sticks and then you just want to tip over. And the guys who were just constant throttle, constantly, telling their bike where to go, were having the most success.
Yeah, and that brings me to 2, I guess, random mud tips would be the mud, just like sand, is your brakes. So you don't have to probably use the brakes, and maybe in a lot of situations you don't even have to completely let off the throttle. You can just go from, let's say, 70% down to 40%, and that's enough stopping power that you need. And so that's one good thing to think about. And then also, and I don't know if they talked about this at all today, and to answer Jamie's question, a lot of times when it gets really muddy, just for traction purposes, I'll sit more. And instead of unweighting the bike and weighting the bike and standing and sitting, I'll just stay in the seat a lot. Or depending on the conditions, and if it's really, really rough, I won't sit, period, and I'll just stand the entire time. I think it's like going up and down when it's muddy, where you're at risk of that bike just skating out from underneath you.
See, that's what's really funny, AJ. When Alessandro and I rode the hill track to start the day, trying to break it in, and I stood all of it, and it was pretty muddy, but I just stood the whole time because it was thick, and I could control my bike in that thick stuff more than I could if I was sitting. When we went to the turn track, it was slick as snot, just a lot of like mud on top of really hard pack. and I noticed that standing and then sitting in that transition to sitting really planted my bike to the ground and was more like glue, and then I could accelerate, kind of do that rear wheel drift out of the corner, and I would transition from standing to sitting coming in, and then let the bike slide coming out, and then the same thing in almost every corner.
So, and a lot of it is preference too, honestly. In the mud, it's more so like, how can we just allow the bike movement to do whatever the bike wants to do? And that was one thing I was really bad at, I guess, when I was younger, is I wanted to control the bike every second of the way. It was doing something that I didn't want it to do. I wasn't okay with it. You have to just let the bike surf and float and move around. Same way you would ride deep sand in a lot of ways, right?
Yep. All right, next question.
Fastest dirt bike you've ever had?
Ooh. The YZ450 I rode earlier this week, it's got to be up there. I think that's probably it.
You think your YZ450 is faster than a Stark?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Stark and 80 horsepower. Yeah, no, that's the fastest bike. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, don't ride a Stark and 80 horsepower. Very dangerous.
What's better, a gas bike or an electric bike?
Both are great. So for young kids especially, like Millie is 2.5, if she decides she wants to ride and progress through the sport a little bit, I'll start her on an electric bike for sure, and I'll probably keep her on an electric bike at least until she gets onto 65s. I don't think I'll put her on a gas 50. Electric bikes are a little bit better, maybe create good throttle control, smooth throttle control, as opposed to a lot of people that ride Cobras or gas 50s too early. They ride rant, if you've ever heard or seen somebody riding that way.
Kat, I think
it's a good supplement.
That's something that's so valuable about E50s is I think so many kids do that whant because the bike is too fast for their current ability. And if you can tone it down to say like a Stasic level where they can just stay on it and figure it out, and then you just add 5% every time they ride, all of a sudden they can ride with all that horsepower without being scared of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because you can't really think about it. I don't think you could really ride a Cobra at like 30% throttle. It just would hit the power band out of nowhere and rip you off of it. It's kind of meant to be ridden just wide open. So it just, for a lot of reasons, it doesn't make sense. I love the electric bikes as a supplement. So I wouldn't want just the Stark to be able to have a gas bike as well, 2-stroke and 4-stroke for that matter. But if you're trying to work footwork, for example, having the Stark where you have the front brake and the rear brake on the hand controls and you don't have to move your feet at all to shift or to use a rear brake pedal, it's amazing. You could create a lot of good habits on that bike, I would say.
All right.
What's making you consider going back to Supercross?
That's a good question. I change my mind every single day on that topic. So what's making the reasons why I would want to is because I think it would be a fun experiment. The reason I say experiment is because when I used to race, other than the last year, the very last year that I raced, I had a very different mindset than I had now. Completely different, in fact. I had fixed mindset to a T. I believed I was talented because everyone around me would tell me I was talented from the time I was 4 years old. And so a talented person is kind of grows up thinking that they don't have to work hard, because why would a talented person work hard, right? A talented person doesn't mess up. So if a mistake happens, it's always someone or something else's fault, right? So it's a lot of deflecting responsibility, just a lot of bad qualities to be able to improve and get better. Now that I have the good mindset, I'd just be curious to see what is possible. I think it'd be really inspiring for other people. The reasons why I don't want to would be, I watch like a first lap in Supercross and I see people get landed on out of nowhere and it seems almost unavoidable, and it's just sort of like those racing incidents. And I'm like, do I really want to do that again? And that part of it scares me maybe a little bit. And also, I don't know yet where I stand on if my we're about to have a baby boy, right? If he wants to ride and if Millie wants to ride, that's one thing. I can be riding with them and it won't feel so selfish. But if neither of them are riding, and we're going to probably continue to have more kids, I don't see myself putting that much time aside just because I think it would be too selfish of me, to be honest. So I don't know where I stand yet. I'm open-minded to it, but we'll see. I think it would be a fun experiment. Good question. Great question.
Is Loretta Lynn's a good path to go down?
Great question. So it's an option. It's not the only option. I think a lot of people think it's the only option. I would raise my children to, we would look at Loretta's the same way that we would look at going to school. And this might sound weird to some of you, but as of now, again, I'm completely open-minded. I could change my mind tomorrow on anything that I say, basically. But I don't think that I'll ever put our kids into school. I don't really see much of a purpose for that, to be honest. I think that I'd rather have them spend time around with our family unit and have that influence from us as opposed to just random other kids and random other adults, most of which are maybe not in the right mindset. What was the question again? Oh, Loretta. So therefore, if Millie or if River, our baby boy about to be born, wants to go to school, maybe we'll have a conversation of like, oh, you could go like on a field trip to school, if they'll allow that for like a day or a week, just to have fun, just to see what it's like, to see what that other side is like. I kind of think the same way for Loretta's. If you want to go for an experience, amazing. If you want to pursue that pathway, amazing. But I would probably go more of the Venus and Serena Williams route. If anyone ever has seen the movie King Richard, it's amazing how Venus and Serena Williams were two sisters. They played tennis. Their dad kept them in an environment where they didn't really do the national amateur tennis scene at all. They completely stayed in their little kind of what's the word I'm looking for, bubble, and cultivated and curated their belief in themselves and focused on them. They had no outside influence whatsoever. And I think that that's the way that I would raise my children personally. But again, I'm super open-minded to the exact opposite. Some people would maybe, the counter argument to that would be, well, shouldn't they be exposed to the real world? And my argument back to that would be, well, no, what's the real world? Some collective consciousness of a bunch of people thinking they have to do something because everyone else is. They don't need to be involved in that at all. I want to raise my children to be able to completely think for themselves and to be as creative as humanly possible and to just create their own path and not just do a path because someone else did it. I know that was a tangent a little bit.
You did great.
But hopefully that was helpful. Thank you.
Hi, AJ.
Hi.
I have a question. What would your advice be for people that are wanting to advance but they've hit a plateau, or they want to get to a certain level but they're basically stuck? And I know it has a lot to do with mindset, but what would your advice be to get past that?
Yeah, amazing question. Thank you for asking that. So it's sort of like the art of just not forcing, right? You have to understand that when you are improving at anything, you're going to see peaks and plateaus and valleys to that progression. The rate at which you progress is sort of just the byproduct of what else am I doing correctly along this journey. So and what is your measurement? Is your measurement speed? Right? So speed is out of doing everything else right. In my opinion, you can't really go and focus and say, all right, this year, 2026, I'm gonna go faster. Like, what does that mean? You know? You go faster because you're riding in the correct gear. You know how to use the clutch. You know how to carry roll speed and momentum into the corners. That comes because you know how to have good footwork to absorb the bumps and keep your knees back in the right spots and be able to stand deeper into the turns. It all boils back to the fundamentals, and then the speed is the byproduct to that. And then I guess it kind of brings me back to the expectation conversation too. If you practice just releasing all expectations, it feels much more like you can allow yourself to just get 1% better each day, instead of judging yourself so harshly on like a pass or fail type of judgment system, to where it feels like you're taking one step forward and 2 steps back, right? I almost always find that when somebody comes to me and they say a little bit stuck, or I feel like I've been at a plateau in my progression for a while, 100% of the time, I was going to say 99% of the time, 100% of the time, it is a mindset issue.
Kat, if I can add to that, you know, something we do at club where I train is every single day we start our day as a group saying something that we're grateful for. And it has to be something different every day, whether that's something our family members did, something in our life just to be grateful for, or even a struggle that can help make us better. We say a goal for that day, something I want to work on that day specifically. And then we also say a goal for the year, right? We're all training for supercross or motocross or something like that. And, you know, oftentimes mine would be, you know, I want to whole shot a heat race. I want to whole shot this, and those are achievable goals that I can make. And having small achievable goals inside of your big long-term goals keep you motivated and keep you going to the next stage, and is such a huge part, because I think so many people have a goal of, oh, I want to earn $100,000. Well, to some people that is really far away and hardly achievable, and to see that huge gap is a struggle. And to say, I want to make my first $1,000, I want to make my first $10,000 is something that's much more achievable and keeps you striving, if that makes sense.
Yes, and the vision is important, because that will allow you to make the decisions that type of person would make. Am I the type of person that makes $1 million a year, or am I not? You know, a person that makes $30,000 a year versus a person that makes $1 million a year, it makes a lot of different decisions on a day-to-day basis, right? You can't, just like I just talked about the art of not forcing, you can't force yourself to have discipline. You change your identity, and then the discipline is just a byproduct, and it will become automatic. So what type of rider are you? What type of person are you? That's why the vision conversation to me is so important, and that will kind of make the steps come. And like what Kate just said, to double down on that, gratitude in the morning is so important, because it will prime your awareness to look for the good, as opposed to reacting and maybe in some people's situations looking for the bad. And if I can even tell just a very quick story on my end, I do a lot of my work. I'm the CEO of the Moto Academy, right? We have about 20 or so, maybe more employees, between people that are at camps and that are back home working. Every single day, it is very easy for me to wake up and immediately start dealing with and solving problems left and right. You know, this person didn't do this quite right, this thing got messed up, this person's complaining about this. And it's quite easy for me to prime my brain into looking for only what is wrong. And what I found is that I've had to intentionally set up these customer phone calls now, which I'm doing, they're supposed to be for customer service team, but I said, give it to me. I'm gonna take these calls. We're not gonna tell anybody I'm gonna be on them, but I'm just gonna answer the phone when they call customer service. And because I want to be able to have a 10-minute rewarding conversation with somebody and have it recharge me a little bit and feel good. And that changes my perspective. It primes me to then think and look for the good the entire rest of the day. Spending Monday and Tuesday with you guys, a complete recharge for me. It makes me remember why I'm building this in the first place. Because again, when I'm in this dark basement, just trying to solve problems over here for 14 days straight, it's easy to just look at what is wrong, as opposed to all the amazing things that we're actually making happen. Great questions, guys. There's some hands up in the front over here as well.
Yeah, I'm coming. We got time.
Okay.
What's your advice for when you meet a major long-term goal and then you're just kind of like, now what?
Great question. So again, everything that I say is my perspective, right? It's not the hard truth with the capital T. In my opinion, you shouldn't ever meet a long-term goal. The goal is direction. It's not something to achieve. If you've met it, then you're not looking far enough forward. That would be my opinion, right? Do you have anything specific when you say that? Is that like a monetary goal or a riding goal or a life goal or?
So like major captain on tugboats, and then now I'm at like a dead-end job basically.
He's basically at like the top job in his field right now, and he doesn't know what to keep striving for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you content with the amount of money that you make? Like, are you content, or are you sort of at a place of like, oh, why did I do this in the first place?
I'm content, and like just like career-wise, I don't know where to go next, and now I have extra time on my hands, and I'm like, I'm gonna ride dirt bikes.
Yeah. He basically is happy with the amount of money he makes, content. He likes to ride dirt bikes, so he's just looking for new goals, basically.
Sure. But again, another reason why I think zooming out and going further into the future is so important, because it's easy to pigeonhole yourself into certain aspects of life that you're like, you get there and then you go, whoops, I didn't mean to end up here. Like, why am I here? Has anybody ever had that before? When I was young, when I was like 16, 18, 20, 22, I would end up in situations or just like reflect on where I was in life at that moment, and I would go, did somebody else get me here? Like, I feel like I didn't make any conscious decisions to get me to where I am right now at all. It was like I was just floating and reacting. I mean, it was horrible. And I did that until I was 26, 27 years old. But now I have that visionary mindset to always, I don't even try to solve problems anymore. I go to the problem being finished. And then when I visualize that enough and just be still enough to not try to think that I can solve the problem, the answers come. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's a miracle. But that's what faith is, right? Like, who am I to think that I have control of this situation? I don't. I would just zoom out and think bigger. Was that Brock asking those questions?
Jake.
I can't quite see.
Jake. It was Jake.
Okay. Jake, I would just think about what you want your life to look like in 10, 20, 30 years. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy and anything crazy. If you're totally content making the amount of money you are now, amazing. Make sure that's not just a limiting belief. Are there other things that you want to be able to unlock? Do you want more freedom of time? Do you want a house and some property? Are there other things that you want which you need money to obtain? Then you might have to raise that ceiling a little bit, and then the opportunities will come. The opportunities don't come unless you raise that belief system, that ceiling a little bit, and think about that a bit more. For me, all of it boils down to, I want complete freedom of time, right? And so not only do you need money to be able to do that, but you have to create your life in a way that I only do the things that I want to do, so I could spend time with just my family, and that's really it. So I had to delegate a really, really good, amazing team to do all of the things. Anybody under the tent right now own a business? Many business owners many business owners started a business because they didn't like their jobs or because they didn't want to have a job. And then they end up just being a slave to their own company because they don't know how to have the vision to hire people and delegate. And I know it's scary, but you have to be able to delegate that low-hanging fruit. Like, start with an executive assistant or a customer service agent or something, just to take 5-10 hours off your plate, and then you can keep going from there. And then you start doing it throughout all of your life. I know I'm going on a tangent right now, but like, there's nothing that I do that I don't want to do. If you love mowing your lawn, fantastic. Hop on your lawnmower and go mow your lawn. If you hate mowing your lawn, pay somebody to go mow your lawn so you can free up that hour of your time or whatever it is. There's so many people that just go through their life doing all these things because they think they have to be doing them. And it's just like they're stuck in the whirlwind, and they don't even have a second to take a deep breath and think about what they wanted in the first place. That was a total tangent. I'm sorry. A great question.
You do that. It's okay. You're the boss. We got time for one more cat, and then we got film study.
Sure. Great.
What was your fastest motocross track you ever went on?
Ooh, what like that I rode the fastest, or just the highest speed track?
Your fastest one.
My fastest, I think Cade said this the other night. I would say it was probably St. Louis Supercross, 2014.
For those who don't know, go on YouTube, look up 2014 Supercross 250 main event. Cat was unbelievable that day. The best AJ has ever ridden a motorcycle was that day, and it is a fun watch. That was my rookie season in Supercross, and I crashed that night. I do a front flip off the Dragon's back, but it is a good watch if you haven't seen it. What's the fastest track you've ever ridden? Period, like outdoor track. Fastest you think you've ever gone?
High speed wise?
Yeah.
Maybe I raced this track in Australia, a racing event called the Manjimup 15,000. That's actually what it was called. And it just had the longest straightaway of all time. It was 4th or 5th gear as fast as my 450 would go. And it was like crazy hard packed rocks, really choppy. And yeah, I remember getting really bad arm pump because I was just holding on for dear life. Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much for having me. It's 1:50, so you're gonna be productive, make the best out of this, right? Leverage the coaches, ask those questions. I think what you might find, if you have the right perspective, is that yes, riding a dirt bike is fun, getting those reps in is important and it's necessary, but you might be able to learn more by having a few of these hours to take a step back, a little bit different, ask that question you've been wanting to ask. Get a chance to be able to hear the mechanics talk or hear some new people have some conversations. So take advantage of that. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your week. Okay? Let's have fun, guys. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad that worked.
Worked out really well. All right, guys, we're gonna jump into film study right away. Ty's gonna take red group. So if you are in red group, you can either sit here and watch along, or you can go back to your pit, get a snack, change your clothes if you haven't changed out your gear yet, and then you can come back and hang out. Otherwise, watch along, guys. This will be good. Oh yeah, also, if you got the raffle tickets from asking a question, you need to take the other half and give it to the admin. You got a raffle ticket just now? The other half needs to go to the admin at the trailer, and then you keep one half, because that's how we are able to draw your ticket. Red film studies first, then blue, then green. Okay? But you guys seem like you're chill, so maybe just hang out. Yeah?
Beep, beep.
Hot sauce. Very good.
I forgot my water bottle.
Yeah, green glass. I'll give you.
We're relocating.
Okay. Red. 145 to 215 is red. 215 to 245 is blue. 245 to 315 is green. So come back at 245. Yeah. Lexi, your film study is going to be at 245 specifically, but you can stay and hang out with us this time. Do we want one? Sure. Sure. This one. You don't want to? I think we made the right decision too with the track, honestly. Right design. If anyone else wants to go out and do starts again, I'm dirty enough. We can go do it. Yeah, they'll get pressure wash. They'll get pressure wash. Yeah. No. I mean, they're track shoes before. I usually go through about 2 or 3 track shoes a year. It was the Nike Metcons were usually the track shoes, the black Nike Metcons. And then I was feeling like I need to go to the skate park after, so I went to skate shoes. What do you say? Are we live in the Apparel or on Instagram stuff?
Instagram, YouTube.
Do you have any questions coming in chat? I'll take care of. Any questions for me?
We'll do a Q&A on Thursday, I believe too. I'll run a mindset tonight. I will say I'm kind of surprised the track is as hard of a base as it is, like with helmet training. Yeah.
How long are we doing this? Are we going straight from Play to bike?
No. This is Yep. Yeah. So we'll do film study and then we'll go to mechanics Q&A at 3:20. Which one was the worst? The hill? The hill track was the worst, you think? Over there, or this one? Or Stars?
That wasn't too bad.
Stars was fun.
Yeah.
Not for the coach.
No, I had fun. I had a blast. If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be out there. Like, I never got bothered by mud. Like racing, I've had mechanical issues in mud that I threw a fit at my poor dad when I was little, but other than that, I mean, I usually enjoyed it. Loretta's was always the worst because, like, one year I was on 85 and I was going to the last one. I was sitting pretty good. Sucked water through bike quit like second lap. That was not fun.
How many times have you done Loretta?
4. Yeah. I 50s, 65s. I had a bad year on a 65. Got missed it at a regional or missed a regional or something. I qualified another year on 65. We didn't go. 2 times on 85s. I didn't go. Like I qualified and didn't go. So yeah, it's not crazy. Yeah. The biggest thing I think, my takeaway, Loretta's is cool just to progress to see where you're at. I think the biggest thing, the difference between like 15 years ago and now, and maybe Jeff can attest to this too. I think before social media was huge, it was a big deal to get there and like show yourself. I think now it isn't as important.
I agree with that.
Right? I mean, so that is tricky. I tried to do that last year and the year before. You basically just have to do Daytona Amateur Supercross first, and then they'll allow you to do it, because it's not like really like arena cross, like how they used to do it to get your Supercross license, where you could race arena cross and kind of get an idea and then you could kind of progress. Now it's like you got to do SMX next, or you have to do like Ponca. Like I did Ponca last year, and then it's I think, what's the one in California? No, it's not Cal Classic. It's Mammoth. So a couple of those, and then SMX Next is they honestly get the roughest track of the night right after the 250 main event or second heat race. So it's interesting, but I would say honestly, so leveraging social media, and I was always pretty good on 65s, 85s, and even in School 1, School 1, I was always kind of like that 5th or 6th place guy. I raced against like Linville, Thrasher. Kitchen is 2 years older than I am, but that was really fast guys. And I was always like second a lap, 2 seconds lap off of them every single race I'd go to. And that was pretty good for 1 or 2 races, but they were going to 5 or 6 or 7 amateur nationals a year, and we just didn't have the money to do that. So I think being smart with what's given or what your goals are, like my goal was just to progress. Like when I was at facilities and stuff, the goal was always to get a pro card, at least for me personally, and then kind of have an opportunity to get a ride or get some sort of support, because I knew my dad, like when I turned 17, my dad couldn't afford it anymore, so I went 3 years without riding. So I think if I could have looked back in hindsight, I needed to get eyes on me through social media, not race results, because I wasn't even at enough big races to get eyes on me, even if I won them, right? So we'll do some film study. It is weird to think about now, because in the moment I thought I was doing the right thing, right? Of course, I feel like everybody does. That's on this one, not this one. Perfect. Okay. Red, 228. Let's run that through. No, it's just not quite through yet. Okay. Play through again, please. Okay. So, feet on is always, I know it's a big thing that we preach a lot and technique-wise, and I believe that it's very, very important. I will say, the biggest thing I feel when I keep my feet on is I'm able to have more contact with the bike and I'm able to push off the bike a little bit more. I struggled sometimes with keeping outside foot pressure, so I feel like having more foot pressure for me is something that helps me. I'm also shorter, so I feel like keeping my feet on is more comfortable. It doesn't feel like my knees aren't quite as bent. So, but notice you can see his, he gets a lot of feedback. If you could play it through one more time, Ryan, he gets a lot of feedback through his back and his butt. And it's just simply because he's got a lot of his weight here. So weighting your feet more will get rid of some of that. A lot of my complaints too now with my suspension being stiffer, exiting corners on smaller bumps or something like this, was that it would feel like it wouldn't really go through. It just okay, perfect. Sorry. It feels like it wouldn't go through the stroke or be as soft, and I feel a lot of feedback through my body. So being able to weight my feet a little bit gets rid of that. So I do tend to try to ride with my feet on a little bit more. I feel like it's less variables for me. I feel like I ride better in some situations. I also feel when Cade had this group, had Red group here, Cade's with Red, but when I had you guys the last couple of times through, I remember we were standing up here. I feel as though too it's going to be easier to stand up if we can keep those feet on. I'm not saying it's right every single time. And I wouldn't really expect someone to do it in every single lap, but I think that in this pass specifically, I think that would help you get less feedback through your body. Your back's around it a little bit. It's not bad. It just could be a little bit better. Could be better. Just getting rid of that little roundness in your back could help get your head forward a little bit as well. But good corner. I'm not saying it's bad being nitpicky, but that's what you guys are able to hear it, and it's a good thing too. I'll play through one more time just so we can kind of see what I'm saying. It's also easier not to kind of fall back behind the bike and keep switching back, because I really feel like I can push down into my foot pegs. All right, 34. Okay. Oh. Play through again. Okay, so watch when he dabs his foot. Can you go do it a little bit slower? Pause it. Right here, he's in between being standing and being seated. So it's an uncomfortable place to be. For me too as well. You notice his heels are elevated, which means all of that weight is going forward. When he goes to sit down, when you guys go to sit down, if you throw your chest down to the bars and forward, you're gonna feel a rapid shift in your weight, and you're going to feel that in your hands. It's going to feel like the front end's heavy, and it's going to be difficult to turn the bike, right? We need neutral weight in the corners. Now, entering the corner on the brakes, we need a little bit more traction in the front end, right? Just so that we can initially get that bike to turn. But right here, as we get to be on the throttle, we don't want too much on the front. So play it again. Pause it. Pause it right when he sits. Okay, so perfect. When he sat down, he went. He let his chest go forward rather than keep his head neutral and up, and his butt go under his head like this, right? Whereas hips up, hips down. He brought his chest right to the bars, and has less leverage and control of the bike. And you notice something that I've been watching with this group a lot is your elbows. And of course, keep the elbows up. You hear it all the time, but if they're by your side, we don't have any stability of the bike, especially with our upper body, right? So his butt's in a good spot. He's a little bit collapsed here with his upper body, a tiny bit rounded, but having a little bit of weight in your outside peg will get rid of this inside elbow drop too. I also think, again, I can't tell exactly where you're looking, but I feel like if your eyes were up a little bit more, you could maybe be a little bit more relaxed, and maybe wouldn't have made that transition so harsh, going forward with your chest. You never want to bring your chest down to the bars. You want to keep your head nice and neutral. Next one. Okay. So his feet are really, really good. Corner entry right here looks good. I know I was talking to you yesterday about you felt like sometimes you feel like you're too close to the bars or you're too far away. This is a good spot for you, I'd say. Even if you want to get a little bit taller, that'd be okay. I feel like you could extend your knees a tiny bit here and allow your heels to drop down. It might help you grip the bike as well. Play it through. Pause it. Okay. So similar, something we can focus on is standing, entering that corner, I feel like your chest was in a good spot. Here, it's too close to the bars. So let's focus specifically, and I'm not singling him out, he's just the example right now. But when you guys go to be seated, do not let your chest go forward. So what we can work on is when you sit down, bring your chest back just a little bit. Your head's still going to stay over the bars. In fact, your head is in front of the bars. So it's in this situation, we're not accelerating super aggressively to exit yet, so we don't need to be leading that far forward. So what we can do is you can have your head just right above the bars, and you can become a little bit more neutral with your head and a little bit more upright, specifically when seated. I think that'll help you too, because if you're neutral seated and you transition to being standing, it'll feel more natural. You're not going to feel like you have to shift forward and back quite as much. All right, so his feet are very good. I like that. This is good. He's seated in a pretty good spot. We can just get his head back a little bit more. And it's rare that anyone has to suggest getting head back, and leading with your head's good, but right here, especially if he's not on the throttle, it's going to feel like all his weight is too far forward on the bike. It's easy to get your weight shifted when it's like that too. Next one. Okay, 107. Okay, this is a good example of what I was saying. Although the difference here is his feet are a little bit more loose. You can see they move a tiny bit when he goes over the bumps, and it's normal that your heel might go up and down, but you can see his toe. His toe is moving. If I see someone's toe moving, that's really not, it's a clue that maybe their feet are a little bit loose. But this is good. So he's entering the corner. He looks really relaxed. He doesn't look like he's too tense here. Got a finger on the front brake, no finger on the clutch yet, which is okay. Play it through. Okay. Pause it. So this is a good seated position. The only thing I would fix is I'm nitpicking. You get his right foot specifically that I can see a little bit tighter, his toe in. That way when he stands, there's no space in between the frame and his foot, and he doesn't have to then adjust his feet after he's standing. If you guys can keep that's one of the best parts for me with keeping feet on is I don't need to adjust my feet quite as much, right? Just an extra variable I can get rid of. It's a good fallback too. Like, I try to have been focusing on that when I do longer motos now, because when I get tired and I sit down and I get lazy, right? I mean, fatigue's a real thing. It's hard to be super precise when you get tired. If I take my foot out and I sit down at the bike too hard and I do that, I'm going to make a mistake, right? So I feel if I keep my feet on, it can eliminate some mistakes, but get those feet tight so that way when you stand up, you don't have to make another adjustment. Your feet are just staying in a good spot. His back isn't rounded, which is a good thing. His elbow isn't tucked here, so that's good as well. It's easy for your right arm specifically to become tucked because that is your throttle hand, so I understand that, but head's also in a good spot. What's important here is this is a good neutral position being seated. If he doesn't lead with his head forward, his head will fall behind naturally as well. So good, next one. Okay. So play it again. We're gonna watch this other drive this time. One more time. Here's what I would change here. You seemed committed. Go to right when he takes his foot off, right, please. Okay. You're committed to keeping your feet on until awkward part of the corner. This is exactly where Cade would start to stand up and extend his hips back and extend his legs and soak up that roller. If you get to this point in the corner with your foot on, I would stay committed to that because there's a short distance between here and to where you need to be standing to then change a movement on the bike. So to make that sound more simple, if you're gonna, like I said, commit to feet on, but keep it there. Instead of taking your foot off, you could pick it up slightly off the peg. That's fine. Here's one thing too, you that red group can hear, and even guys in blue group. You don't always have to take your foot all the way off the peg and try to do something crazy with it, or make it seem like it's a big visual. Like when we watch this, your foot is way up there. Now, is that the correct way to do it? Of course, but at this, especially if you're just doing it for a little bit in a corner, just the final quarter of it, let's say, like last 25% of a corner, just pick it off the peg slightly, right? It could have been habit, or I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking in that moment, but he was okay with his feet on. I would have kept them on and then would have weighted my feet here. Play it through again. Entering the corner looks good too. Is Reed here? Yeah. Do you know why do you know specifically why you took it off there, or like give me some insight? No? Okay.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question? So he this is a habit
Yeah.
that he does, and like from my perspective, when I see it, I keep thinking he's going to get hurt. Like he's going to hurt that foot, leg, whatever. Something's going to happen. But he tends to do that often. So I
At the end of the
feel like
corners, or just in general?
in general, like on a
Yeah.
corner though.
Uh-huh.
But even during races, he does that. And so I just didn't know, like, if that possibly becoming a bad habit that he should like consciously try to break.
I think you're so good. I mean, you look great standing. You have a good seated position. I would say get your eyes up earlier, and if your mindset, like, go back to when he just takes his foot off. You should be thinking on right here, exiting in the corner anyway. So if you got your, I can guarantee, well, can't guarantee anything, but I have a suggestion that if you had your eyes up past towards the roller and with focusing on exiting in the corner, you wouldn't think, okay, I need to turn and take my foot off. You'd be thinking, okay, I need to stand up, keep my feet on, and exit the corner. So it could be get your eyes up a little bit earlier and get that transition done. Or stand up later, and when you do sit, that's when you could take your foot off, but it's not going to be so late and so quick, and not everything's going to change, you know, at the last second of the corner, if that makes sense. But, cool, that's cool. I'm being very specific, and I'm nitpicking you guys because I believe it's good. And it's all relative too. Like, someone could sit here and argue that, okay, Ty needs to sit earlier, or should take his leg off there. That's a good spot, but I'm going off what we did yesterday in that corner where Kate stood, and what worked as a group too. I'll play through again, please. I don't know if this was before or after Kate was talking about, like, really, you know, soaking these up, or Jeff mentioned this too. He basically laid it out like there's 3 rollers in the corner, and you need to be able to manipulate your lower body to, like, soak them up. It was good. Like, be softer with your body is a good way to, I feel like, a good visual for me. MJ, pause it. Okay, perfect. Right, that's good. You're standing up tall, which is good. Your feet are in a good spot, and your head's in a good spot. Where this gets, not dangerous isn't the right word, but where it's going to be easier to make a mistake is because you are so neutral, or so upright, right? We just drive your hips back slightly. You should feel some tension in your hamstrings, but anyone it's like, oh, this looks pretty calm. This has a lower ceiling to it than if you can drive those hips back and get his center of gravity a little bit lower. Just want to wait for the bike and allow your body to be in a strong position while standing. So the change here I would make is, I can tell your eyes are up the track, but let's get our hips back, drive your hips back a little bit, just become a little bit lower, not necessarily because you're too tall, but because I want your hips back just a little bit. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Next one. Okay. What, did we throw, what time is it?
2:14.
What time was this supposed to be? Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll go through a couple of these and we'll switch to blue.
Just tell me if you want to skip a thread.
Okay. Skip that one. I didn't get one of them. So, yeah, we'll break this one down. Okay. Go to when he lands the first jump. A little bit further. Right there. So, your feet are in a good spot. Relax, when you land, relax your body a little bit. So, I want your heels to take as much of that as possible. And I feel if your knees were a little bit further back, it would have happened because that weight would have been more centered and focused on your balls of your feet, on your foot peg. I don't want to get into the habit of landing collapsed like that because it's not a big enough jump to where we need to soak it up with our whole body like that. Right? Of course, if it was a much harder landing, it's maybe a little bit different story, but I think in this situation, it also was slick, so maybe we're being mindful of that. But if you feel like there's going to be a hard landing on a jump, and in this situation, I wouldn't necessarily focus on it too much because it's so slick. But the harder the landing, sometimes some more throttle helps me out a little bit, right? And I think it'll help you too. I don't want you to land and feel like you have to, soak everything up with your upper body as well. I want the bike to land and drive forward rather than down and up and down with our body too. So good. That'll lead us into jump day tomorrow. I will be doing mindset at 4 o'clock. Right now it's blue group for film study from 2:15 to 2:45. And the green will be from 2:45 to 3:15. If you have any questions for me or anybody, please come ask. I appreciate you guys listening. You know, sometimes I get nitpicky, but it's very, very productive. Yeah. Listen. Are we all blue group under here? Sweet.
That one's right.
All right, guys. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take some of the clips that we didn't get to yesterday, and we'll go over those, and then we'll bleed into whatever Ryan got today. Correct? Did you get anything, or was there just? Okay, and then yesterday. Got it. Okay. Perfect. Okay. 13, I see you right up front here. So let's watch this one through. We didn't see this one yesterday, did we? Okay, cool. 13, I noticed, what I noticed every time you come to my section, you start out really strong with your body positioning. Like every single time. Like here's pretty good. And then it seems like as the session goes on, it slowly crumbles and falls apart. Do you notice that at all? Do you feel like you get tired as sessions go on maybe a little bit? And the main thing that I'm pointing out here is your head position. So lower body always remains pretty darn good. Your knees are in a good spot. But I feel like every time the session kind of winds down a little bit, we get toward the end of it, your head's always behind the bike a little bit. And I think that's causing a lot of your issues with just controlling your power delivery. And then not only that, it's tough for you to control your front end a lot of times on the exit of the corners. And then what you start to do to compensate for that is you use a lot of clutch. So you pull your clutch in, you kind of rev the bike up, and then it's like a drop or a long drag out. So what I would say is if we do start getting fatigued and you feel like your form's falling apart a little bit, try to do as much as you can to smoothen out your delivery of power even more. So what I would do then is try to release the clutch and just focus on keeping the head forward so we can just work on throttle control with your wrist. I was talking with some blue group riders that stuck around today when we were doing the one-hand drill, and if your head comes back even a little bit, it starts to put the tension on your arms to where it's harder to be smooth with throttle. Then it's almost like an on-off switch, and then you get behind the bike and it turns into a whiskey throttle situation. But that's just me being picky here. Most of the time, you're looking pretty darn good. And let's play this one through and watch it here. I have timing. So coming in, it looks like our angle of our butt is starting to point towards the seat, which is causing your head to come back a little bit. So go to the first half again, Ryan, if you could. Right about there is good. So what I mean by angle of your butt, you draw a line straight down from the butt, it's like pointing at the seat. If our butt is pointed up to the sky, it really drives your whole upper body forward and keeps that back flat, and it keeps the hips really rotated outward, if that makes sense. When they tuck down towards the seat, you can see the angle of your knees starts to want to creep forward, and now we're almost like we're sitting in a chair. Okay? So we want to be upright with the butt, head forward, so we can remain balanced all the way to the entry of the corner. If we can maintain that balanced position, it makes the entry of each corner feel a little more controlled. Like you have control of your pace going into it, and you can control the next step. I feel like when you get into this position where your butt starts to come towards the seat, you're kind of behind the bike a little bit, it makes you make erratic decisions and causes a lot of mistakes in the long run. So let's play it to halfway now. And right here, you can see the front tire, and it's very subtle, but the front tire is trying to climb out of that rut. Even though it has a pretty decent wall to it, it wants to go up because the front suspension is not really compressing too much here. See that? It's kind of staying higher in the stroke. If our head were to come forward, you put a lot more pressure on the front. It would help the bike turn in and stay within the lean angle of the corner. So weighting that front for you is going to be your biggest thing that we should focus on. Even if it's jump day tomorrow, try to have that in the back of your head during the corner of that section, okay? All right, play through the exit. And right here, we're falling off the back as you're accelerating. That's going to wear you out big time if we're standing a lot. You're going to get a lot of arm pump or just arm fatigue because you're always trying to keep your upper body forward with just your arms only. So remember, drive through the legs to keep your upper body forward, especially if we're doing a stand-up drill. And this is a good spot to stand because there's rollers right after that corner. So you want to be prepared for it, and I think this is looking good. So head forward, I think you'll be in good shape. Feet are looking good here too. All right, let's go to the next one. Is this bike in here? This guy in here? No, that's not you. No, it's not you. No, he's not in here, but we'll watch it through anyways. Looking good coming to the corner. Goes to sit. Leg is dangling out. We obviously know that's a no-no. If we're taking the foot off, let's get that thing high and tight so we can maintain some good connection to the bike. Sitting position is not bad, but same thing when you're standing. As you accelerate out of the corner, you can lead with the head and drive your weight into those foot pegs, so you can kind of anchor yourself in the middle of the seat. A lot of us, when we sit and accelerate out of a corner, we have all the weight in our butt, it's going to try to pull you off the back, and then you'll end up farther on the back of the seat by accident, because all that force is just pulling you there. If you drive through the legs, you'll be able to stay upright and forward, and you'll be a lot easier to make the transition back to standing. If you end up off the back of the bike, then it's pulling yourself forward again, and trying to reset that whole process. Alright, bike next. Alright, KTM 65, there you are. Yeah, let's see this. Looking pretty good coming in the corner. So we're quite relaxed, which is not a bad thing. Feet are looking good, knees are looking good. Head position, pretty darn solid. Being picky here, I would say we want to try to cover one finger over those levers, just so we can have a finger over the clutch and the front brake for instant access when you need it, okay? Like I know sometimes with smaller hands that can be difficult, but let's say you had to like do an evasive maneuver and get out of that corner or stop really quickly. Well, now you have to pull your fingers off the bars to go grab the lever, and that can just take too many seconds to get that lever to activate. Okay, so always try to have one finger. I know sometimes you might have to use two for the clutch. That's okay, but just be prepared when you're coming into a corner at least to have it over the front brake and the clutch for those certain situations. Sitting looks actually really good because it looks like you're driving your head forward and the feet are on the pegs. That's good. Nice work there. Nice. Honestly, that's not bad. I would be curious to see what you did right after the clip ended because you sat, and this would not be a bad spot to gain quite a bit of acceleration right before the rollers, but I would like to see you stand up right before you got to the first roller, if that makes sense. So remember guys, when we're trying to accelerate heavy or get a lot of power out of the bike, it's okay to sit if the track allows. If it's smooth and you have a good distance to get that power to the ground, you can go ahead and sit and drive that weight to the pegs, but just make sure you're stood up before any rough section, rollers, jumps, all of the above. Stand when you need it, okay? Alright, play through. Is this KX85 in here? Perfect. Can you see the TV back there? Okay. Alright, looks like we're sitting at the entry of the corner. It is smooth here, and you can get away with it for sure. And I guess I can explain it this way. We talk about technique a lot, and we're very picky with technique. And then you'll see some riders out there that go extremely fast with bad technique, right? You probably think of a few pro riders that have not so good technique, but they can win championships, they can win races. But the thing we got to point out here is consistency and injury records. Okay? There's a lot of guys that can ride extremely fast, they're very good, but they don't refine their technique, and they end up on the ground a lot. And it becomes quite obvious when you see a lot of their crashes of what's causing those issues.
Not to say everything is avoidable, but there's a lot of stuff that is avoidable with just getting in the proper position so you're ready for it. The reason I say that is because sitting into a corner, into a lot of corners, is acceptable. You can do it almost anywhere. You could even do it if there's big braking bumps coming to the corner. But is that right? Should we do that? Probably not, because now you're at a higher risk of the bike to get unsettled, throw you off, maybe tuck the front. Just a lot of things are more likely when you're sitting early, okay? So it's smooth here, that's fine. But something I like to mention to everybody when we enter any corner is standing allows you to put your front tire where you want it a lot easier. When we're sitting, your head is naturally behind the bar pad. It has to be. So you don't have as much dictation of where that front tire goes. And now if we hit like maybe a little boulder or a rock, it's more likely that front tire pops out, and now we have no recovery option. When we're standing, head over the bar pad, that bike can have a little twitch here or there, and you'll be able to recover because that lower body can be free, and what's recovering it is your upper body position. So the bike will straighten out to where your head is directed. That makes sense? So head is a very critical thing here. But I will say, if this wasn't at the beginning of the corner, the sitting position is pretty darn good. We're slightly leaning back a little bit, almost anticipating that entry. So if you're going to sit, square up the upper body, lead with the chest a little bit more, so the upper body stays forward rather than rocking back. Okay? So rocking back will take more weight off the front, which is not ideal. Alright, let's play the corner now. Looks like we get a downshift there. So whether we do a downshift, downshift or hitting the rear brake, it's going to be ideal to do that in the standing position. You guys will be able to use that foot peg to your advantage to push pressure down on it and rotate the toe downward to really activate that lever with control. When we're sitting, you can see, go back to when she hits the shift, please. When she hits the shift, right there, her toe is the only thing hitting that lever, right? And this will do the same exact thing on the opposite side of the bike, on the rear brake. You will have to kind of toe dip at it, which is not as controlled of a movement. And then not only that, you can't shift your body weight forward or backward to compensate for the adjustment of that bike. So that's why another reason we want to stand into the corners, so we can get a nice easy downshift by standing, slide the foot forward, in that downshift, foot back to the balls of your feet. Same with that rear brake. You do all of that before the arc of the corner starts. But I will say, to upshift, it could be a little bit easier to do it in a sit-down position. So if you're out of a corner and it's a spot that you could do it, definitely sit to grab those shifts upward. Alright, play through. Sitting still pretty good. Looks like we have a lot of weight in our butt, and the reason I can say that is because the bike looks like it's kind of tugging at your butt and pulling it underneath you. Because like when you get on the gas, it's yanking out this way, and your butt and your gravity is trying to keep you on the seat. So it's just causing that tuck, and it's rolling your lower back. It's very subtle, but you can see it here. Going back to what I said in the previous video, if you put the pressure in your foot pegs, it keeps the bat flat and straight because your core stays engaged, you're putting all of that force upward into your body, and it's almost like lifting some of that pressure off of your butt, which will keep you just engaged the whole time, which then will make it easier to keep the feet on confidently because you have a contact point there that you can trust a little bit more. When you put that pressure in your butt, well, now you're just relying on the seat to do all the work, and the bike will react a little bit different because the seat's a higher point on the bike, and the suspension will be more wallowy, so it kind of like does a weird bouncing thing when you're having all the pressure on your seat. If we transition that pressure to the pegs, the foot pegs are a lot closer to the rear tire, so the bike just reacts different. It feels more planted when you put the weight down low. Does that make sense? Okay. Alright, play through. And right here, as you're hitting those bumps, you can feel those bumps. It kind of like pops you up a little bit. Just go to standing as soon as you feel that happening, so you can be ahead of that game and not relying on a bump to pop you off the seat. Alright, 1,000, are you here? Let's go, let's see this. Okay, go to the beginning of the clip again, let's see what we got at the entry. There's one big thing I'm noticing right here. Stop it. You see? What we talked about it today, actually. Nope. I mean, we did talk about that, but the feet, what about the feet on the pegs? Too far up. You're basically on the heel of your foot. See the foot pegs right there? That's your heel. And your toe, it's hard to see at this angle. It's hard to see at this angle, but your toe is definitely turning out as well. So, foot that far forward causes the knees to be too far forward, which then causes the butt to start angling towards the seat. So all of those things will just keep compounding and getting your whole body position incorrect. Bringing the feet back to the balls of your feet will allow you to sink the heels, get the knees back, and then it'll be a lot easier to keep that butt pointed up to the sky. And honestly, when we adjusted it today, during the one-hand drill, you look really good. So I think if you can really start to focus on that every single time, we'll be in good shape. I think primary focus, even tomorrow during warm-ups, during drills, focus on your feet. I think that's your biggest downfall right now, okay? But
Right there where that line.
yeah, what about the other one?
It's not warm. It's not warm.
See where your toes are?
Yeah.
See how it's not worn on your toes? So we should get a lot of wear going on up front here rather than the middle of your foot. Okay? These are pretty new boots. I don't think I'll have a lot of wear on these ones, but most of the time when you see my boots, I'll have a lot of wear right around here, right in the ball of my foot. You'll see a little bit on the braking side in the middle because, of course, when you go for the rear brake, you'll be on the middle of your foot for a little bit. And if you have really sharp pegs, that wear will happen a lot quicker. So if on your right foot, don't be mad at yourself if you see a little bit on the middle part, but if you see more on the middle and not more on the ball, then we got an issue. See what I'm saying? So we can use those boots to kind of be a tool to recognize if we're riding in the right spot or not. Okay? All right, play through. All right, let the bike pull you off the back there. Keep it rolling. We can re-drive our head forward here as we're accelerating, but truly, where you are on your feet makes that very difficult. Okay, everything's trying to push you back because the heel is driving into the foot peg and it's making a backward motion rather than letting you put your body weight forward. So like I said, feet would fix it all. I truly think that. Okay, Yamaha 85, perfect. Pretty good form coming into the corner actually. I would say really good form. And then what do you notice when you sit? I just talked about it. Let's see when you sit down. Right there. What do you notice? Yeah, and what does taking the leg off do? Gets more pressure in the butt, right? I just mentioned that the previous one. You can see as soon as you sit, you kind of just collapse into the seat. There's almost no tension in your legs at all. You can just see you're putting all your body weight down in the seat, and it just causes you to be really loose up top, and there's not any stability up top either. You can have great elbows, great upper body stability, but if you're loose down low, everything's going to be kind of floppy, and it's not going to be able to be stable up top. Okay, so that's where it's very important. Also, we're sitting a little bit far back. So when you drop down to the seat, we're going to make sure we're scooting up and down. Day one? Okay, that's a valid excuse, but day one was also standing day. Got you there. So make sure you either stand or scoot the butt up when you go to sit. Okay? The leg is trying to get high, I can tell that, but the one thing we can work on there is turning it towards the bike, not away from the bike. Turning the leg away from the bike is going to make it want to leave the bike. And that's where it's a lot more likely the leg starts to just dangle off to the side because it's not trying to yank it tight against it. See what I'm saying? So whenever you take the foot off, get it turned towards it. And look how your arms are extended off the back. That just is a clear indication that we're too far back on the seat. Your arms wouldn't be in that position if you're sitting in a proper spot because you'd just be a lot closer to the bars. Yeah, you can play it. Our foot is definitely dangling out there. There we go. I will say, guys, this is another thing. Feet on the pegs is not always going to happen. I get that. There's a lot of times I even take my foot off the peg, but most of the time I do it in the proper area. But with that being said, I get it back to the foot peg as quick as I can. So let's say there is a deep rut. I'll take my foot off nice, high, and tight, but as soon as that rut is, or I'm even coming out of the lean angle enough to where I can get back to the peg, it's back on almost instantly because it goes back to what I talked about on the exit when you're accelerating. I use that inside foot to my advantage. So if I'm exiting heavy out of a corner, I make sure I get it back as quick as I can so I can redrive my weight into the foot pegs. So there's a time and a place, but no matter what that time and place is, as soon as you have the option to put it back on, get that thing back on there as quickly as you can. All right, this is the next day, I think. So it's 777, we're on the screen. This rut's pretty good practice because of the change in, I don't want to say elevation, but kind of, right? Like it kind of goes up and down a little bit, and that can cause you to make a lot more mistakes than you typically would in normal corners. Also, right there in the middle, you can see that's where it gets a little bit higher, and it gets flat. Body position is looking good, really good coming in. You can see where the chin's at, super solid. One thing you do a lot is you kind of keep caving at the knees. So your knees start off really good, but then as you're trying to get lower to the bike, we end up going here. And we just kind of crunch up to the front of the bike. Not too bad here, but it's nearly getting there. Now play it through. That was super solid because what happened, go back to the middle, please. Right there, when it flattens out, the bike will start to unload because it's not stuck down into a pocket, it's coming out of the pocket. What you did really good and really bad at the same time is you drove the head farther forward to get more weight to the front, but then like I said, the knees kind of followed you just a little bit. So remember, if we're bringing the head forward as we're standing, we got to keep the knees back. So it'll go from a slight bend to a straighter leg, and then back to a slight bend. But we're never going more than that slight bend. See what I'm saying? The only thing that can change is this bend. So we're either here, or if we're getting lower, we sink lower, and this gap will close up a little bit. We'll get lower with our hips rather than the knees. That is how you get closer to the bike and make that feeling feel connected. The reason you don't let the knees come forward is because the butt comes forward with that then, and now we're taking some weight off of that rear tire. So the goal is to flatten out your body weight as even as possible, especially when the rut shallows out, so you can have the most control of the pitch. Now let's go to the exit. That was actually really good. I'm happy with that. Head came forward pretty darn far as you're accelerating, and that's going to be the hardest spot to do that because you're going up and you're trying to get on the gas. So everything is trying to get you off the back, and we'd have a really hard time not sitting here, I think. I think a lot of people would rather sit there just because of that hard pullback, but the way you executed it was good. And I think it's good when you're coming off a little roller like that to be in the standing position, so you can really control the bike on the downside. If we're sitting, we're either going to have to choke up on the throttle and roll over the top, or we're kind of seat bouncing out of nothing, and then that can cause a weird kick because we're still at a slight angle out of that corner. All right, play through. What are we looking at for time?
It's 2:36.
Okay.
45.
Oh, perfect. Sweet, we have plenty of time. All right. Front row. Front row. What do we? Let's see what we see here. Head's looking good. Nice. You're sinking back the hips a little bit. That was a really good acceleration position there. Okay, go a bit to like the first quarter of the turn. Right here. Oh, no, that's good. Go a little bit farther forward. Right there. What do you see? Elbows are fine because you're kind of leading with the head. I would say the knees. Let's look at the knees there. This is very critical, but this is what you're doing a lot, okay? So when you are getting your acceleration position, that knee tries to stay with a slight bend, and then it just comes forward with everything else. So we draw a dotted line down from the knee. It's in front of the foot peg. That's your foot peg. Your knee's up here, okay? So it's just a little bit too far forward, but from here, our leg should be almost straight. See? Like our knee would still be back there. You'd have more of a straight leg as you're accelerating. Or what we could do is to keep the head forward and keep the knees back without having to straighten them. That's where we would just sink the hips back more. See what I'm saying? So then the head will just drop down lower and it would remain above the bar pad. And then we can maintain that slight bend so we can keep the bike leaning underneath us. Because I will say there is kind of a sticky zone here. If we get to a full acceleration position at the mid-corner, what do you think is going to happen at that 3/4 mark when you have to turn a little bit more? It's going to be kind of hard to turn the bike when the legs are locked out, right? So this is a point where if I'm in mid-corner and I have to like straighten the bike out or I have to accelerate through it, I try to stay as low as I can up top so I can still have that slight bend, so I can let the bike still lean underneath me. As soon as you go straight leg, that's going to be when the bike is in a straight line, because then you're not turning the bike anymore. Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah. Okay. All right, play through. And you'll see at the end of this clip here, he does exactly that. Right here, he goes straight leg, goes to acceleration position, and that's at a pretty proper time, I would say. We're almost a little bit too far forward just because of how that roller is. And the reason I say that is because I know towards the end of the day, it starts to develop like a little choppy bump coming out of the rut. And if we get this far forward and take all of that weight off the rear, that is where that rear can hit that choppy bump and create a kick down the backside of that roller, which could get dangerous. So tomorrow, with jumps, if we end up getting some kickers or chopping bumps formed on lips, I would love to work them because there's a way you can execute that safely as long as you recognize that they're there. Yeah.
I remember one time there was a kicker on the Olympic jump. I went full throttle. It was like a supercross triple, and I was like, my dad was like, hit the jump starter. And I was like, okay. Should I do this like without using my brain? I went full throttle, smacked it, and my body went over the handlebars. I kept holding on to the handlebars because it made me feel safe. But
Yeah.
in the end, I got knocked out.
Yeah, that's scary. And that's the thing, guys. When we talk about jumps, you'll hear smooth, steady throttle all day long. But when there's a kicker and you know that kicker is there, we actually don't want to stay smooth, steady throttle. It's crazy to say, but it's very accurate because what happens is, I'm going to try to explain this as best as possible. When there's a kicker, it's like a hole in the lip. And usually at the top of the lip is when this kicker forms. If you stay smooth, steady throttle, the bike is compressed at the bottom of the lip and you're just continuing to roll that gas on. And what happens is your bike almost hovers over the hole and your rear tire will just barely tap it. And when it taps it just at the end, it like gives it a little bit of air time, and that's when you miss the top of the lip. So it keeps sending that nose past the lip where your rear tire is just getting the kick. So that's when we go nose down. But if we can time our throttle right in the hole, that is typically when we'll load the suspension up in that pocket and you'll almost jump from that kicker. Instead of waiting until your front tire gets to the top of the lip, you're jumping over it. See how that works? I'll try to demonstrate that tomorrow if we have an area where that is possible. But we're coming up with smooth, steady throttle, but when you see that hole or a kicker, we time over just a little bit more right on that hole to get the bike to levitate or jump from the kicker. Yeah.
If you do a wheelie, will the front end still go down? Will it like save you if you're doing a wheelie, or will it make it worse?
That can depend on where the kicker is at, because sometimes it can be right at the top, sometimes it can be like middle. But I would say it would not be ideal to wheelie because it almost make that more exaggerated, especially if you're not anticipating it.
How would it make it more exaggerated?
Because your front tire is off the ground, and then let's say it hits the kicker, like mid-lip. Let's say my finger's the kicker, and the lip is up here somewhere. And your wheelie's up, your front tire's up here at my fingers. If your rear tire hits it, it's going to kick it up, and now your front tire is going over the top of the lip at a downward angle. So it's going to create a kick forward. It's going to make it worse. But exactly what I just explained there is kind of what I was trying to talk about when you hit a kicker normally. The same process happens, but maybe just at a less aggressive way.
So what if you put less weight on the front end and more weight on the back end?
That's kind of what you can do depending on how big the kicker is when you time the throttle with it. But the huge thing here is the throttle is a lot of your control when you are jumping. A lot of it. Body position is very important to remain neutral and remain balanced on the bike. But to get farther, higher, or make any jump, it's all about what you're doing with the throttle at that point. So same thing with the kicker, we got to time our throttle in that so the bike can react the best as possible in that moment.
So if you have a bunch of weight on the front, it'll probably just make it worse, right? And if you have
Sometimes.
it on the back,
And then the speed matters too. So let's say we're coming out of a slower corner and we have a jump right out of the corner. Like this one, for example. It's not a jump, but it's a roller. And there's a small kicker. We're trying to ramp up our speed. I got you. We're trying to ramp up our speed. So what that is it's at a slower rate of speed, and we can time our throttle a little bit more comfortably in that at the same progression rate as your normal throttle pull. But if we're going up to a jump that has a higher speed, we don't want to just carry that same amount of speed into it because that's what can cause that unexpected kick. So we almost have to slow down a little bit and then pop throttle in that hole to time it correctly. Okay? Yeah.
if you like full, like give it more throttle when you get into the kicker, that just makes it deeper.
It does, but guess what? Sometimes you can't choose when a kicker is formed, and sometimes there's no option to go anywhere else. So this is worst case scenario. Most of the time, if you do see a kicker, try to avoid it, right? But that's, first of all, you have to recognize it's there. And then once you do, be like, okay, I'm going to go to a different part of the lip so I don't hit that kicker. But sometimes tracks get so beat up that there's kickers all the way up the top, across the top. And that is where we have to operate in a way that we know how to do it, no matter what, if we have to.
That's when I roll it.
That's when you roll it. That's also a good option, just in case. So, yeah, very good point. All right, play it through. All right, 5-10. Okay, so this is not a bad sitting position, but what happens here is you're anticipating sitting. So we're slowly lowering to that sitting position, which it catches you at the first quarter. You're here for like the first half of the corner, and then you sit. So you're just a little crouched forward with the knees. If we can get those knees back a little bit more, really angle that butt backwards, that'd be good. The foot comes off, kind of just dangling it there, and then the inside elbow kind of comes to the inside of the bike. So if you left your foot on here, and go back to the middle, sorry, right where he's accelerating, right here, a little bit more, right there. If we were to get our eyes up to the top of that roller, you'd be able to stay committed with gas, and then gas would keep the bike more upright, and then be more comfortable keeping the foot on. Take the foot off, looking down, now you're just anticipating everything coming inward, and you're using that leg as just in case, and then we're not focusing on where we're going next. So then, therefore, we're not giving it enough gas. So that all kind of ties together. Eyes up equals more comfortable with throttle, equals more comfortable with pushing into the pegs and keeping that foot nice and tight. So everything's kind of intermingled here, no matter what way you look at it. It's just sometimes you miss one piece of the detail, and then it kind of makes everything else spiral. Yep. All right, play it through. So yeah, eye speed honestly would probably fix all that. Okay, I think this was a day pass rider through. He was riding pretty good here. I saw him ripping, I think it was yesterday. Sits a little far back there, especially as that rut goes up a hill. You want to make sure you're putting enough weight on the front tire. And it's very subtle, but you can see that front tire towards the end want to climb out. Right there, like kind of levitates. It's just almost climbing out of the rut. So he's able to make it happen because he did commit with eyes and he did commit with throttle. So those are the situations where that will kind of make that all better. But best case scenario, you have a little bit more weight over the front of the bike. And I think he had more of like wood style suspension, so that stuff was soaking up those bumps really well. Okay, I think it's time. Alessandro, are you ready? So we probably got a bunch of these left, huh? I kind of talked a lot. But I think it's still valuable. I know I talked a lot, but I think everything we touched on is kind of valuable to everybody under this tent. So it's good. We'll take now the stuff that we missed. We'll bring it to tomorrow's film study. I'll try to be a little more productive with my timing here. But great job, guys. If you want to sit around and watch the green group, feel free. And if not, come back right at... Wait. Oh, actually, we got our mechanic Q&A. And we have foundation training if you want to do it at 3:20 to 3:50. So anybody that wants to know a little bit more mechanic-wise, come back at 3:20. We'll do that under the tent, and then 4 o'clock will be mindset. So bring your journals, and we'll do all that good stuff. All right, guys. Green group, you are up next. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like I think I did blue 2 days in a row, but like tomorrow I'll try to do the next 2 weeks. Like that. You're in blue group? There might be something. I'll look through this stuff here, right? And then I'll let you know.
Yes, be ready.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, you got out. My shoes were in. My sandals were right there on the side. And I grabbed my sandals and just ran over there.
I was thankful. Yeah, me too. Hi. I'll tell him I fight for him.
Okay. So 85, that's Billy. That's you.
Yep.
I'm really impressed. About you today. I mean, you really killed it.
In the mud. Yeah.
Never crashed. Oh, maybe once?
No, I just stalled it.
Yeah, you stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was impressive. So, let's see. Did I think the main focus for you, because I think I told you that a couple of times when you sit. Yeah. Because actually, if you sit centered, okay, when you have really soft dirt, okay, sometimes it helps you, okay. But if you have hard pegs, like you had yesterday here, if you don't put weight on front, you don't get comfortable. It's impossible to get comfortable, okay. So standing position is awesome, okay. And like I told you, when you put your hips front, more forward, just slide a bit back with your chest and head, okay? Because if not, it's too much, okay? You always want to find balance, okay? From here to here, okay? I think a good practice for you it could be during the transitions, like with the bike on the stand, okay? Without not even starting the bike, okay?
Yeah.
Just practice transitioning with the bike on the stand, and yeah, I think it would be good. I mean the bike. I mean maybe the cities also. How do you say it? Yeah, maybe a slightly higher seat could help you because you would be more able to see it more forward. But I mean, pretty good. Pretty happy about you today. Okay? Yeah. Should I take it more? 26. Let's see. Ari? How do you spell it?
A-R-I-E.
What?
A-R-I-E.
Okay. So standing, I mean, same, that was yesterday or the day before yesterday? So, as I was saying yesterday, when you stand up, okay, there are two issues, okay, two main issues. Or when you stand up on the bike, or people get too forward, so with the knees too forward and with the head back, okay, because if you put your knees forward, you have to counterbalance getting your head back, okay? Or they put their knees and hips actually almost good but too far back, okay? And they extend their arms, okay? So in this case, you would want to put your chest and head here, okay? Because here you're putting too much weight back, okay? So it's always getting your arms fully extending and not having any control of the front hand, okay? But feet position is really good. Weight is on your heels. Maybe bend your knees a little bit more, but the main focus for you is here, perfect, but here has to be more forward, okay? Okay, can you do that? Tomorrow's gonna be good. I think tomorrow's gonna be a great day, okay, dirt-wise, because it rained a lot, maybe it's gonna be sunny, so yeah. Focus on that, okay? Yeah, that's from yesterday. So, whoa, here we have Mr. Brock. Position-wise, where are you, Brock? What do you think? What do you think? Tell me what do you see here? Here. I mean, I think you're spot on. I mean, you think you're perfect. I mean, I don't know what to say. You're perfect. Okay? I mean, completely honest. Position-wise, perfect. Maybe your eyes are pointing a bit down, okay? Always point your eyes where you want to go. But position-wise, Brock, I don't have anything to say, okay? I know that the problem comes when you sit, and being that tall doesn't help you, but you have to practice to sit and get on the gas at the same moment, okay? And have you seen how it changed today when you try to get on the gas before and be a little bit more aggressive? You lost all the confidence, let's say. You started crashing, but you want to do that, okay? Because if you never try to step up a bit, you never build the feeling, okay? So I remember that I heard this from AJ, okay? When you have your technique spot on almost everywhere, okay, and you're fully comfortable and you're not even thinking on what you're doing technique wise, that's the moment where you have to get a bit uncomfortable, pushing a bit more, okay? And then you start to tap your inside foot, then you start making a little bit of mistakes, okay? Because that helps you to progress and find more feeling on maybe before you were riding 30%. When you get a bit more speed, maybe you find the feeling on what's going on when you go 60%. Okay, so I think maybe, I don't know, for example, next time you're gonna be at camp, go with blue. Okay, so there's gonna be faster riders, and they probably will have worse technique than you. Okay, but getting on a bit of more speed will help you to progress. Okay, because now the technique is spot on. Okay, you just have to get more comfortable in different situations. Okay, good job. That's Charlie. That's his name. He crashed it. Do you know if he's okay? He is?
I asked Jamie earlier. He said maybe his
Okay.
He said just ice it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we do him.
I mean, why? You can walk.
Yeah. So let's go back. Let's everybody look at Charlie. I mean, main thing for Charlie day one was that he was always riding with his knees too far forward. Okay, and he fixed that, which is really good. Okay, you see that his knees are on the top of the foot pegs and his weight is on his heels, and that's a big improvement. And he made it like he made this improvement in just one day. Yeah, and that's awesome. But you see that he still has to fix his head position and also fingers on the controls. Okay, most of the times, guys, we forget about how important it is to build more feeling on the throttle, on the clutch, on the brakes. Okay, and honestly, I think riding in this type of conditions really helps you. Okay, for example, I rode enduro professionally for a lot of years, and I stopped racing. I stopped racing motocross, and I realized that when I have muddy condition, every type of conditions, ice, mud, snow, everything, like ruts, not ruts. How do you call it? Like rocks, everything. I have so more feeling that the motocross guys, because the guys that just race motocross, they're all used to ruts, perfect condition. If it gets dusty or dry, they don't want to ride. And I figured out that I have so much control, so much more control on my brakes, on my clutch, on my throttle, because I'm used to ride every type of conditions. Okay, so riding today, it will help you a lot, especially with you guys that you are beginners. You have to build a feeling, not just, I mean, body position is the first thing, okay, but also brakes, clutch, throttle control, okay, because sometimes I see people that ride 450s that they don't know how to use the clutch. They don't know how to get on the brakes in mud. And so that's why these days, I mean, I think these days count a lot, okay? And yeah, so go to the next one. Corey, that's you?
That's me.
So, lower body is perfect. Okay, you see the balls of the feet are on the foot pegs. The weight is on your heels. Your knees are on the top of the foot pegs. Their hips are back and out. Here, speaking about control, I would keep my pointer fingers on the front brake.
I know I need to do that, and it's hard.
Especially if you ride woods.
Yeah.
So important. So important.
Yeah.
And pointer fingers also on the clutch.
I have to use my middle finger
Why? Oh, okay. Okay.
But it's always the clutch, just not the brake.
Yeah. But I mean, position-wise, lower body is looking pretty good. Okay, maybe I would keep my chest a bit more forward, because you see that most of the times, you remember the rod that we were working on yesterday. You were entering the rod nice, but as soon as you passed the middle of the turn, you were going out, and you're going all the way outside. Okay, and that's because eye speed could be eye speed, and could be not putting enough weight on the front. Okay, so always remember, I'm guilty of this a lot too, to be honest. I mean, not a lot, but sometimes I realize I'm getting ARPA because exiting the corner, I'm not putting my head forward enough. Okay, and if I do it, wow, it's so better. Okay, so because when you start putting some speed into the rods, you have to put some weight on the front. If not, you're just going outside. That's why you always have the feeling of going outside of the rod when you pass the middle of the corner. Okay, so that's good. Okay. You see how you exited the rod here? You stood up a little before, and you went out of the rod. Okay, and that's why, yeah. That's why. So 199. You hear? No. Yeah, maybe he's watching the live stream. So problem here is his knees. Okay. So like I told you, Ari, he's doing the opposite thing. Okay. So you are basically locking your knees. Okay. So legs and knees are completely extended, and you're just putting too much weight back. Okay. He's doing the opposite. He's doing a calf raise with his feet, and he's putting all the weight forward. Okay. And that will cause, if he keeps riding, growing up, handling the bike with just his arms. Okay? You have to find a spot in the middle. Okay? So, if I was working with him only, I won't let him stand. Of course, the bike doesn't help him, but it's not impossible to ride with good technique, even the bike is small. I would try to work either drop his heels, okay, to feel the tension here, or getting his knees here and squeeze the bike along, okay, and then work with his head. Okay. Uh, 113. That's what? That's you, Cooper? Why you have two different numbers on your bike? You have 113 on the side number plates and 107 on the front number plate.
My dirt bike blew up, so we had to use someone else's.
Ah, Gavi.
107 is
107 it's your number? Okay. Why you chose the number? Can I ask?
It was my dad's.
Ah. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's a cool number. So let's see. So stop here. So have you seen? Can you tell me on what's going on here? What do you think you have to work on more? Body position wise. Okay, but you know that.
I think I'm looking ahead.
Okay, you're looking ahead. You mean?
That's my obsession. And also take myself to work.
Okay. Yes. Yes, you are. You are pretty good. I mean, how old are you? You're pretty young. You have a lot of time to improve. Okay. But you know what you just said is completely right. Okay. And you nailed everything. And don't worry about having too many things to work on. Okay. Because I promise you that. So first thing you said was your knee not squeezing. Okay. Okay. Squeezing more. Okay. But you know that if you, for example, let's say from tomorrow on, okay, you work for 3 weeks, okay, you ride 3 times a week, let's say, you always work on dropping your heels, okay? So every time you go out on the track, you just think about push your heels down, okay? I promise you that after the 3 weeks, your knees will also be more back and in if you have your feet position right, okay? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of telling you that one thing calls the other. Okay, you know what I mean? If you work on dropping your heels, you don't have to think about your knees. Your knees will go back. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, because the way the body works. Okay. And also the way we do foundation training in the morning, it causes basically change in your body. Like you have to imagine that from your feet to your legs, hips, back, and neck, there are muscles, okay? And they are all connected, okay? They're all connected to each other, okay? So for example, if you squeeze or relax a muscle in your foot, okay, there's gonna be a chain that goes. For example, you want to drop your heels, okay, so you have to drop your heels. Actually, you have to lift your toes and squeezing these muscles, okay. You don't have to think about it, but that's what your body's doing, okay. Doing this, there's gonna be a chain of muscles that here relax. Okay, it just relaxes. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you that you just want to focus on one thing, because your body will do the rest. Okay, you don't have to think about it. Okay, because your body knows how to work properly. Okay, you just have to give him one good input. Okay, and then, I mean, our body is amazing. Okay, it's the best computer that we have and we will ever have. Okay, so if you just give him one right input, then you can build from that, and your body will find a way. Okay, that's I promise you. Okay, was too hard to understand? Yes, drop your heels and everything will be fine. Yeah. I wanted to explain how it was. I have more time, so yeah. And I know for a fact, because I went to school for this. So yeah, that's why I want to talk a lot, because I spent a lot of years studying this stuff. Landon,
on the big screen.
Why you chose number 172?
It's the last of the TMA number.
No way. But you like your number? What Ty's doing here? How old are you, Landon? 4? You know that I started riding at 4 too? I started riding at 4 too, but actually with street little bikes. I was riding in the street. Yeah. Do you like riding? What's your favorite thing about riding? Hitting jumps? Actually? Really? Can you hit jumps with the little bike? No. Yeah, I saw you. You remember that the first day I was following you, eh? You remember that? You had fun? Weren't you scared when you approached these big uphills that we have at this track? No? You could just send it? Yeah? What do you think? Do you remember some tips that us coaches gave you? What was that?
Ride fast as heck. What else? What did you say?
How about where you put your feet?
I mean, you know, I was riding the same way you were riding. I was always putting my feet out because I wanted to have the control. I wanted to know where the ground was. Okay, but actually, if you keep your feet up, okay, it's gonna be so much easier. Okay, can you try to do that tomorrow? Do you wanna do some laps with me tomorrow? If we're gonna work on that. Promise? High five? Good job.
Don't take my riders away.
Oh, that's fine.
Still have this one. We're all group training here. No one's taking my riders away. We work too hard together.
Good job, Landon. Good job. Okay. Next one. Oh, Dio Santo.
Ah, dude.
That's Lexi?
Yeah.
That's you, Lexi? What do you think? What do you think, Lexi? That's AJ over there? Yeah, is that AJ? Okay, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think about yourself? And what do you like the most about you riding the bike? Okay. What do you like here? What do you like in this picture here? What do you like about you? You can also say, I don't know, the color of your t-shirt. I don't know. You can say that. What do you like? What about your eyes? It seems you're looking pretty far ahead. It seems you're not looking at your mom coming at you. You're looking where you want to go, right? And you always want to do that. So that's pretty good. And you're also sitting in a strong position. So that's pretty good. Yeah? What do you think? And you're hitting a big rod here, which is pretty impressive. Remember the first day when me and Misha were following you and you didn't want to ride the truck? Guess what? You're riding the track. Yeah. And tomorrow you're gonna be on the track too. Yeah, I know. I saw you. Yeah. No. It's not a miracle. Yeah. Yes. No way. And was everything fine? Did you hurt yourself? Did you hurt yourself? No? Yeah. Look, really good. And you put your feet on the foot pegs, which is pretty good. You to keep. Yeah. I mean, because it feels safe. It feels more safe. It feels safer to take your feet off, but it's not. It feels like it, but it's not. Yeah. But I mean, everything's looks good to me. I mean, you have to be happy about your road yesterday and today. Okay? Yeah, I know. They told me that.
Everybody else fell. Everybody else fell.
I fell.
You know, Coach Matt fell from the scooter. Coach Matt
broke my scooter.
was riding the scooter. Okay. Yes, and he fell.
It wasn't his scooter. It was mine.
Nah, he's in his truck somewhere.
Because
he's embarrassed.
He's hiding. Yeah, he's ashamed that he crashed on his scooter. Yeah.
When you look right in front of you, you slow way down. The more you look up at different stuff, the better you do, the further you go.
Good job, Lexi.
You have less time to scare
You having fun at this camp? Okay. Yes. Me too.
Last night, I was just going to be really sad when we leave.
No.
100% love it.
Yes, 100%.
Hard though,
I mean,
And who's your favorite coach? Okay, as long as I'm in there.
There was an and in there.
Yeah, as long as I get an and in there.
There was an and in
If
there.
not, you were doing a lot of push-ups tomorrow anyway.
I didn't do 1,000.
You're gonna be doing 10,000 on this kid.
okay, let's go next. Next one. We're done? Okay. Did you get everybody? Okay. So, what time is it?
Mechanics Q&A will get
4 minutes. Not a lot of time.
Yep, you're over here.
That's a great time to ask. This is the mechanic we have here is an actually IndyCar mechanic engineer. He's very, very, very good, very detail oriented. So any question you have, this is the guy to ask. No, I asked that. That's not the reason. I would have called him F. Well, I call Indy F1. I like Formula 1 better. But every time I see Indy, I call him F1. He likes it though. I mean, I say it out of love. He'll walk by me. Yo, he does like it. I'm like, yo, F1. He's like, yeah, I like F1. This is the brain sucker. You know what it's doing? Starving to death. Who do I think's gonna win this shot? Has to be Max. I'd like to see Hamilton get one more, but it'll be Max.
It's here?
Yeah.
No.
No, Max doesn't suck. The car sucks.
Yeah, but not gonna win.
Yeah, but they have all these weeks off. I think they're gonna figure it out.
That is gonna.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, the Mercedes too good.
You want to fight? Is that why you're rolling sleeves up? Rub my lip. Oh, rub my arm. Holy cow! How'd they feel today?
This is a fan, so all hyped up. I'm sure he's going to do a massive burnout, if you had to guess.
Yeah.
And let's not lose sight of the fact that he is 12 and a half seconds out in front. That is staggering.
She has purple tunnel, so there's a little circle here inside your wrist where all your nerves go through. And when they swell up, your fingers don't know. So we're going to try and make sure that doesn't happen.
This 250 East Championship.
There you go. He's loving it. He's taking up the fans' reaction. This is what's so cool. Like, you want to win at Daytona not only because it's the toughest supercross on the circuit and all the history here, the forms of racing, no matter what discipline of motorsports you're in, but to do the burnout, this is awesome. Fans are so amped.
He's like, maybe they should get on this. Look at the fans.
Three families.
You know what to do? It's old school, but tennis balls. So that'll work too, but that's like very interesting. Literally, you go to the dollar store, instead of spending $30 for the bands, you'll go spend $2 for
That was this year.
Oh, this year?
Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. That was the one Roxanne won. I think oh yeah, it was raining the entire time. Triumph's private seating, he told us we were front row, and we get to the stands, he goes, why aren't we front row? Why aren't we front row? We were right underneath the overhead. So we got to stay dry the whole time.
gonna get carpal tunnel.
Because we don't people, but I was never expecting you to be. So the track passes, or the track walk passes are like 50 seconds. She's up on a big 450 trim bike, and he gives us this down and up. Because I could never do that.
Ice it up to salt.
Just to walk the track.
Which finger goes up?
I got a with pit tap. I thought I did good.
As long as you had a good time, right?
It was amazing.
And then, when you're done with it, do it like a
Yep.
They'll start feeling here, get a little tired. You know, they start getting a little tired. You should be. You should have to walk yourself real fast. And then when that starts to get sore, the first thing we do is take the stretch.
Takeover second. Young Chet Norris, the 17-year-old out of Australia, so close to a win at Supercross in January, is finally going to get his first pro win. He takes the overall here in California.
That's what's going to happen this week, too.
I can't wait.
Penny.
Penny ain't racing.
So who's your pick to win this week, 450s?
To do what they do.
That's a good question.
I heard something from somebody that made a lot of sense. I don't know if I agree with it. It said the person that should win is the person that cares the least amount about the title, which would be Deegan because he's not used to racing. So that makes a little bit of sense to me. But personally,
You know what? I think it's going to be Eli,
yeah,
Aiden, or Hunter.
my money's on Hunter. I think there's going to be a little bit of tude.
Yeah.
A little bit of
Sure.
tude.
What's this guy know?
Sure. Style translates to the floor.
Oh, no, he understands that. He better not.
All right, guys, everybody's sitting under here. Are we? You have a couple questions prepared for your mechanic, or you just want to learn a couple new pieces of information? Cool, perfect. Yeah, this is gonna be just ask any questions. He's got the answers. This guy knows a lot. He has a lot of knowledge. Clearly, he's working on bikes every single week. So, ask away.
Yeah, I'm Aaron. I'm the mechanic here for the week. I do more than that, but Aaron. Oh yeah.
To your chin.
To my chin. All right. Yeah. I'm Aaron. I'm your mechanic here for the week. So yeah, fire away.
How many bikes do you work on a week when you're usually at camps?
Probably on a big week, probably 25 or 30.
So what are the main things that you go over, like on a daily basis? If you're looking at a bike, you're going to go ride it. What are the top, 5 things that you go over, 10 things? I don't know what the.
Okay, so I'll list these in order of importance.
Okay.
Start air filters number 1.
Okay.
Like that is the most. If there's one thing that's going to make your bike last longer, it's changing your air filter. It's usually an every ride thing. Yeah, so that's number 1. Number 2 would be chain tension, making sure your chain is adjusted properly and it's lubricated. That's super important. Doing a nut and bolt on the bike. Well, by nut and bolt, I just mean looking at every nut and bolt and making sure that everything is, fastened and in place. That you're not going out with, things loose or jam nuts that are loose, whatever. Along with the nut and bolt would be a clutch adjustment on bikes with a cable clutch. So if you ride like, a Yamaha or a Honda or any older bike, yeah, you need to adjust your clutch every ride. The reason there's a big knob on there, it's super kind of accessible and you don't need tools, is because it's a daily adjustment. After that would be, changing your oil, super important. I guess I should go back to along with the nut and bolt would be just checking your spokes. I'll go over that in a little bit on how to do that. It's pretty simple. It's not some wild thing. You don't really need anything special.
The listening, right?
You can get what you need to do your spokes for like $5. So yeah, we'll go over that, and then beyond that would just be an oil change, and then tires as you need them. And then while you have your along with that is wash your bike. You should wash your bike every ride. Don't put your bike away dirty. It deserves to be clean. And by the act of washing your bike, you're putting your hands on the bike. And if you're detailed when you wash it and dry it by hand, which you should if you want your bike to stay looking nice, it does make a difference. By drying it, you put your hands all over the bike. So you're going to notice that, oh yeah, this little cable stay that holds my brake line, to the swing arm is broken, and that's going to, it's loose. You can find these little things as you go before they're major problems. So yeah, that would kind of be, I don't know if that was 5. Was it 5? Close enough.
Yeah. Okay.
That's kind of the gist of it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead.
What's the most fun day?
I don't know. Worked on is kind of a loose term. I've had my hands on a lot in one day, but work on, it just depends on what we're doing. Super simple stuff, I've done a lot in one day, but complex stuff, maybe the number goes way down. Who? Go ahead.
How does it make you feel when you hear somebody like Jace from Gypsy Tales say that they had to change their air filter in 20 some hours?
It doesn't. That's like a case by case kind of deal.
He says he doesn't even look at it.
So that he may be coming from a standpoint where he kind of always has a new bike. I mean, people are giving him demos and he's getting stuff like he hasn't had the same bike that's kind of tied to him and he's financially responsible for. So that it kind of makes me cringe, but. On the other hand, if you're not racing and you're not super dusty, and say you go out by yourself on a pretty empty track that's relatively moist, your air filter is gonna, stay pretty clean. But by checking it every time, because if you go out one ride where your filter's packed out, and you start the ride, when you shouldn't, then that could cost you a motor. So, super important.
So speaking of the air filters, how much oil? I feel like sometimes I over-oil on the air filter. Can you put too much oil on an air filter?
Absolutely, you can put too much. If there is oil leaking out of the bottom of your air box, there's too much oil in the air filter.
If there's not, and it just...
So it needs to be, the idea is that we get the oil, which is super sticky, it's like half dry glue, essentially.
Right.
You want that to be everywhere, all throughout that foam, on the inside, on the outside. In general, what I do is I like the pourable oil. I'm not a huge fan of the spray oil just because it's. I think you can get in a situation where you don't put enough oil on it. It's real easy to take that whatever colored oil and paint it on, and you're like, oh yeah, it's great. It looks red, and then there's really not. You just put oil on the top of it. So I usually just turn the filter upside down and pour.
Like a half a cup.
I would say I start with 2 or 3 tablespoons, and then you basically just have gloves on and you just knead it through the filter, and essentially I will take the filter and ball it up and squeeze it until oil starts comes out, squeezes out of it, and then I just I don't wring it. You don't want to do that because that's going to tear it, but you can ball it up into a ball and just squeeze it real hard, and then if you've squeezed, and there's no more oil coming out, but there obviously was, oil came out when you squeezed it, and when you unfold it, and it looks, pretty uniform, you've got enough oil in it.
That's about what I do.
Another note on oiling air filters that I'll just add to that is there's a lot of rumors and weird stuff going around that rim grease is not a thing anymore. It's totally a thing, and you need it on every air filter. The reason that you need it is so when the filter's brand new and there's no pressure delta between the inside of the filter and the outside of the filter, meaning that when your engine's running, it's drawing air in there. There's like a low pressure situation. And when the filter's clean, it's the same pressure on either side. But as the dirty side of it starts to collect debris, it restricts airflow, and so you start to see a larger pressure difference between the clean side and the dirty side of the filter. When it gets to a certain point where the filter, it's basically, it's totally covered in dirt, air, like the atmosphere is what's pushing in, so it's got essentially, 14 psi at sea level trying to push through all that dirt. And where it seals up against the airbox, remember, it's just foam. Like there's just a foam that's pushed up against a piece of plastic. So not being any grease there is essentially a secondary path under high enough pressure that it will draw dirty air by that. So the act of putting some rim grease around the rim of that filter, what you do is you essentially fill up the pores of the foam and you create a barrier between the plastic and the filter so that in the event your filter does fill up completely, the air cannot bypass around it.
Is it a specific grease, or is it just any kind of Moto grease?
There's a bunch of different kinds. There's Bel-Ray Maxima makes some, No Toil makes some.
I'm going to show you what I have. You tell me if it's
in general, I like to use the grease from the manufacturer that makes the filter oil and the filter cleaner. I found that the companies make stuff that works together. So yeah, you should be,
So if I'm using Bel-Ray oil, I should buy
Bel-Ray filter cleaner, Bel-Ray oil, or grease. They're usually compatible and they work well together. If you try to, clean your air filter with Simple Green or something, like you'll just find it doesn't work, and it's a fight and it's not right. When you have products that are designed to work together, it just makes it easy. It just works.
What's your favorite oil for that purpose?
No Toil, 1000%. I don't like their filters, but they make the best oil in my opinion. It's the easiest to use.
On average, when do you think it's ideal for a rebuild? It's more likely on a 2 shirt, more so than a 2 shirt.
That really depends. There's so many factors in that. It's hard to say. On a stock modern 85, like a European bike, a top end, you should be going into it and looking at it at 15 to 20 hours. But on big bikes that you're riding, whatever, that you're not flogging every single ride and you're maintaining pretty well, I mean, you might get 100 hours out of your top end. So there's not one answer to that question.
When I was working on vintage bikes a couple years ago, there was a couple YouTube channels that I would follow to help with some of the trickier mechanics. Do you recommend any channels or certain people that I could follow or look to fix things as she's progressing in her bikes? Because her PW is very, very simple, but we're getting to the point where we're going to go to something else here soon.
I can't really recommend anything, to be honest. What I can recommend is it is out of the internet and it is free. I would recommend just getting the service manual for that bike and reading it. Everything you need to do everything the right way is written in there, and it's all organized. You can just go to the section you need and read the section, and you're not gonna be guessing or messing stuff up if you just read it. The internet is a dangerous place because there's no internet police that are like, oh, this guy knows what he's doing. He made a video on whatever. You don't really know what you're getting. You're just getting information.
That's why we would follow only very specific people. So that's why I was.
Yeah, I don't watch. Okay. I'm not really on that. I'm too busy for that. But I would just, the manual is where it's at, I promise.
Can I add a little bit to that?
Yeah, go for it.
On my bike, there's a service manual and an owner's manual. I had to like really search for the actual service.
Yes, that gets hard. Like I said, I used to work on some vintage bikes, and it gets hard to get some of those.
So
it's like $30 online. It's got like the whole engine, everything.
Yeah, so like KTM, they'll give you, or Gas or all that whole brand. They have an owner's manual and then they have a workshop manual. They're different in that. In the owner's manual, they're going to tell you how to change the air filter, when to change the air filter, how to do whatever, change your suspension settings, and really kind of like garage-oriented stuff. They're not going to give you any dimensions or procedures to tear the motor apart or do any of that stuff. So you have to, they're separate. The workshop manual, you just have to source it from a different place. Basically everything is available. There's a lot of stuff that's free. If you just type in whatever, year and make your bike is and put service manual free PDF. So with a little bit, maybe 2 pages deep on Google, you can find one. It's not super deep.
How many hours did you run on a chain that you service properly?
Ooh, that's a really good question, because that's kind of a complicated question too. There is no one answer to that. So there's 3 things here. On a 2-stroke, I find that 2-stroke chains tend to live a little bit longer than 4-stroke chains. So you got to add that in there, and then having the chain being cleaned and properly adjusted and lubricated will greatly extend the life of the chain. If you go out in stuff like this and just, ride through this and don't clean it properly, don't lube it, and then let it slap around and jump all over your sprockets, yeah, the stuff's going to wear out in, 15 hours or 10 hours or whatever, super quickly. But if you clean them all the time and make sure that they're properly tensioned, you can greatly extend the life. Like I've seen chains that raced on chains on smaller bikes, 85s, 125s that were just properly maintained last 60 hours to where they're not, it's time to change them, but they're not dead. And then I've seen chains that people really don't care and that are basically done in 15 hours. So again, there's not really there's a real simple way to tell if your chain is dead, if it needs to be replaced or not. There's 3 things. The first thing is if you look at your sprocket and the teeth on the sprocket are not tall, if they look short, that's really bad. Also, if the teeth on the sprocket have any kind of a sawtooth shape, so if they're not symmetrical in both directions, if the tooth comes up and it kind of hooks like this, it's done. That stuff is trash. Also, if there's any gouging on either side of the rear sprocket, it's time to replace it. And then if you can wiggle the chain, if the chain has lateral movement, like a substantial amount of it, it's done. If if the chain does not hold its line very well, if you can just move it back and forth, it means that the pins and the links they're wallered out. They're done. It's the whole thing of the stretch. Oh, my chain is stretched and it's getting longer. It's kind of true and it's kind of not true. A lot of what's happening when your chain is wearing out is the pin that in between each link. There's basically a cylinder and then there's a pin inside of that, and they're pressed together. And that's where the chain bends and twists on that pivot. Inside of there, when dirt and grease and stuff get in there, it basically just starts wearing it out. But the hole gets bigger and the pin does not get bigger along with it, and when you add that up, on every single link, now all of a sudden your chain that was whatever, we'll call your chain 50 inches long, it's like 53 inches long. So the other thing is if you take your chain off and lay it down on a table or a bench and get it in a straight line push it together, and if you can pull it apart and it's like an accordion, it's time to replace your chain.
Have you noticed a big difference between like the crazy expensive chains or the cheaper ones?
Yes. So a good O-ring chain that's sized properly for your bike is gonna last substantially longer than a non-O-ring chain that's not sized for your bike. And what I mean by sized for your bike is like take 520 chain for example. 520 is like super common. It's on everything from a 125 to a CR 500 to the Starks, which have 80 horsepower. They all have 520 chains on it. But there's different grades of those chains. So when you purchase a chain, there are chains that are built for things that have like 1,000 cc's or a bunch of horsepower, and then there's that same dimension, chain dimensionally, in that the way it interacts with the sprocket is the same, but it's way lighter and smaller, something that you would put on like on a 125. So choosing the right chain is important. In brands, I would say any reputable brand that is sold by an actual motorsport place is going to be fine. I would be weary of chains that come from Amazon or eBay or have Yingling names or stuff like that. They're just, it's super tempting, I know. You get on there and you're like, $21, that's amazing. Well, you're probably going to get $21 worth of chain. So it's, but
like 150
yes and no. What you get when you spend $150 on a chain, what you're getting is one that has really good plating on it. So they're usually plated, meaning that it's not just raw, it's not just steel, it's plated, and it's got a good thick plating on it, meaning that the chain's going to be rust resistant for a long time. So even if you weren't to lube it, immediately after you wash it, it's still going to be gold or whatever color it is. And then the style of the seals, an O-ring chain, essentially what that is there are seals, rubber seals, O-rings, or the X-rings, or whatever shape, whatever gimmicky shape they tell you is in it. It's just sealing, it's keeping the dirt. Essentially when they build the chain, what I was talking about with the barrels and the pins that go through it, they pre-pack those with grease. And then they put they put a seal, they put the O-ring on, and then they put the top link on, and then they crimp it together. And they basically seal the grease inside, and so it keeps the dirt out and it keeps the grease in. So that extends the life of the chain. That doesn't mean that you don't have to lube it. I think that's another, whatever. We can get into that, but what you're buying when you buy a really expensive chain is one that's probably going to be rust resistant. It's going to last longer because dirt's not going to get in it. And then whatever material it's made out of is going to be the right material, so it's not going to wear out as fast, if that makes sense. So yeah, you can definitely put a $30 chain on it and have it work, but it's not going to last as long, and there's all the other factors of that.
Are there certain type of bikes that you just absolutely hate working on, or do you have a favorite as well?
So my favorite to work on, oh gosh, I think any a KTM gas or whatever their other brand is, the Husqvarna, they're all the same. Those are my favorite to work on. Least favorite to work on, Kawasaki, 1,000%.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
they're just.
I agree.
I know you agree.
So
okay.
They're just so I'll just use, like, for example, take a YZ, like a YZ250F, to do a spring change on one of those, like 35 minutes to get the shock out, put another spring in it, and like put the shock back in. Like, it's pretty quick. It's easy. On a KX, it's like a 2-hour job. You got to take 35 bolts out, and like it's not well engineered. It's not engineered. The focus was not to work on it. And I find that the European bikes, they do a lot of things that are oriented to make servicing it easier and faster, to a certain extent.
But you're you're servicing for everyday rider, what do you recommend when they, on a 4-stroke in particular, changing the oil? Should they do the filter every time, or should they do it every other time? What's your recommendation on that?
Is it a Honda? So, they're both really important. The filter and the oil are really important. It's interesting, I've actually had this conversation several times at these camps. I've heard that people will just change the oil and they'll leave the filter in it. I wouldn't do either one of those. Filters are really cheap. And you don't need to buy the fancy brands, you know, the All Balls, which is, you know, that's like Hot Rods. They're a huge company. But they make oil filters that are good. They're made out of the same material the factory ones are. They're just as good. They're cheap. They're under $10. They're not expensive. The filter is really important. It doesn't matter how good your oil is or even how clean your oil is. It doesn't matter. If your filter either packs up and won't pass oil, that's the end. Or if it lets stuff through, that's also the end. So you have to remember that most of these bikes operate in a super weird manner, in that in your car or your truck, the engine oil is the engine oil. And, you know, outside of heavy diesels, you know, there's not very many engines that have gears inside of them. In particular, gears that interface, that are like, you know, this gear is engaging like as you're, they don't share. That oil is very, like, it only does one thing in the motor. And then your transmission, you know, oil, like in your manual car, how often are you changing the oil in your manual transmission? You never do, because the stuff, that it's the little pieces that come off in the transmission as it's wearing, it doesn't matter, it doesn't hurt anything in there. But if you were to take those little pieces and put them inside your motor, that's a huge problem. So because most of these bikes share the oil between the transmission and the engine, the filter, making sure that any of that stuff, that, you know, those gears are under a lot of stress, and little pieces, yeah, they just, you know, they shed a little bit. To make sure that those do not enter the engine is super important, because basically in the bottom of the motor, where all oil stores, in the sump of the motor, where it is down there, you know, that's where any particulate's going to be, and the oil pump sucks it up and pushes it straight into the oil filter, and then from the oil filter it goes right to the crankshaft and right up to the to your cam bearings. And if there's any stuff in there, the clearance, particularly in the cam bearings, if there's anything in there, it's going to wipe those out. Like, there's no room between the cams and the bearings, the bearing blocks that they live in, and when you get anything in there, it just wipes them out. And, yeah, it ruins stuff fast. So, and the clutch sheds material too, so that packs out, and that's another kind of, that will cause a problem without you seeing it. So the clutch sheds material, but you can't see it. It's shedding the friction material. When it's coated in oil, you can't see it. It's not shiny, it's not magnetic, you can't see it. But it will pack into your oil filter, and you won't know. And then all of a sudden your oil filter is a cork instead of a filter, and that turns into a problem. So just change your filter and change your oil, and you know, if you're racing, like, and you're riding pretty hard, like 4 or 5 hours is probably the limit. On a 4-stroke. On a 2-stroke, that's totally different. The transmission oil is a transmission oil, and if you're not abusing the clutch, it can last a long time. So
What's a long time? 20 hours, 40 hours?
it could absolutely last that long, if, you know, if you're kind of not using the clutch at all.
How can you tell? Like, there's no way to examine it, so
You drain it out,
just change it.
and you write down the hours of, you know, whatever. You can basically build that data yourself and say, hey, you know, I know for this, you know, this is how quickly the oil gets
How
dirty.
dirty should it be? Like, I mean, how do you know when
If the oil comes out of your 2-stroke and it's black, that is a problem.
Okay.
You should be changing it. I mean, it should look like new motor oil. So And by motor oil, I mean like kind of like a translucent brown. It should not be black. Black means that there is excessive clutch slipping, or the service window is super long, whatever. It shouldn't be black. At least in my world, I think it's the bikes that I can tell you. I've touched a million bikes and taken apart a million motors, and been able. Luckily, I've had like a lot of history. I've been able to like talk to these people and kind of like see them. A lot of these people have been racing. I kind of know history of a lot. Like have seen how people care for their bikes, and it winds up in our machine shop a lot of the time. But I can tell you that people that stretch their service windows longer, those are the people that we're doing motors for more often, for sure. So yeah, it makes them last longer. I know Jamie.
I have one last question.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll help everybody. Can you explain a little bit about sometimes when riders or mechanics put their bolts in with too much torque and strip that wonderful bolt? Can you explain what a Healy coil is, and is there another better option than the Healy coil?
Yeah, totally. Okay, so we're going to start this topic with getting the service manual and the owner's manual, and every fastener on your bike has a torque spec. Some of them are substantially more critical than others. I'm not going to go super deep into that, but torque wrenches are pretty cheap, especially for what most people are going to be doing on the outside of the bike, like installing a set of handlebars, putting their suspension that they just got back, on their bike, putting their axle on. That, like a torque wrench, you can get away with a real cheap one. Like a $25 one will be just fine. You're not doing critical, bolt stretching in some connecting rod. Like it's fine. One from Harbor Freight or Amazon will be fine for that. So they're cheap. So there's really not like, it's worth it. If you're going to do it, just buy a torque wrench and do it the right way. So in the event that you gorilla a bolt and over torque it, or say that you put the bolt in and the hole isn't clear, there's dirt or debris in there, and you just run it in, when it starts to get hard, it's going to tear the threads up in there. That's kind of a problem, if you look in like your triple trees or the pinch bolts in the bottom of your forks, or the wherever. A lot of the threaded items that you're putting those bolts into are like they're part of the bike. It's not like a nut. You can't just take the nut off. So you have to repair those threads somehow. And a popular way is what we do is we go and we oversize. We'll drill the hole out. We basically remove all the threads. We oversize it, and then we'll take a tap. A tap is a tool that you can. Basically, in a certain sized hole, it cuts threads into that hole. You just tap threads into it. So we'll oversize it to basically the next size bolt, but we don't want to use the next size bolt because that's wrong. But what we do is they make inserts, and there's a brand name called Healy coil, but really they're thread repair kits or whatever. And essentially what it is, it's stainless steel wire that's shaped exactly like threads, and you basically put that into those new threads, and now you have a stainless steel threads, and it necks it back down to the right size, but you have hard stainless threads, and you repair the hole. So for most cases, like Healy coil, like it's fine. I don't know if there's. In my mind, most thread repair kits, they're all the same. They all use the same stuff. The only time I would say there's some important thread repair would be on like a spark plug hole, on which then you could use a time cert for that, but that's whatever. I'm not gonna get into that. That's super deep. Anybody else?
It's on Amazon for that.
They are. Go ahead.
That's a basic question, but how do you shim your bike properly?
How do you what? Okay, he asked how do you shim your bike properly. What he's talking about checking your valve clearances, and I'll touch on this quickly. I think this is a super important topic. Basically, every single modern four-stroke
has something that has to be done to them, you know, in the maintenance. It's called shimming the valves. And essentially, so these motors are super awesome. So don't put diesel motor oil in them because it is not a diesel. These are essentially super high-tech, super stressed out motors, meaning that the parts, like, they have to use super fancy materials to make them work because they're just strung out. It is not a lawnmower motor. So the valves, because these motors spin so fast, in order to get the valves back up in place and close fast enough, because in some certain circumstances, the camshaft might actually out travel the valve in terms of the spring that's pulling the valve up to close it. The camshaft might be going faster than that. So in order to get that valve to close faster, we just make the valve lighter. What do? We make them out of titanium. That's super great. And that word is amazing. Titanium is just fantastic. But there's a major problem with it. Titanium is super light, it's pretty strong, it's really abrasion resistant, but it's not super hard. It's more plastic than like stainless steel. By plastic, I mean it can change shape in kind of a plastic fashion. And what happens is, over time, that valve's coming up and beating against, it's hitting the bottom of the seat where it seals, where, you know, the piston's underneath that. And over time, you know, it's smacking it like a lot. The numbers are crazy in terms of how many times a minute it's just beating the crap out of itself. But what it does is it pushes material from the valve face, and it literally just kind of pushes it out of the way over time. And so what happens is the valve ends up traveling up into the cylinder head further, closer to the camshaft. And that dimension, we have to have clearance between the valves in order, you know, if there's no clearance between the valves and the camshaft, nothing seals and it won't run. So we have to go in and we basically have to adjust that and make sure that it's never holding the valve open. So he asked how to shimmy your valves. That I can't answer that. And like, I would have to do an entire thing on that. How to do it is you do what I said earlier and go to Google and find yourself the service manual or workshop manual, and you read that, and that's how you do it. But it's really, it's not that bad of a job, but it's a tedious in that you're using, you know, some of the shims are really small. They're like the size of my pinky fingernail. They're really small. And a lot of the shims are made out of, I don't know. They're really small, and there's little places when you have the top of the motor off where that little teeny tiny, like, watch battery size thing can fall down into your motor, and that's not great. And you need a torque wrench for it. So, and read the service manual, but you can do it, I promise. It's just tedious, and it's not anything you can't do. But yeah, I think I'm out of time.
Yep. Ran out, but
sorry.
Very good job. Thanks.
Everybody, Aaron, that was good. He'll be over there for the rest of the week. So if you have any other questions, definitely ask him.
Can you just imagine
It doesn't drive. The jumps are going to be so
With the hose. Yeah,
Call my hair off.
What's buzzing tonight, dude?
Buzz cut?
Yeah.
No, my forehead's
It's like a spot.
Yeah.
No, you gotta make money for that. It might help you out. It's like a couple.
We see Ryan.
You got it on TV, dude.
He's locked in. Is this too loud or is this good? Okay.
nobody offer you any water?
The pond. The pond, but I'm good. I have my own truck here, so I can trash my own vehicle. I figured if I'm kind of cold now, I would rather not be wet and cold. Just muddy. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Thank you. All right. So it's 4 o'clock. Each day, I had a little mindset. You guys can follow these too, and I'll reference those as well. But I feel like it was fitting for today because it's easy when conditions are gnarly, it's raining, and everyone feels like they want to be negative. Sometimes we need to be present, right, and practice that. And I'll preface this by saying this: I'm not perfect. I'm younger, right? I have lack of experience with certain things, but I feel like my goal for this is to explain myself and where I've learned and what I'm practicing. And I feel like this is something I've struggled with my whole life. So I continue to work on it, and I feel like if I can share some things about my own experiences and try to just continue to kind of preach the good word, right? It might help you guys too. So presence and how to practice that, I think it's very important. And this is something that if I had picked this up earlier in my life, I feel like I really would have excelled in certain situations, maybe had better opportunities, or maybe would have just been less stressed. And I think that for a lot of people, including myself, I was somebody that was stressed out, didn't say anything to anyone, even when those around me were willing to help me. And it wasn't like anything major. I'll speak about like at races and stuff. And, but yeah, we'll get into it. So, with presence in your mindset, I guess I can start from the bottom. Motocross, the sport that we all love and practice, right? It's 80% mental and 20% physical, you could argue. I've heard that. I know that might be an old school saying, but I've heard that a lot. And one thing that I really want to focus on, and for myself, is do we practice that mentally, and can we practice being more calm? So your headspace and your mindset can also be trained, which is something that I didn't understand a lot of my life because I was always training physically, but I wasn't ever able to adapt mentally to important situations. And more importantly, you can't act on the past, can't act on the future, only right now. I can give you guys a couple examples as we get through this, but if that's something that you struggle with, I'd say for me, mental clarity, when I'm not clear and I'm not calm, I'm stressed out automatically. Even if it's something that isn't negative, right? It could be something positive and I'm just excited and worked up, or anxious maybe, and I'm not clear, right? It's hard for me to perform or speak or coach or drive a car, whatever it might be. So it's important. So presence improves performance as well. Whether that's releasing your clutch, I think that's a good one too. If I'm worked up about what might happen in a race or what might happen in the first corner and I can't focus on just my foot placement or my clutch release, I'm going to struggle with it. It's going to be something that's hard for me to do, and I can't go through my processes as clear. Presence also reduces some pressure. If I'm not worried about a result, I'm not really going to be concerned about that process of getting to that said result, right? Presence also builds confidence. So a clear mind allows you to trust your training and the ability to do the thing, whether that's a start or a jump, whatever it might be. If you're worried about doing something, you can't focus on the positives, like, okay, maybe I worked, or I know the four lap rule for jumping, or maybe I know how to do a good start, I can run through my process. I can't do that if I'm not here in the moment right now. I'm simply going to be lost. And on the contrary to that, right, or the opposite of that would be flow. You can create some flow. Things will happen easier, they'll become more automatic. It will take less effort to do something, whether it's easy or difficult, and that's called flow state. AJ talks about beta, theta, and alpha mind state, and I feel like I can relate the most right now to flow state because I've experienced it the most. Now, I'm not saying I'm always just in this flow state and I'm just like this character of just perfect timing, right, with everything, but I feel like if I'm going to explain something confidently to you guys and help you guys relate, it's this. And the cool part about this, whether you're riding a dirt bike or doing something in life really, is I feel like whenever I had a moment in my mind where I remember growing up racing or a moto that I really remember everything, it's when I was in flow state. And you're so relaxed, and maybe Jeff or Kate or anyone that any of you guys can relate to this. You just feel like everything's effortless and almost like time might slow down or move up faster. You get done with a moto and it's like, wow, that was just easy. Or you might not feel as tired. For me, when I'm stressed out, I get more mentally exhausted than anything. And it's a feeling in your stomach, I can't explain it. But by definition, flow state, it's an optimal state of consciousness where you feel totally absorbed, focused, and engaged in an activity, making performance feel effortless. Right? Nothing's going to feel forced. Movement on the bike will feel cleaner and smoother and on time. Overthinking, which is, I think, among other things, is one of my biggest struggles. And it'll break your flow, whereas presence can turn it on. If I fall back on my plan or my process with anything, that's when I work better. I work better on a schedule. Yeah, I've got some ADHD, but when I have something to fall back on, it helps me stay present because I know what I have to do and when, and I trust that. I grew up wrestling all throughout my life. I stopped because I kind of had to make a decision once I turned 18. I chose not to go to college and to stay around Moto, and I'm glad I did. But the most impactful coach I ever had, he would relay a quote to us all the time. It was, "We don't rise to expectations, we fall to the level of which we train." So I feel like that resonates with me. I feel like it will resonate with you guys as well. Because I don't want to say the harder you work, I'd say my mistake was I just thought volume was the key to everything. And although it's helpful, but being consistent and being efficient with what you're doing, making it count, helps as well. So I feel like building a strong base with anything, whether that's mentally or physically, will give you a good fallback, something that you can trust and rely on, and I feel like that quote really relates to that. So yeah, next one. So when you feel a lot of pressure with something, so whether it could be, let's say I'm standing up here right now and I feel like I'm nervous, or I'm going to go do a race and I feel terrified, or a result. I was super results based, and I honestly don't think I'm out of that yet, just because I've been like that for so many years, right? I'm trying to improve on it. My dad, he was cool. He's good. He's a good dude, but he never understood, like, he would see my results and say, okay, Ty was 6th today, Ty was 1st today, Ty was 5th today, Ty was 10th today. Not Ty got better last week at the practice track, not he was riding more smooth today, or riding, maybe he was standing up better in a better position today. He only saw the results, and that's where I got feedback. And so that's how I was too. It's like I could have won a local race and felt like I was on top of the world, or I could have went to a Loretta's regional and 3 really fast kids could have beat me, but I was throwing a fit because I got 4th. So it was just all on paper, and it was all numbers based, and it was just wrong. It's not my dad's fault. I didn't communicate with him because I didn't really know how, right? So that's not his fault, not really my fault either. It's just a communication thing, and I think that relates to, are you putting your energy towards something productive or positive? For me, I think everyone has been in a spot in their life that hasn't been positive, right? And I get it, I understand it, I've been through it, but if you can take that energy and do something, or any effort, and just do something productive, forget it. Positivity and negativity is one thing, but something where you're not staying like flatline, where you can go and do something and just take your mind off and anything and do a task. I feel like that really has helped me out with anything. I'm not thinking about how I feel, I'm thinking about what I have to do necessarily, right? And that picture on the right, that's why I made that. The present is action, the pressure is the expectation, and failure lives in expectation. So relaying back to my results, if I just said, okay, I just want to go ride and just feel better on the bike, I wouldn't have gotten upset. Like, if I create an expectation for myself and don't meet it, I'm going to get upset regardless of how I rode, if I rode better or not, right? And all that relates back to stress too. Next one. So presence creates clarity. And like I said before, I believe that when my mind's clear and I'm calm, I can perform better, but I also am more relaxed and I'm more myself. I feel like if my mind's already spinning and then I start to get stressed out, I'm just lost. I'm lost. And then the decisions I'm making aren't as clear, maybe I'm not as confident, And I'm for sure going to look back and say, what the heck did I just do? And that's not even just riding. It could be, you know, driving a car, going to the grocery store, just rushing with things, right? And it's stressful. Because I feel like, I mean, maybe even sometimes now around people that I'm close with, it's like, I was talking to AJ the other night, and he's like, dude, sometimes the anxiety just like goes off of you. And he didn't mean that in a negative way. He was just giving me feedback. And in the moment, you don't feel it until you're out of it, right? So clarity, calmness, and presence can be created from you internally, right? I've tried to stop creating any expectations of anything and just think day by day, and I have a schedule. I've got to know what I need to do and when, and as long as I'm being productive with what I'm doing and I'm in a good headspace and being positive about what I'm doing, then I know I can do whatever task I can, the best I can, and I'm not worried about if it doesn't work out, because I'm just doing what I can, checking my boxes, and the result's going to be the result. I know what I can do, and I know how I can, you know, best fit the end result. So effort, I guess, is the real takeaway from this one. Next one. So practicing presence. I talked a little bit about racing and being stressed out. I was never really nervous. I don't know what the right word is. I think I was scared to kind of let my dad down, because I mean, he worked his butt off to keep a dirt bike going for me, and I didn't communicate with him. He never really was in it for me to race professionally. He just wanted to go racing, but I knew the investment he had. He wouldn't discipline me in a bad way. I just felt a lot of pressure because he was away from, I have a younger brother and sister. My parents are married, we were away from our family, and we did it together because we loved it. But I would get down to staging and I would just feel all that weight like on my head, and I would see kids next to me that I'm like, man, my dad works his butt off, but this kid somehow still has a better bike than I do. Like, I'm talking to when I was like 12, 13 years old. And so what I'm about to talk about, I had no idea it was even real. I didn't even know it happened. And for me, I'll still get a little bit nervous in staging and stuff. But one way that that really helps me get into the moment, it's called box breathing. And I learned this in wrestling too, but AJ also is really, really good with this sort of thing, so I like to teach it. You're going to inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, and hold that again for 4 seconds. And what that does, it'll help lower your heart rate. But I practice this before I even go down to staging. Like if I'm going to, let's say for example, I'm going to go to a race, and before I get to the gate, that's when I get nervous. Do that while you're calm, and continue that practice into the staging or onto the gate. So if you guys haven't done that, I really recommend that. And how you feel when you're doing that is what I like to think is how I should stay all the time, and just constantly feel that calmness. Or I should never feel like I have tightness in my chest, or like my traps are super tight or heavy, right? For me, there was a stint in my life, I think I was probably 18, 19, 20, where I was like super tired all the time. And I was just constantly stressed out all the time. So doing this has helped me, and it just gives me more clarity into what I'm doing, whether it's big or small. So very, very helpful. And if you exhale for 6 seconds, it helps calm your nervous system, helps lower your heart rate. So that's cool too. But very, very good to practice. I think for me, with racing, I would get to the gate and I would hold my breath, and then I would get tired and get arm pump. And so I was training a lot physically, and I was really proud of that. I was always proud of my effort, and then it wouldn't show, and I'm like, what the heck's going on here? But it was small things like this with details that I wasn't even aware of. So very grateful to be aware of this now, and I think that it's helpful for you guys to practice. Next one. So this is cool. Hall and Samiro, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. These guys, they're both educators. And there's a quote that I heard a couple years ago. It's the more reflective you are, the more effective you are. So as far as reflection, you can take out your journal, and if you have it, or your phone, whatever. You can write down, even as challenging as today was, you can write down 1 or 2 tools that helped you today. Anything. It could be something that Kate said, something that Jeff said, something you did on the bike, right? And that quote, if I have a good day and I don't reflect on it, I'm not able to create momentum or do that again. It's going to be harder for me to replicate something that I'm not familiar with or haven't been aware of. On the contrary, if I am negative and I'm having a bad day and I'm taking on everybody else, and I don't see that, why would I change? Why would I see a problem with it? Right? And that's not a personal thing. That's just feedback. And for me, I mean, maybe I'm still guilty of this. I used to take everything personal. I used to think everything was like, why does this dude hate me? Why is this person saying this? And take it as face value. It is what it is, and I need to fix the problem, not fix who I am per se. So, yeah, maybe it is a personal problem, but it's a situation I need to fix. Okay? So, yeah, something that I can relate to. You can also write down what affected me negatively today, which might be easier because the conditions are more difficult. And importantly, you can say, was I in control of my energy or my emotions, you could say? Or did something external pull me away from the moment? Okay. And what is one moment I will focus on being present tomorrow? So think back today, as muddy as it was, it could be starts with me. If you did a start and you got frustrated, and then 10 minutes later you're like, man, I wish I could have that back, right? I think a couple of times in my life, for sure, forget about dirt bikes, where I would do something that was negative or not productive, and I would immediately regret it, and I could never change it, and it affected 2-3 other people, and I'm like, man, something that shouldn't have even bothered me did, and now I ruined someone else's day because of it. So, yeah, it's a powerful thing. Just being able to reflect and being able to take that and not get, take it personally. It's face value. It is what it is, and work on what we need to work on. I still struggle with it, but I'll end with this too, and I can open up for some questions. Slow down. Most things make no difference. This one, I think I try to base a lot of what I do off of this because I tend to move too fast. I could blame ADHD, but I struggle with this a lot. So it's important. I feel like if I struggle with it, maybe somebody else does too, because for my whole life I was someone that didn't communicate with anybody because I was too afraid how other people would respond. And it wasn't even because I said something to somebody else and got a negative response. It was just because I didn't know the outcome. The outcome doesn't matter. How you feel like right now in the moment does, and how we respond matters arguably even more. So yeah, this is something that I can relate to, and more importantly, I was never present at all. Like if I was you guys a couple years ago doing starts, I would be worried about what my dad's gonna say when the bike's dirty, and he wouldn't even really yell at me or anything like that. I was just, dang it, my bike could be ruined. What if I get a bad start? What if I embarrass myself in front of these other people? Like, it just things that didn't even exist. And for me, when I used to work 2 other jobs, and one of them was a ski shop, and it was like an acai store place. And both of them were with my brother, so that was cool. And we're the complete opposites. And I would go out from the front to the back like 100 times to grab a pencil, and then, oh shoot, I need this, I need that, and it made zero difference. It didn't matter what I was doing. I was just wasting time, and I was getting fed up in my head about it. So if I could go back to then, knowing what I am trying to understand now, there were so many situations that I created more problems in my head or with other people based off something that didn't even really exist. So I'll end with that. If there's any questions for any of us, like Kate, myself, Mitchell, Alessandro, Jeff, whatever, ask us. Hang out right now, we'll be here. But yeah, I appreciate you guys listening. I feel like it's powerful. I'm still learning and adapting to my speaking skills, right? But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out, toughing it out here with the weather. Stay positive, stay with it, and know that even if it's difficult, we're improving. We're all out here together. So I'll let Mitchell say a few words, but I appreciate you guys.
All right, guys, that was good. That was good. I think all the stuff we talk about at Mindset will benefit you guys in one way or another. So take whatever information you get from that and just grab something and carry it with you. I think that will really help you guys. Ty did mention the weather, so yeah, it was really muddy today. You guys did awesome. Like, super stoked on how everybody tried their attempted. I think the biggest hurdle today was just keeping the bikes going safely. I think the bikes just got really caked up with mud. This mud packed into areas that were kind of blowing my mind. Like the fork guards ripping off people's bikes. Like, it was pretty hectic. So I think it was a good call to not do the practice motos or do that last session of the day, to spare your bikes and then to spare the track. because if it stays like it is currently for the rest of the night and into tomorrow, I think we'll have the best possibility for the main track turning around at some point tomorrow. I will say, in the morning it probably will remain muddy for the first half, but there's not forecasted rain for the rest of the day. So hopefully, if the sun comes out or it stays dry, we'll be able to get the track worked in to where we can utilize it for jump day. We will have other options too, but there'll be a lot of information we'll talk about on jump day that you guys can just digest and really work on throughout the whole day. I think it'll be good. So let's get a good night's sleep tonight. Let's calm the nerves a little bit. I know it was frustrating today, but let's try to be positive about it. All right, guys? Very happy with how you guys rode today. So good job. Foundation training and running will take place. We did the run this morning, and it actually went really well. We went up to the road, ran on the tar road, and we stayed not muddy at all. So if you want to do that tomorrow morning, you can. And then foundation training will also take place tomorrow morning. You have a question? I think just at a mile, like right at a mile. The problem was when we started, I didn't start my watch until we were like up the hill. So I didn't get an accurate reading. So by the time we got back, it was like 0.75. So I think if I would have started my watch from the tent, probably would have reached just a mile. Yes. So tomorrow we'll do the same amount of run, but when you do the run, it's just a warm up. So even if we're doing a mile and you can't do the whole thing, you don't have to. Okay. We try to keep it in the same range. Is there any other questions leading into tomorrow that you guys want answered now, or any comments or concerns on how the day went today? Were we pretty satisfied with how we adapted the schedule at the end here? I know we didn't have much to work with, but hopefully the stuff we did under the tent did benefit some of you guys. And yeah, I'm glad you guys stuck through it and were with us the whole time. So let's have a good day tomorrow. You got a question? Yeah, go ahead. Well, there's a couple other skills that we can practice on. Let's say, even if it's not the full distance of a jump, even if we can get some air or go up to a jump for the approach, I think we can learn quite a few things with jumps in that way. I know it'd be a bummer if we couldn't do the full obstacle, but we're being optimistic here. Okay, let's just cross our fingers and hope that the dirt will turn around. And I think there will be a couple jumps, and we could possibly get the track workers to scrape some sections as well. They're willing today. But since the rain was forecasted all day long, we just told them not to touch anything, because as soon as they start to work the track and try to touch something up as it's actively raining, it almost makes it worse. So that's why we're going to wait until tomorrow, and then we'll have the track people do some work in some areas. We'll get some jumps to happen. I don't doubt that. Yeah. I know, that's a pretty sweet section, but I can't guarantee anything, okay? We'll try to get some jumps, and we're going to look for some safe jumps where everybody can get to some distance and work on some skills on them, all right? Finish line's good. Okay, any other questions before we end the day off here? Sweet. All right, guys, great job today, great effort. Let's hit it hard tomorrow morning.
Big Tom. In the back. Oh, the big step up? I love that.
Have you hit it?
Yeah.
Yes, ever
Huh? Yeah, it's fun. That's my favorite jump on this track by far. The giant step up in the back?
In the back, yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite jump on this track by far.
Cold.
Yeah, it did get a little chilly, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta slow down. And then I do like include the drop, like not say my eye, be like put them in that. Why just slow down one? Anything is too much about it. You did fine.
You did great, dude.
Still working on it. Still working. I mean, you did great. It feels to me that you are in a rush, but yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Do it about you.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to, because I'm like, I don't want to make excuses for that overall.
Yeah, but AJ doesn't know everything, but I like the fact that I feel like you guys stand up. Like, you don't want
Sign
to
us out. Let me end this.
Hey guys, we're here with my friends Jeff and Alessandro, and I'm signing you guys out. We're doing the best that we can with the conditions given. We're gonna have a good day tomorrow. Tomorrow's jump day. Signing off. I'm Coach Ty. This is Coach Ty.